Good morning, L.A. Man, oh man, it's a Monday morning and we got a hell of a week ahead of us. A world of sports, a lot of decisions going to be made here in L.A. this week. And of course, the Dodgers. What are we going to do about the Dodgers? Losing 8 of their last 10, losing another series, this time to the in-division rival in Arizona Diamondbacks. So much to discuss and only 4 hours to do it. Welcome to D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. With you this morning, myself, Cody Decker, and as always, the one, the only, the 5-time champion, the one and only Derek Fisher. D-Fish, how you doing, man? How was your week last week? The players you were watching with the Nike tournament you were at, and then, of course, the weekend, and also, most importantly, happy birthday, my guy.
Oh,
my man.
You, sir.
How was the weekend birthday?
Yeah, it was good, man. It was good. Just super chill. It was a busy week. I was pretty much toast by the end of the week. A lot of hours on the court throughout the week at the Nike Skills Academy, and so that was a great experience. Just seeing a lot of the young talent, at the high school level and as well as collegiate level hoopers, and man, just tons of talent. Trying to help players in the U.S. just continue to learn how to play basketball a certain way, and so that was fun, and that kind of just automatically by default put me into a super chill weekend. Like,
nice.
I tried to play 9 holes on Friday, and that was stupid.
Yeah, tough.
It wasn't smart at all. I was done for. But Saturday and Sunday, easy, chill, 9 holes each day. Felt better each day, and yeah, man, just blessed to seeing another year is not promised. So to have a birthday and have it just be low key, went to brunch with my oldest son and just chilled out, man. Really nice day.
I gotta say though, you're bearing the lead a little bit, just a little, because I get you golfed, and I know you're a big golfer. I'm a golfer too. Golfed on Saturday, played well actually. I was pretty pleased with how I played. Played with Shay, producer of Brock and Alex, so he can confirm the day I had, because some ups, some downs, but I finished with like an 84, so I'm not upset about my day. But I saw a video of you shooting some hoops.
Oh, that's why I was in so much pain.
I gotta say, you look good though, dude. You still got it.
No,
jumper looked great.
It felt good for a while, and then the body started to remind me we don't do this for a living anymore. But it was fun just to just to kind of tap into mentally trying to shoot as much as possible and making a certain amount in a row, and then. Lethal Shooter is one of the private coaches and personal trainers that a lot of NBA guys use. He also works with a ton of the young talent that Nike works with. And so he was yelling a bunch of disrespectful stuff in my ear while I was shooting, and you
had to shut him up, man.
Yeah, I had to at least try my best. So, but yeah, that was why I was in so much pain.
It looked good, and of course you were in pain from that. But tell me, when you're working with like a tournament or a camp like this that's got high school guys, college guys, like what's the dichotomy of that? Like, is this for recruiting purposes? Is this for just kind of more just mingling purposes? Is this for working and training purposes? Like, what's the actual purpose of this? And the comparison of high school and college guys working together, like, how does that work out?
Yeah, it's kind of a combination of all the things you said, really. And it gives, so Nike, obviously, they have high school athletes that they work with and that are part of their elite youth basketball league, which is one of the biggest youth basketball circuit on the planet. And so players and coaches that participate in that league, they see a lot. And so they start wanting to surround those guys with the right coaching and training and teaching, life skills, mentorship, playing the game the right way. And then there are also guys that are now in college that, spent a lot of time probably playing on the Nike circuit or, attend, Nike universities now that also come in and participate. And same thing, life skills, learning how to be a pro, just falling in love with the process of being great and some of the details involved in it. There's a college group that works together, and then there's a high school group that works together.
Nice.
This is boys and girls. But a lot of NBA scouts and talent evaluators also get to come out and spend a couple days just kind of tracking and keeping an eye on these young players long before they make it to, the NBA draft or WNBA draft even. But a lot of these names and players are going to be in the NBA draft in the next couple years for sure.
No, I gotta tell you, there's something about that. I grew up very lucky here in LA. There was no these Nike camps, but there were a lot of camps where I got to rub shoulders with pro guys, college guys, all while in high school and even younger. And how much better of an athlete that made me. Just being able to see the guys at the next level and how they went about their business made me so much better than everybody else that I was around in my circle. I think it's insurmountable how you can actually grow that way by just seeing guys do it right.
For sure. I mean, and that applied for the coaches, there are NBA assistant coaches there, coaches that coach the programs on the Nike EYBL circuit, high school coaches like myself, a couple guys so it's also represents that for coaches. But to your point in terms of athletes and young athletes, sometimes the most important information you can find out is how big the gap is between you and them.
Big time. Oh, dude, you ain't lying. Or actually, on the flip side, sometimes finding how short the gap is, too. There's another side to that as well.
For sure. And however, however large it is, it's just knowing that information, and then it helps you just kind of tap into what it is that you need to do to go about continuing to close that gap, and then hopefully surpass, a lot of those guys that are maybe ranked ahead of you or positioned ahead of you, while you're in high school or a young athlete in college.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of athletes, we got a lot of athletes here in Southern California, and what can we say? Some of them are playing awful. I point to the Los Angeles Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen, who have lost 8 of their last 10. They've actually gone 4-10 since they've gone to the White House. They've been playing terrible baseball as of late, couple of times being swept, and then, of course, going up against the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are one of the current wild card spots. In fact, they're holding on to the second wild card spot right now, with the Phillies kind of falling off a little bit, and the Padres still trying to get in, one game out, outside looking in, but the Dodgers, who are sitting with a 70-48 record, are now holding the 4th best record in Major League Baseball. Now, granted, it's very bunched up, but as of right now, if the season ends, the Dodgers do not have a bye, and they would be paired up against the Philadelphia Phillies, which is not really a good place to be, considering the fact that would be a best-of-3 series. Now, why do I say that's a problem? Because the Phillies have a very scary two-headed monster pitching staff-wise that could topple the Dodgers. You got a Wheeler and you got a Sanchez. That's a big problem. Luckily, reinforcements coming in from the Dodgers this week that we'll get into, but right now let's just focus on the game that was. The Dodgers drop another one to the Arizona Diamondbacks 4-2, and it sounded very loud off the bat of Ketel Marte early in the game versus Justin Robleski.
Slams it to left. Marte, goodbye.
Now that, of course, happened right out the gate. Justin Robleski not pitching his best baseball. What can I say? It seems as though something might have snapped in Justin Robleski in the All-Star game. Because that right there, home run during MLB TV's game yesterday of that broadcast, I have to say, Justin Robleski goes in the All-Star team, faces Vargas over there with the White Sox. Former Dodger, by the way, got traded away. They were teammates in the minor leagues. He gives up a home run to Vargas. Since that home run in the All-Star game, Justin Robleski has not been the same guy. Before the All-Star break, here's what Justin Robleski was. Record, 10-2. ERA, 2.70. Innings pitched, 100.1. His whip was 1.02. Batting average against him, 219. Strikeout, 73 to only 20 walks. Just phenomenal stuff. Oh, and here's another big one. He gave up 8 home runs in 100 innings, D-Fish. Second half, ERA in the first half, 270. 720 in the second half since the All-Star break. His whip up to 1.6 compared to 1.02. Batting average against is 298 compared to what it was at 219. Home runs allowed. My God, the guy had only 8 home runs given up 8 home runs over the last 10 innings. So he's matched his entire season total. Justin Robleski is having himself a real rough go right now. Granted, he kind of got it right, but that's not the only problem the Dodgers faced yesterday because their offense has been absolutely anemic as of late, scoring only 2 runs in this game. Just not looking good, not looking like the Dodgers that we are prepared to see. What do you think, D-Fish? This team is just disappearing right now in front of our very eyes. That being said, still in first place, still a comfortable lead in the National League West. But at the end of the day, we're not worried about winning the National League West. This team needs to get ready for October.
Yeah, I wish, it was a simple way to explain it, especially in a way that would make sense for us as fans. But it really, there is no like truly just simple way of saying this is why. I think, you would know from experience in terms of how long the season is in baseball.
It's long.
And some of the peaks and valleys that you experience through the course of a long season, in other sports, the season, I'm sure, it feels long as well. Even though the number of games is shorter, the grind of the season still can feel long. And so you're going to go through, some different levels of performance during that time. Thankfully, for the Dodgers, they bought themselves some room to struggle as much as they have.
A lot of equity.
And still, be in a position where, turning the tide and getting back to even 500 baseball still keeps them, within a couple games of the best record in their league, and then possibly getting, that home field advantage and trying to get out of that 3-game series situation, which would be important to try and do also. And trade deadlines have different consequences as well, depending on the team. For some teams, it's an immediate bump. Guys are energized. They were maybe a little uncertain going into it, but coming out of it, everybody just kind of hits a stride and they move forward. And then for other groups and teams, it also is, it symbolizes like how deep into the season you are. And even on the NBA side, the trade deadline is after All-Star Weekend. All-Star Weekend used to be the halfway point in most sports seasons.
Yeah, not in the NBA.
Not anymore. It's like, and even in baseball, we just passed All-Star Week 2 weeks ago.
That's
3
right.
weeks ago.
And a little bit past the middle
and
part.
And you're like 130 games in already, or 115 games, 20 games. So it's also just part of just a long, arduous season. From a pitching perspective, I think with Wroblewski, whether guys are getting accustomed to you, watching more film on you now that you have been performing so well, once you get that all-star asterisk by your name, like now you get more attention.
And he's
getting
that
focus.
attention.
Like people have to pay attention to the things that you do now. And then also as the season goes on, regardless of the sport, now with all the data and analytics that are, that players and coaches are being presented with, like now people know, what you like to do early in the count.
Very much so.
They know
there's a large
pitches,
enough sample size.
Yeah, so all of those things are factoring into it. But part of it for pitchers is like they're relying on their teammates in terms of being able to score runs and hit the ball and do some of the things that some of the other guys on the Dodgers haven't consistently been doing. So then that also negatively impacts your performance as a pitcher because you're going to go through ups and downs just like all the other players do. But it's magnified if guys can't hit the ball and get on base and score runs. That makes a pitcher's job extremely hard.
Extremely hard. Well, here's Justin Wroblewski after another tough outing for him. Here he is after the game.
I'm just not good enough right now. It's kind of what it comes down to. It's really frustrating. It's execution just hasn't been as good. I feel like today just wasn't good enough, and again, I got to be better. So again, move forward. I'm not the type to give up, so I'm ready to bear down, and this is kind of where you can go 2 ways, and I'm excited to kind of keep working, and I'm excited for my next one.
Good stuff, good accountability, but he's right, he needs to get better. And something you touched on, they actually put the graphic on the game early in the counts where he likes to throw his fastballs, and that's where people are jumping on him right now. Up in the zone, just getting ahead. He always loves to get ahead with his fastball because his fastball's a little sneaky. Lefty, doesn't seem like much, but it gets on you pretty quick, and guys are just all over him. They're jumping on him early in the counts, and they're getting lots of power numbers off of that. But as for this team, you mentioned something else that I completely agree with. As a pitcher, you got to kind of be prepared and aware that your team's got your back. the Dodgers have got nobody's back for this last 7 days. They are 1-6 since the Tarek Skubal trade. Granted, Tarek Skubal is pitching tonight against the Kansas City Royals, so that is good news. But also on top of that, this team offensively has been abysmal since the All-Star break. Just breaking down the lines here, runs per game in the first half, 5.45. Second half, 3.60. Their slash line offensively, they were hitting average-wise 254. They're hitting 218 average-wise in the second half. Their on-base percentage, 335 right now, 292. Their slugging percentage, 438. That is a phenomenal slug. 365 in the second half. This team is not getting anything done. Their OPS, 773 throughout the season. It's down over 100 points in the second half at 647. And strikeout rate has gone up 5% from 21% to 26%. Batting average with runners in scoring position. This is a huge one because you can't win if you don't score. Runners in scoring position, they were hitting 268. Right now, in the second half, the Dodgers are hitting 194 in the second half with runners in scoring position. And it's also the names you're not expecting. Now, Mookie Betts has not been playing well this season. He'll be the first to tell you. But Mookie struggle bus in the second half just as much as the first half. Freddie Freeman's numbers in the second half are actually very little bit disguising what is actually taking place because he's still getting hits, but he's also getting double-digit strikeouts multiple games in a row. He's not hitting for any power whatsoever. Runners in scoring position, he's not getting them in. Shohei Ohtani is struggling at the plate yesterday. There was a moment yesterday in the game where the Dodgers strung together some very good base hits. Late 8-hitter base hit, 9-hitter in Ben Rortvat base hit, followed by Ohtani. Chasing and then not recognizing outside fastballs. Strikes out looking, and then, of course, it leads to a Kyle Tucker knock. So, weirdly, everyone in that span was hitting except for Shohei Ohtani. But we mentioned Mookie Betts. Here's Mookie Betts on the struggles that the Dodgers have had in the second half.
It's a long season. Just a rut. It's okay. I think everything's okay. I just know I need to be better. I can't speak for everyone else, but I'm going to have to help the team at some point. It's been too long, frustrating, but, as far as the boys, I mean, I think everybody's in a pretty good headspace, and it's just time that we go through. You never know what happens tomorrow.
Now, I commend him. He is right. He needs to play better. He knows that. You don't need me to tell you right there what Mookie Betts just told Sportsnet LA. He's having his worst year of his career, D-Fish. And I got to say, hearing him say the right words is great. Hearing it sound like that, I'm not going to lie to you, dude. It ain't as great.
What you mean?
A lot of pain in those eyes, my guy. A lot of pain in that voice. I mean, dude's going through it right now.
I'm sure he is because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the offseason, how much time you put in, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of, he's getting older or this, or like some of it is just, in particular when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself, and sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons, but what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So again, it's not automatically like we like to quickly just go to age or to some like easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this team win.
I would agree with you, but I want to say this. Charlie Brown makes a good point in the chat. And, of course, you can join the chat right now at The Fan LA, be a part of the show and ask anything you'd like and join the conversation. But he says this, compared to the last three series, Boston, Chicago, and Arizona, those players just out-hustled our team. They ran the bases as if the devil was chasing them. LOL, it seemed like they wanted it more. And I got to say this, having watched these series and watching this game in Arizona, I don't disagree. Now, I'm not saying the Dodgers are lazy. They're not lazy at all. They're a phenomenal baseball team. But I mentioned last week when we did a segment where we're talking about the biggest threats to the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I made a point that one of the biggest, and I said probably the biggest threat to the Dodgers. Yeah, you got the Cubs, you got the Diamondbacks, you got all these teams that are absolute threats to the Dodgers. One of the biggest threats to the Dodgers is the Dodgers themselves. And it's not because of necessarily complacency, but there have been moments of this season that you could visibly see they're maybe pulling back a little bit. And the Dodgers also have the luxury that they have such a deep roster and lineup that they can occasionally pull back. But man, seeing that happen, pulling back a little bit every once in a while, gets you got. And these teams are hungry. Every one of these teams have the Dodgers circled, penciled, exclamation marked, ready for this series. And I'm not certain right now, at least right now, based on what I'm seeing, the Dodgers' hair don't seem like they're on fire at the moment. I get it. It's August 10th. But at some point, these guys got to kick the Jets in, and they better do it soon.
Yeah, it's just, it's impossible, though. That's the part that I don't, like, if I've been sitting at the table eating for the last week, and you have had nothing to eat for the last week, who's hungrier? The person that ain't had nothing to eat the last week. There is no other explanation for that. Yeah, the Diamondbacks are supposed to look hungrier because they have not eaten while the Dodgers been at the table eating good. 2 World Series titles, 3 in the last 5 or 6 years, like good eating. So you're not always going to see like a higher degree of hunger from the Dodgers compared to other teams. In particular, when the narratives around, these guys are the Monstars and nobody can beat them. And you also have that energy. And so that some of that psychology is wrapped in it. It's not necessarily a choice to do less. It's just by default, your opponent is way hungrier than you are. And you have to figure it out.
Well, they better figure it out and do it quick. They got a series starting with the Kansas City Royals. Might be exactly the series that the Dodgers need. Tonight, they got Tarek Skubal on the bump. Tomorrow, the return of Blake Snell. And yes, we're going to have some more returns coming up as well. So much to discuss when it comes to the Los Angeles Dodgers. A lot of roster moves that need to be made for the Los Angeles Dodgers. We will discuss that as well. But coming up, Aaron Donald, the decision that is to be made is allegedly coming very soon. But is it soon enough for our LA fans? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
after I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor? So
they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, they found it. But, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is if you're the crazy one if you think you shouldn't be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
It's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks. You got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys, it's a lot of size, it's everyone being able to make a play, not just one or two guys being able to make a play. Being able to what will always be important is having a roster makeup to where you can put out multiple different types of lineups, because different series are going to call for different lineups. And if you're not capable of putting
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker with you guys for the next 4 hours of your morning drive time commute. Of course, you can check us out live if you want to see our handsome faces right now on YouTube. Check us out at The Fan LA. We see you, Charlie. We see you, Good Karma. We see you, Wayne. Good morning and welcome to the show, and be a part of the show over there on YouTube. And, of course, that is at The Fan LA. We got a lot to discuss here. We opened up talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers and the struggles that currently are. We will discuss that later on in the show, of course. The struggles offensively, the struggles from Justin Robleski since the All-Star break. This team needs to get themselves right, and luckily they got a series starting tonight at home here in Chavez Ravine against the Kansas City Royals. We got Blake Snell coming back this series, and of course, more reinforcements on the way. But we got to talk about the Rams, baby, because D-Fish, what a week it was last week. We got to see it. We got to see Aaron Donald wearing a helmet, my guy. Something they had to actually report back over to the NFL because it is looking like it is very, very close to happening. And here is the latest on Aaron Donald. Now, he had an official team workout on August 5th. Donald went through an official individual workout at the Rams camp in Woodland Hills facility. All reports that he looked great. Sean McVay was just all googly-eyed and gushing about the entire thing. He was even playing coy. They're like, hey, was that Aaron Donald? It's like, what? It was so great. It was a lot of fun to watch. He was having the time of his life.
He did not look like that.
He looked exactly like that, like a young schoolgirl. I'm telling you, dude, he was just like, was that Aaron Donald? Who? No, stop it. He looked good, though. That's what happened.
Okay.
I was there. We saw the video.
He said, I was there.
I was there. Saw the video. Saw it happen. That being said, Aaron Donald apparently looked great. Sean McVay described it as like the greatest tryout of all time. And Aaron Donald's looking like he will be rejoining this team. And if you believe current reports, Aaron Donald could officially make his decision for his return by the end of this week. Now, that timeline has kind of shifted. We were being told kind of was going to be by the weekend and then early this week. Now we're being told by the end of this next week. D-Fish, you just shot some baskets for the first time in a while, and that really made your body hurt. Are you excited for Aaron Donald to make his body hurt for all of us?
Oh, my God. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not excited. I'm not excited for his body, man. I cannot imagine being a former professional football player after not having played for a few years and then picking it back up. He seems like he's still obviously trained at a high level in terms of staying fit and staying strong, but the amount of just sheer physical force and contact and car collision type impacts that happen on a football field, like I cannot imagine what that must feel like. Even when there's no hitting involved, working with the pads, being explosive in terms of taking off on the edge, using the swim moves and all the things that require your body to generate so much force after a few years of not doing that, unless he was quietly doing some stuff in the backyard.
Well, clearly, like his size, he looks phenomenal. He looks like the exact same guy that retired. Looks like he hasn't missed a single workout. That being said, D-Fish, when you retired from playing basketball, did you keep doing the same like workouts that you were doing to prepare? Because I will admit, when I retired, I kept doing my training workouts as if I was going to play a game in a week from now or 2 weeks from. I never changed my routine. It took me like 3 years to actually change my workout routine.
No, I since I went right into coaching, I really didn't. Yeah, I didn't stick with the same.
Oh man,
I basically,
smart you.
But it was also part of accepting the fact that I was done playing.
Yeah,
like I wanted to intentionally create a separation between like the former player part of my brain to some degree, and like really focus on becoming a coach and improving and mastering that craft. And so I didn't want to feel like I could still go out there and play.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to have that much of a respect for what players were doing and the guys that were playing for me and playing for us. Yeah, I didn't even want in the back of my mind that I could just still go out there and like do what they do. I didn't. So I slowed down quite a bit.
Probably a smart move, but do you in hindsight think that was maybe not a mistake, but do you think like, maybe I should have stayed at it? Maybe it would have just changed perspective with my players or anything like that? Or you think that was really the right move? Which, by the way, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer on this. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, I think for me, I think it was the right move. My thing was like I emptied the tank for the most part in terms of how hard I trained, how hard I pushed myself year in and year out. So I didn't really feel like I still needed to prove anything or stay, ready just in case. And I think it's still better now, even when people ask me like, do I still play and I'm like, no.
All the time.
Capital N-O. Like I'm good. Like my body doesn't need that extra work at all.
My favorite question. Somebody comes like, Cody, do you miss it? Do you miss it? No, not even like a little. Like, you know what I miss? I'll freely admit, this is what I do miss. I miss the preparation of the games before the game. I miss being in the clubhouse with the guys. I miss post-game celebration. I miss that. But actually being on the field and competing, I don't remotely miss it, like at all. Physically, don't remotely miss it. But the things I did enjoy most and I miss most are more or less what coaches do. So I would have probably worked right into the coaching staff quite well. I just wasn't really willing to start my minor league career over at that exact moment.
Yeah, and that's what most, former athletes and I'm sure, former workers of any industry really like miss the most. It's the camaraderie, the connection with your peers and your coworkers and other people that you spend so much time with. And so I'm sure for Aaron Donald, which is why this conversation even started, like it's also kind of, immersing himself in that environment again. It's not just the physical performance on the football field, but like reacclimating to just being around the group and understanding, how to operate within the team function and how much has changed since he was last there.
Oh, yeah.
And how much responsibility other people have now. And, the offense is a little different. The defense is run differently. You got different teammates and personnel. So there's a lot to consider. The fact that this is still an open conversation, I guess is good. But I also think there's a point where before the season starts, which it sounds like, there will be a decision just so that the team can then just focus on, trying to win a game every week.
Absolutely.
And not still have those questions of like if he is or if he isn't.
Well, there is a decision to be made, and it's likely going to be made this week. But here's Sean McVay on what Aaron Donald looked like in his August 5th workout.
I couldn't help but note, like right before we started, so I hope you're even aware of this, like the NFL transaction wire had Aaron Donald working out with the Rams today, which I guess...
Did it come across as a tryout?
It did come across as
Best
a tryout
that we've ever had.
Okay. You think he could make the team?
Phenomenal.
I think he could make the
The
team.
kid's got a shot.
Yeah, no, that was honestly our way of being able to get a workout with him within the parameters of what's necessary. But Giff Smith said it's the greatest tryout he's ever had.
Great football coach. I don't know if Sean would be the best poker player in the world when
I'd
he's
be terrible
talking about
at that.
Aaron Donald, but
yeah, you know what? I've never claimed to be a good poker player either.
you've got plenty to do here. Appreciate the time.
Thanks
Sean.
for having me, Greg.
Thanks
and
for
Jordan.
coming on.
Greg Rosenthal right there with the question. There you go. He's giddier than a schoolgirl. He cannot wait to get this guy on the field, and me as well. I can't wait to see him on the field. But there is something you mentioned, like it doesn't even matter the shape. Like, yeah, he's in great shape. But you know how it is with your respective sports. It's not necessarily the shape you come in. There's also like the calluses of the sport you play too that you got to rebuild up. Like I could show up to spring training ready to go, but until I'm swinging the bat every day and I kind of rebuild like the strength of the skin of my hands, like I'm not going to be able to play a baseball season until I'm walking on spikes for like a whole month and rebuild the strength in my legs and wearing spikes type of thing. He's doing car wreck after car wreck after car wreck. That's going to take some callousing up for his entire body to get back for that.
For sure. And the recovery piece of it, he's still in great condition. Like he can what I used to try to explain to people was even what as you age or you get older in your sport, it's not so much that you can't do what other people do out there. Like at 34 you can do what a 24-year-old can do. The difference is they can recover faster than you and do it again, and that's where you struggle, right? And so it's not that Aaron Donald can't physically go out and do the things that he used to be able to do, but then to your point, his body's ability to then like respond and react and recover from what he just experienced it's tougher than it was 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. Just science, life, physics. So developing that that second skin in certain parts of the body, muscles, tissue, ligaments, tendons, relearning how to like, okay, we need to generate that force again in 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay. We haven't done that in a few years. Now let's try it again. So he can, if anybody can do it, he'll be able to do it, though.
Yeah, he could, and I'm very excited to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Donald, the decision that is likely coming this week, if you believe reports, so we will keep you updated as the week goes on. Lots to come out of Rams camp, lots to talk when it comes to the world of the NFL, and coming up, we're going to stay on the NFL because we just talked about the Rams. Well, we get to talk about the Raiders, and once again, the dysfunction that will never leave this goddamn team. Raider Talk, right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
A certain lineup at a certain time.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
Now,
So Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but
right.
what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had my journey where I've moved around. I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush four? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment, but, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know.
It's funny because I try to do that, like in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gives your DC, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think there's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But at the end of the day, what we've been talking about, preparation.
There you go.
So just being able to be prepared, be able to do all those things and, go out there, cut it loose and have the confidence to do it.
Now, this team has all the confidence.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes. Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmases were spent in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles.
7-1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, Derek Fisher, myself, Cody Decker, and all of you. And we want to hear from you guys all show long. Get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. And we're talking a little football right now. We just talked about the Rams and the excitement around Rams camp, especially with the impending news coming from Aaron Donald on whether or not he's going to return to this team. The signs point to yes, but that's not the team we're going to talk about right now, because the team that has the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl, let's switch it over to the team with the longest odds, or at least one of the longest odds to win the Super Bowl. And of course, I'm referring to the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, those of you that don't know me, Cody Decker, card-carrying Raider fan, die-hard, lifelong Raider fan. So believe me when I say this, the news coming out of Raiders camp is anything but shocking. First, of course, we talked a couple weeks ago about the interesting dichotomy between Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza. A lot of people very excited to see Fernando Mendoza, although a lot of people also understanding that the Raiders are not going to compete a ton this year, so maybe holding Fernando Mendoza back a little bit and getting Kirk Cousins out there at least for the start of the season is a great idea. Maybe even the entire season, considering how frightening the AFC West is for around every team except for the Raiders. The only thing that's frightening for the Raiders is having to play in the AFC West. I don't think they're putting a lot of terror in a lot of teams' minds right now. Granted, there are things that are looking good for the Raiders. Ashton Genty looks like he's good. We're excited about the new center that's going to kind of fortify the Raiders' offensive line. You know, there are interesting things. But of course, all those interesting things can come crashing down at any given moment, because this is the Raiders we're talking about here. Well, comes out to camp, tempers really flared during the 8th practice that they've had, because Max Crosby, leader of the defense, and Kirk Cousins, the current leader of the offense, got into it in a shouting face-to-face match that turned the altercation that got broken up by people. But it was an altercation, and it came from Max Crosby kept hitting Kirk Cousins, which he's not supposed to make contact at all with the quarterback in these plays, but he hit him a couple of times, and it got Kurt so pissed off that he got in each other's face. D-Fish, is this trouble in Las Vegas paradise already? I mean, Kirk Cousins only had 8 practices with this team. And of course, we know how fiery Max Crosby is. That's part of the reason we love him. However, this has been a really weird offseason for Max Crosby, considering the fact that he got traded and the trade got rescinded. He comes back to the team saying he's going to be a Raider for life, but there's also rumors and innuendo about the Dallas Cowboys might want him, the 49ers might want him, and all of a sudden the Raiders are in a really interesting position. But here's Max Crosby after the scuffle that was.
I'm just doing what I do. He didn't like that, so, he got what he got. It is what it is. Max said.
You heard it right there. I do what I do, and he got what he got. It is what it is. Boy, this seems like this team's getting along so well. Very excited for another cracker Raider season.
Now, I mean, I don't mind the competitiveness between teammates. I think there are too many times where guys aren't pushing each other to the edge. Practice is supposed to kind of sharpen you for – practice is supposed to sharpen you for what the game is like. Mm-hmm. Now, in football, there's clear rules about touching the quarterback. That's why, sometimes they wear a red jersey. Sometimes they just do different things to make sure that people know, like, do not touch the quarterback.
It's that line in The Replacements where he tackles him twice. He's like, remember, red means stop.
Like, it just, so I understand, like, that's who Crosby is in terms of, being an irritant, a guy that gets after the quarterback, but not your own quarterback. That's just supposed to be the rule.
Yeah.
Now, for Clint Kubiak, like, it's he gets now to set a standard, that regardless of who it is, starting quarterback, franchise defensive player, like, I'm still going to hold everybody accountable to doing what we're supposed to do in terms of team rules. And so there's also an opportunity there, like, where everybody else knows they have to walk that line also in terms of how they manage themselves in practice. And so sometimes you kind of need this to happen.
True.
To kind of not just get everybody's attention, but also just for Clint Kubiak in his first year Like, this is an early opportunity for him to let it know, nah, bro, this is my show. Like, I'm the coach. You guys, we set rules on how we want to practice. You guys broke those rules. You guys sit down. But I don't mind two veteran guys getting a little, cranky with each other.
Sometimes I don't. Like, I agree with you in principle sometimes. Absolutely. Families fight. Sometimes we come out the other side of it a little bit. Here's what Clint Kubiak actually had to say. Those are two leaders on our team going at it. Obviously, fighting in a game or you throw a punch in a game, you are out of the game. So we got to be smart. So hearing him kind of describe that seems like tempers flared, maybe a punch or two were thrown. Something that should not be happening from your veteran defensive guy and your veteran offensive guy. Like, I get getting heated, getting into it, maybe even inspiring the group, but this didn't sound too much like that. This just sounded like tempers flared. And honestly, I'm a guy that always loves Max Crosby's fire. As of right now, based on reports, I'm very much on Kirk Cousins' side. I don't like being on Kirk Cousins' side all the time, but right now I'm absolutely on his side.
Yeah, I mean, if there were like punches thrown or something like, yeah, I mean that, they played against each other a lot of years too.
Yes, they did.
So they could still have some things that they, have to work out from being opponents on the opposite team for several years. But yeah, he's right about, from a leadership standpoint, not wanting to set an example for other guys. Raiders are, when you're bad for multiple years, you have a lot of young players and a lot of turnover. And so the Raiders having young players, high turnover, trying to establish that organizational and team culture about how they want to do things, not being penalized. I think the Raiders have like a long history of being one of the most highly penalized
very
teams
much
in the
so.
NFL.
It's actually very much built in our DNA at this point.
Yeah, so that's another thing that Kubiak's like, hey, if we want to turn this thing around, we have to be a group that doesn't allow ourselves to get into these petty, scuffles and disagreements and things that could cost us yards, cost us first downs, cost us a player being ejected from a game that can help us win. So, everybody kind of, at this point is tired of seeing each other. And so, hopefully you get a preseason rep or two. Max Crosby probably, I don't know how much he'll play in the preseason at all. So for him as a defensive player, he's a caged animal that hasn't gotten a chance to really hit anybody in a long time coming off the knee surgery. So it is what it is, man. It's part of it. But yeah, ideally this doesn't linger beyond this one time.
Well, good news. That was the only fight that happened in Raider camp. Oh, what was that? That was not the only fight? Oh, you mean you got two offensive linemen that punched each other as well? They haven't even started camp with other teams. Yes, two more players got into another scuffle on like the same day. It just must have been in the air for some reason. The other scuffle was defensive lineman Jonah Lulu and punched a second-year right guard Caleb Rogers at practice. And Michael Mayer, who's a key part of the offense for Clint Kubiak's team, says, it's energy, man. We don't want to be throwing punches, but I think any padded day of camp, there's going to be some scuffles. Yeah, sure, I agree with that when you're having like a joined practice with another team. This team is just fighting themselves. They have a lot of teams in the AFC West they're going to have to fight this year. At some point, they should stop punching each other.
Yeah, but you have to practice that too. You have to practice that kind of nastiness, chippiness, type of attitude. Like, you can't be soft with each other in practice and then, and then the game starts and expect yourselves to be able to go out there and treat opponents with a certain level of disrespect. And it's also an example if you notice they got into a fight or a scuffle, however you describe it, but they were still allowed to participate in practice on Saturday. And so Clint Kubiak making that distinction between what the expectations are for guys that are supposed to be leaders and examples compared to two guys just fighting hard to get a roster spot maybe or to get a starting position. Whereas Kirk Cousins and Max Crosby, they're not fighting for those things at this point. So their standard is different. And so when people ask about, coaches treating guys differently, that's also another example of sometimes how you have to do it. Like you have to recognize, okay, man, we're trying to just hold on to every bless you. We're trying to hold on to every second we can in this league, whereas these two guys have made hundreds of millions of dollars and have a spot, and they're supposed to be leaders. So I don't mind competitiveness in practice. You know, fighting, punches being thrown where like somebody could actually get injured or like there could be some serious negative impact. That's tough. That's different. Like hard pushing, screening, holding, grab, like really getting at each other's face. Yeah, like I want to let you know I'm here to fight for a starting spot or an opportunity just like you are. But throwing punches is that's a bit much.
That's a bit of a problem. By the way, getting back over to Max Crosby, the situation the Raiders find themselves in, there are rumors that Max Crosby is rubbing people wrong in the Raiders camp right now, which is interesting to me because normally those rumors kind of coming out are when the guy's coming up with like a contract type of thing. There's been a lot of rumors about Max Crosby being moved. I doubt the Raiders will be putting this out there if they were trying to move him because they want to make him look as attractive as humanly possible so they can get more picks or whatever they can from it. What do you think the Raiders are going to do with Max Crosby? Because at the end of the day, they're not going to really compete this year. Wouldn't it just be better if they moved on from Max Crosby? And by the way, I'm not saying that as a Max Crosby hater. I love the cat. I just think they got to get something for him. What do you got, Raj?
Well, yeah, and there's been buzz out of Raider camp, if you will, in the clubhouse that some of the guys are kind of fed up with his stuff. They use a different word, and some of the players are ready to move on from Max Crosby. So you're not too far off on that one there.
Yeah, so it's just D-Fish. If I'm the Raiders, I'm listening to offers still, and those Cowboys definitely need a defenseman.
Yeah, but it's... You know, again, when people know you have to do something, you're not going to get your best offers. And so, you know, it depends on what the Raiders expect to receive for Crosby. That's what it'll probably come down to.
Well, so much to discuss when it comes to the football world and the NFL and, of course, the Raiders. Lots to discuss throughout the show. We'll be talking more NFL later, but coming up, the Dodgers. Man, if this season ended today, they have a matchup that might be problematic. We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiters.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man. Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian! I got to go the Bill Clinton one. But I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? Yes. There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did? What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, Are we good?
Yeah, can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier. Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we
we're
agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we
analysis.
shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual
Think
one there?
about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. Okay, what's the real fifth one? What's the real
You're
fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named.
Voice of LA Sports, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you joining us right now in our drive time commute here in Los Angeles. Of course, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. Join the conversation. Got lots to discuss. Of course, we already talked a little bit about the Rams, talked a little bit about the Raiders just now and the dysfunction that's taken over there at Raiders camp. But right now, let's get over to the Los Angeles Dodgers, because if we're talking dysfunction as of late, the Dodgers have been quite dysfunctional since the All-Star break. In fact, since they went to the White House, they have won 4 games and lost 10. They have not looked like themselves. They have looked, quite frankly, awful, both on the mound, but more importantly, D-Fish, offensively. This is arguably one of the best put together offense that's ever been assembled, yet lately they have been borderline anemic in these games. I mean, we mentioned already, but I'm going to give it to you one more time. The slash lines from the first half of the season to the second half are just glaring. Their first half, 5.45 runs per game. Second half, only 3.6. Their slash line at 254, at 335 and 438 is now 218, 292, and 365. Team OPS has dropped nearly 125 points, going from 775 to 650. Strikeout rate up 5%. And this is really the big one. I can't stress this enough. Clutch hitting, boy oh boy, gone. Non-existent as of late over these last about 15, 20 games. Ladies and gentlemen, they went from 268 with runners in scoring position to 194 with runners in scoring position. And it's all of the names you can think of. Shohei Ohtani had himself kind of a quiet weekend again. Freddie Freeman is not hitting with any power at the moment. Average is still hovering around 300. Phenomenal stuff there, but power is completely dissipated. Mookie Betts has some flashes where he looks like he's getting back, but then all of a sudden just goes over for a few games again. Kyle Tucker, however, his numbers are still kind of maintaining the same as far as average goes, but power-wise, he's actually woken up a little bit in this second half so far. He's increased his home run frequency from where he was hitting a home run every 47 at-bats. He's currently hitting a home run since the All-Star break, 1 out of every 16 at-bats. So he might be waking up right now. He's got 4 home runs since the All-Star break, 7 pre-All-Star break, so maybe he can kind of turn things around to help this team get to October. But as of right now, the Dodgers do not look great, especially on the offensive side. Another very, very quiet day for the team. 6 hits yesterday against these Arizona Diamondbacks, who are currently holding the second wild card spot. But we bring that up saying, right now, if the season ended, the Dodgers have the 3rd best record in the National League, which means they do not have the bye as of right now. Right now, that goes to the Atlanta Braves that are ahead of them, and of course the Milwaukee Brewers that are ahead of them. If the season ended today, the Dodgers would be set up to play against the Philadelphia Phillies, a team that I firmly think and do not believe is better than the Dodgers. They are not better than that team. Period. Stop. But in a wild card scenario, the Dodgers would be playing in the wild card round if the season ended today. That means they'd be playing in a 3-game series against the Phillies, which means they'd be facing both Zach Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez. That is not a good place to be in must-win games, a best of 3, facing those 2 arms. Granted, the Dodgers will likely have Tarek Skubal and Yamamoto to go up against them, but the way the Dodgers have been not hitting, this would be a serious, unbelievable problem. And if the Dodgers were to get bounced early, it's one thing to get bounced from the playoffs. But if the Dodgers, with all of the moves that they've made, all of the noise around them, all of the nonsense that they're ruining baseball, were to get bounced early in October, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a really significant problem. That will make noise around the Dodgers in the worst way humanly possible.
Would it?
I think it would.
Why?
The Dodgers with the highest payroll in baseball history, making the biggest, splashiest trade of this trade deadline, getting bounced in the first round of the playoffs. I wouldn't be happy.
No, I'm not saying happy, but like baseball fans wouldn't be sad.
Well, depends on how you look at it. I honestly think they'd be.
The system is broken according to everybody.
Absolutely,
So,
but you got to have somebody to root against. If everybody's against the Dodgers and they're out of October, the big bad is knocked out of October in week 1. What are we doing for the next 4 weeks?
Yeah, then you get what you asked for.
Bad baseball?
Well, that's what everybody's asking for. If they want the Dodgers to not spend the money that they spend to do what they do, and they lose early, then what? Right? What is the complaint?
No, it's great for the Players Association if the Dodgers were to lose early, because that kills the narrative that the Dodgers just bought another World Series.
Right.
Almost immediately.
Yeah. I it'll be a problem because you expect to win at this point. Like you've won the last 2 titles. On paper, it's the best team in baseball. They haven't played their way in the last couple of weeks, but it's part of going through becoming champions again. You're going to have stretches where you just have to kind of keep battling, and things will turn if you stick with it long enough. But this is what makes sports so amazing. I mean, we watched the World Cup. We watched countries that had never even played on the stage before.
Absolutely.
Just come out and perform well and do some amazing things. So, you still would have to like the Dodgers' chances regardless, in terms of, like you said, Schoolboy Yamamoto does, is Ohtani able to pitch again at that point? The first 2 games would be at home.
Yes.
So the only time you'd have to go to Philly is if you lose one of the first 2 games.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, it comes with it. I mean, you're doing you're trying to do the hardest thing in sports, which is not just win 1 title and then a second one, but now like a 3rd one in a row. That's the shortest list there is in sports.
Extremely short list.
So it's not going to be easy. It's going to feel threatened and at risk, and as though you're not going to get it done, and you're going to have to just find a way to do it. In 2002, we were down to the Sacramento Kings 2-1 and down by 24, 26 points in the 4th game to possibly go down 3-1. So history is entirely different if we don't come back and win that game. If Robert Horry doesn't make that 3, history is different.
Very much so.
And that's how close you come to not getting it done. But you just have to keep finding a way. And there's going to be some of those moments throughout the rest of this regular season and when they get into postseason. Last year, going into Game 6, did we assume the Dodgers were going to win Game 6
I thought the
and 7?
Dodgers were dead. After I was at game, 4 here in L.A., the last game of the series in L.A. before they went back to Toronto. Might have been Game 5, I guess. It was the Savage game, where Savage absolutely destroyed the Dodgers on the mound that game. It was a quiet outing, and I remember even driving home listening to the radio, just the amount of doom and gloom. It's over. It's all over. I was kind of laughing, you guys know it's Game 5 of the World Series, right? We're in the finals. This is it. You guys got to all chill a little bit. And obviously we got a Game 6 and 7 that were astonishing. So your points are absolutely right. But I would like to go back to the point you made earlier about wouldn't baseball fans be happy about that? I think they would claim it. I think they would say, oh, yeah, good, we got the Dodgers out. But the numbers don't actually reflect that. I would like to just point out, and I don't think that ratings are the end-all, be-all of something's success, but these ratings for the World Series are so glaring, and I'm not even going to use the worldwide rating. I'm only going to use the United States household ratings of how many people watched the World Series these last couple of years. So if you were to go back to 2022, when you had the Astros versus the Phillies, a good World Series matchup. You had a good rating right there of over 11.75 million watching average viewers. That's pretty good for a World Series, especially at the time post-COVID. You get to the next year, Arizona Diamondbacks versus the Texas Rangers. A World Series that I really wanted to watch, a World Series I really liked. Guess what? No one else did, because the average viewers of that was 9 million, dropping below 10 million. That was where everyone was saying, baseball's dead, it's a dying sport. See, this is what happens. No, that's what happens when you get the parity you want. You got two teams that do not have huge fan bases, you get less than 10 million people watching it. Then you get the next year, Dodgers, Yankees, averaged over 15 million viewers. Then you get the next year, Dodgers, Blue Jays, average over 16 million viewers. And I'm not even bringing in the Canadian viewers. I'm not bringing in the worldwide viewers, the viewers over there in Japan. Game 7 of the last World Series was viewed by over 57 million live viewers. That is the most since 1991. We had like 10 channels in 1991 back then. Like, it was a different universe. We have millions of channels, endless content, and 56 million viewers tuned in to watch the last World Series. So those of you that say the Dodgers are ruining baseball, financially, they're making baseball better than it's ever been. And frankly, the viewership is way up because of the Dodgers.
So if leagues and team ownership groups know this to be true, what you just broke down, what other reason would they have to want parity or a system that creates parity? It would have to be about taking home more money.
Yes.
Because in reality, if the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Lakers or the Celtics or the Knicks or if those teams aren't highly competitive, it hurts the business. So this idea that those teams are ruining the sport when they're successful is not true. They actually need those teams to be successful
very much
in order to generate the business that they generate. And so the only reason you could come up with as to why you would want certain rules to be in place is those teams still need to win at a high level. It's just that you want the rules to make sure that more money goes to the other side of the table. It's not so much about actually wanting the Diamondbacks and the Rangers to play in the World Series every year. It's wanting the Dodgers to still be in the World Series, but more money gets to stay on their side of the table.
The Dodgers are paying in more money than any other team in baseball. In fact, if you count the TV deal and the competitive tax, luxury tax that they pay in, the Dodgers pay every other team $300 million. They pay more money than any other team. The closest to them is the Yankees, who pay literally $150 million less than the Dodgers pay back into Major League Baseball. So this has been a very quiet and annoying time of everyone saying that they've ruined baseball. But we want to hear from you guys, 855-975-2326. How would you react if the Dodgers got knocked out early in October? Because I have to assume wouldn't be good. We want to hear from you. But listen, here on D-Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, we had a Dodger game last night, and it was not good. Yet again, the Dodgers fall to their in-division rivals, the Arizona Diamondbacks. And why am I sounding the alarm bells? Because that's the second time the Dodgers have lost a series to the Diamondbacks. In fact, last time they faced them was right before the All-Star break, and everyone said, well, it was a lackadaisical time. They were just going into the All-Star break and phoning it in. D-backs were going into the same All-Star break, and they swept the Dodgers going into that break. Then they faced them best out of 3 at home, and they beat them again, best out of 3 at home. So the Diamondbacks are definitely a threat to the Los Angeles Dodgers and everybody else. That being said, they're a threat because Justin Robleski gave up this home run early in the game.
Slams it to left. Marte, goodbye.
That right there, Ketel Marte with a right-handed home run against Justin Robleski early in the game. That from MLB TV. I don't know what to say other than I don't know what has happened to Justin Robleski as of late. His numbers from the first half to the second half are drastically different. It was almost like the moment he gave up that home run to Vargas in the All-Star game, all he's been doing has been giving up home runs. First half, All-Star, phenomenal stuff from the Shark. Dude, guy was 10-2. The guy had a 2.7 ERA, 8 home runs in the entire first half and 100 innings pitched. Second half, dude, 7.2 ERA. literally the direct opposite of his 2.7 ERA. 7.2 ERA, and he's already given up 8 home runs in 10 innings pitched in the second half compared to the 8 home runs in the 100 innings pitched. Robleski is finding himself in a position right now because we got Blake Snell coming back tomorrow and Tyler Glasnow getting ready to throw his second rehab stint. We're getting 2 starters back. There is a good chance Justin Robleski is going to find himself in the bullpen by week's end of next week.
Well, I mean, some couple of thoughts that come to mind. One, I mean, Robleski's, had a great season, having a great season, participating in the All-Star game. Once you reach a certain level of performance, like you do get more focus, you get more scrutiny. People study you closer because, like, you're a force to be reckoned with now. So some of it is that. Some of it is at a certain point in the season, data and analytics and coaches and people say, okay, these are the pitches he's throwing. He likes to get ahead in the count early. Watch out for this. Look for that. And then also, like, for young players, like, you when you haven't been in that position before, like you're not in that starting rotation where you're being asked to perform at the level that he has been performing throughout an entire season. There's also a point where, your mind, your game, your body isn't necessarily ready to handle that. And so you also then have to kind of learn, like, how to work through this. I think we were talking about Pete Crow Armstrong a few weeks ago in terms of National League MVP race.
By the way, those odds have flipped. Like, since you've been on the show, he is now the odds-on favorite to win the MVP.
Right, and so, but in that conversation, we talked about how he fell off last year.
Mm-hmm. Second half, awful.
No fall off this year, right? At least that we've seen to this point. And so sometimes you do have to, you go through that fall off because you weren't quite ready to navigate all the things that came with maintaining a certain level of performance for 130, 140, 150, 160 games. It took a little bit to, like, okay, well, what happened to me last year? Well, maybe around March or April, I need to start lifting weights a little bit more than I did last year. Maybe I should take certain things. I shouldn't drink as much coffee or wine or dairy or whatever, like, adjustments that you start to make so your body can actually handle what you're asking it to do now. So whether it's Robleski or Crow Armstrong or other athletes or people, like, part of you going through the hard things are to kind of figure out your new recipe for success. And you have to make the adjustment and figure it out.
Dude, you're not wrong about the workout. The workouts during a baseball season, like, go away so fast. It is so hard because you're playing every single day and you're exhausted every single day. Like, I'll even remember this, especially coming up in the minor leagues. You would play the full game. You would leave by 11:30 at night. You'd go to a restaurant to try to get some dinner, probably a late night spot that's got there. You have a couple of drinks to try to get some sleep. And then next thing you know, by the week's end, you've inadvertently drinking 4 bottles of full vodka because you just need a couple of drinks to end the night to go to sleep, because at the time cannabis wasn't legal in Major League Baseball. It became legal literally 2 weeks after I retired. Thanks, Major League Baseball, for that. So it's weird how bodies change as the season goes forward, because people show up jacked and in shape. Everybody would leave every season looking like a bag of mashed potatoes, like everyone, because it was so hard to maintain as the season goes forward.
Yeah, you feel absolutely exhausted, like you got hit by a bus every single day. And so you just kind of, you have to kind of learn what works best for you. Sometimes as a young player, you're looking at veteran guys or other guys and trying to see what they do, but what they do doesn't work for you. You had teammates that could, they'd have a couple beers after a game or what, but that didn't work for me. So what is it that I need to do post game? And so, Robleski, we were talking about Sasaki earlier in the season.
Like, he's pitching out of his mind, Sasaki, right now.
But his struggles were early.
Yes, they were.
And so now Robleski's going through his stretch where it's a bit of a struggle. And it's a part of the experience. Ultimately, it's about the Dodgers winning games, and you wouldn't talk as much about the struggles for any individual player if the team was being more successful. Like we throw it in, Sasaki, but the Dodgers won 8 in a row.
Well, we were definitely doing it with Kyle Tucker. Everyone's trying to hold his feet to the fire. And by the way, at the time, I think rightfully so. And right now, Kyle Tucker is still doing similar stuff, but good things are starting to come out of Kyle Tucker's play right now. Hitting for a little bit more power. Had a nice RBI double yesterday. We'll see. But you are right. Like, it's been interesting. It's very glaring when the team's all playing awful.
As you try to tell yourself that all the time, and you definitely try to help players understand that, as a coach or a leader, like ultimately, yes, we all want to play well. We want you to do well. But if the team isn't, being successful, it's going to magnify all the issues that, each player has. And so by winning, even if you're not getting what you want out of it, it still offers people something else to focus on. When the team isn't winning, they get to focus on how bad you are, and the team is struggling. So hopefully, the Dodgers can. All it takes is one, and just getting that feeling back again, where they can sustain the level of play they had earlier in the season. See if he can start tonight versus the Royals.
Absolutely. Well, like I said, reinforcements are on the way, but real quick before we get to that, let's hear a little bit from Justin Robleski about his struggles post-game yesterday.
I'm just not good enough right now. It's kind of what it comes down to. It's really frustrating. It's the execution just hasn't been as good. I feel like today just wasn't good enough, and again, I got to be better. So again, move forward. I'm not the type to give up, so I'm ready to bear down, and this is kind of where you can go two ways, and I'm excited to kind of keep working, and I'm excited for my next one.
Absolutely digging, as he should be, ready to go for his next one. But listen, he got an opportunity this year due to injuries, and he's taken advantage of this opportunity due to the injuries. But now those injuries are coming back, and he is probably pitching his worst at the worst possible time for him personally, because at the end of the day, we got Blake Snell coming back, and he's making his debut, well, I should say re-debut with the team tomorrow. And also, Tyler Glasnow made his second minor league rehab start this week. He threw 47 pitches in 2 2/3 innings on Sunday night in AAA Oklahoma City against the Salt Lake Bees, a team of which I've hit like roughly 20 career home runs off of. So listen, the Dodgers are coming back, not to mention on top of that, Shohei Ohtani is also beginning his throwing progression to hopefully get him back on the mound. So we're talking about a potential influx over the next month of 3 arms. So 3 arms means arms got to be taken out of the starting rotation now and moved elsewhere. Justin Robleski, unfortunately, despite being an all-star in the first half, is likely going to be sent to the bullpen in the second half, which is a crazy thing to say about one of your all-star starting pitchers, but that's just how deep the Dodgers are, D-Fish. By the way, the injury report brought to you by Ozaran Law, the injured worker hotline.
I mean, you have to know it's coming. I mean, and that could be another factor in this as well. When you are a pitcher for the Dodgers and you see some of the additions that have come on board, the guys are coming back off rehab and IL lists, and so now you're just pressing a little bit because you're trying to prove that you belong in there, and it's just not working out as well. But this will be something he learns from, and he'll be better for it moving forward.
I hope so. With lots to discuss and only a couple hours to do it. We'll be talking about the Dodgers again later on in the show. And of course, we want to hear from you guys all day long. Join the chat on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. We see you guys in there. Lots to discuss when it comes to the world of Major League Baseball. But coming up, boy, we got to look at a team here in LA. In fact, we got to look at one particular basketball player here in LA. And looks like we're going to start seeing some punishments levied over to Kawhi Leonard. What is the latest? And how somebody else in the city didn't get bamboozled by a similar deal. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
That's not true.
D-Mac, I'm right.
Any honorable mentions? Dude, I
should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
you're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that, though.
Yeah.
What's the real 5th one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Old School's great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC. Okay.
You good?
How are you going to bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Can I get a cheer? No, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities. And just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as make some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to joining you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from such time off, but
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, join us right now in the chat at The Fan LA. And there has been some controversy in LA for the last couple of months, but it's gone kind of quiet. And it's been quiet a little bit, even though this is something that is quite a story right now, and things have been picking up. I've been waiting to hear the news when it comes to the idea of Kawhi Leonard making his return over there to Toronto. But of course, everything was put up due to this investigation from the league. And you would think that the league has concluded said investigation on the Kawhi Leonard situation. And of course, those of you that are unaware of what the situation is, there has been an investigation into Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers for the last several months. Basically, accusations have been thrown around specifically about the team and its owner, Steve Ballmer, circumventing the salary cap and getting Kawhi Leonard a lot of money off the books. Now, it started with an endorsement with a company called Aspiration. That was an 11-month investigation that focused specifically on $28 million of quote-unquote no-show endorsements that would be paid specifically to Kawhi Leonard. That was very, very quiet and hush-hush. Now it's being reported there is another endorsement coming out of the woodwork for this entire thing, and it's off of the company that makes the Jumbotrons for them. That is another deal that is allegedly for another several millions of dollars. That would be another similar thing. And then now there's also rumors that there might even be a third endorsement out there, waiting to hear what that's all about. Now, we don't know what the potential punishments are going to be when it comes to Kawhi Leonard and potentially even the Clippers, or who knows who else is involved. But this has gotten really interesting because a new story has popped out, and it involves around the Lakers. And it's fascinating. And those of you that have ever given crap to Jeannie Buss, say you're sorry. Say you're sorry right now, because Jeannie Buss seemingly absolutely did everything right in this potential situation. Now, Kawhi Leonard is represented by his uncle as his agent and allegedly reached out to the Lakers about a potential deal and wanted some of these potential deals. These deals that have extra money endorsements on the side, allegedly. And allegedly, Jeannie Buss responded saying, basically, no, this is illegal. It circumvents the salary cap. Show me this deal in writing from other teams, and perhaps we can discuss. That never, of course, happened. Kawhi Leonard signs with the Clippers, and now we're dealing with this situation. D-Fish, this is a bit of an ugly spot right now for the Clippers to be in, and obviously Kawhi to be in. But this could be a bigger problem as far as the NBA goes, because if this is happening here, I have to assume it's got to be happening other places as well, D.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, I would say, with scenarios like this one. The Clippers, whatever level of truth in these, these stories and examples, like they're not the first team to try to find ways to do things.
Obviously.
I've
seen the movie Blue Chips. Yeah. I know how it goes.
So, I think that's the biggest challenge here is not just how do the Clippers kind of navigate this from their perspective around what they knew, what they didn't know, in particular with Aspiration. I think that one, I could see how that one almost wouldn't heavily negatively impact the Clippers if Aspiration was actually, I think one of their executives is going to jail for 14 years.
Mm-hmm.
So he may have kind of fooled everybody or defrauded everybody into thinking that, things were going to happen that didn't actually happen. But, a second and a third company, and then if people, whether anonymously or not, kind of speaking out around their understanding of it was to circumvent the salary cap, that's problematic. I don't know what rules exist. Most of the time, leagues have had to come up with rules that would punish teams from a competitive standpoint because, to the point we've made multiple times on this show, and you've made it as well, a financial penalty isn't going to hurt, as much as a competitive penalty when you're dealing with ownership groups that are worth
specifically Ballmer.
Billions and billions.
I mean, Ballmer's worth what, $84 billion? Like I don't know this for sure. I'll have to look it up, but I'm assuming based on the $84 billion, he has to be the richest owner in sports. Because we talk about the richest owner in baseball. That's Steve Cohen. He has $24 billion. But make a mistake. That makes him one of the richest men currently alive. But Ballmer is like around the $100 billion mark. There is no punishment you can levy onto a Steve Ballmer financially.
Correct. So it's going to be tough to, what the league will have planned around what the financial penalties will be. They'll still be pretty stiff. Because I think when you have one of these kind of like, not that this has never happened before, but when you have kind of like one of these first examples of it like publicly coming out in this way, leagues like typically make an example of that particular team or situation to try to discourage anybody else from even coming close to operating this way. But then, if you're Kawhi Leonard, like how much of this did you actually know and not know? There are things that obviously like your agents and people talk about that and you're not even in the room. So, what penalties may exist for him could be different, but then also the impact on the trade between the Clippers and the Toronto Raptors. Like if it's on hold now, but if you're the Toronto Raptors and Kawhi Leonard is going to be suffering significant penalties or time missed or heavily, missing games, like you have to rethink whether or not you go through with the trade. So then now Kawhi Leonard's coming back to the Clippers, and then Brandon Ingram is going back to the Raptors.
We got a problem.
Like how does that work?
I don't know. That's the thing. I truly, until the NBA makes their decision, I don't know. And I don't know what these punishments could possibly be. I have to assume significant suspensions are coming because you're not wrong. We don't know how much Kawhi, quote unquote, knew, but we do know that his uncle is his agent. And if his uncle was, say, working as his agent on his behalf, asking for these asks, and it's more or less on the record with the Lakers that these asks exist, that's not good. That's bad enough to where no question that the agent will, no question, be in a lot of trouble. But even if they tried their very best to argue that Kawhi didn't know, we're talking about a $28 million supposed deal with Aspiration and another deal with Daktronics that is completely undisclosed. He has to have known about the money, if nothing else, because he received some money.
Yeah, I mean, yes, he would. I would assume have known about the money, but not necessarily the terms.
Possibly.
And so, as the athlete, if you get a phone call, your agent tells you, "Hey, man, we just did a deal with Daktronics. You're gonna get paid X amount." You don't know what or was not promised, how the full agreement now.
I could see a universe where that can take place. No question. Like we just watched it happen with the whole Shohei Ohtani thing and Ipe Maserati. Like we saw that whole thing happen. So I'm not saying it's not impossible. I'm just having trouble getting there is all. That's all. That I'm having trouble giving Kawhi the benefit of the doubt. By the way, I have no reason to not give him that. As far as I know, Kawhi has been a borderline model citizen his whole career. That being said, the money is here. I mean, it's one thing if there was money coming out of his account that was being siphoned out and there's millions, but you're getting millions of dollars put into your account. I'm having trouble getting there, giving him the benefit of the doubt in this particular situation. That being said, I don't think he's the only culprit. I don't think he's the mastermind behind the whole thing.
Yeah, no.
But he's going to get suspended. He's going to get something.
I mean, it depends. Because, again, if you're making $60 million a year, like a few other payments of $1.5 million showing up here and there.
You might be right. That might be right. That's a lot of money and a lot of little money thrown in.
That's not going to necessarily raise your eyebrows to say, like, where is that coming from necessarily and why and who exactly is paying it? And like, you just know, hey, man, my uncle's the guy, my agent's the guy talking to the teams. He went in and made, laid out some terms. This is what it's going to take to get Kawhi to come to the Clippers. He asked the Lakers. Lakers said no. Okay, you asked the Clippers. Clippers said yes. Kawhi's not in those conversations. Like, so there's going to be a team aspect of it. There's going to be probably an agent representative aspect of it.
Probably forfeiture of draft capital because of it.
Right. And then there's going to be a player aspect of it. And it's possible that Kawhi Leonard sees the least amount of penalty of anybody because he wasn't in the room, possibly.
Yeah.
He might have the most plausible deniability. The other part is, again, like have anybody at the Clippers that may or may not have known, or if it was just at the ownership level, because that's where you also may not be able to punish the team necessarily if the team was not aware if this deal was operating only at the ownership level. Like Lawrence Frank is the president of basketball operations.
Mm-hmm.
He had nothing to do with these conversations. Then how can you penalize him or the team?
Probably because someone needs to get penalized. And if this was all Ballmer, just like all Ballmer himself, then I could see certain people not getting. But how else are you going to hurt Ballmer? You can't hurt him by hitting his pocketbook. The guy is worth more money than the league. So I have to assume it's going to be just levied heavily on the team and possibly Kawhi himself.
Most likely.
Yeah.
It's hard to it's hard to penalize somebody that's and
you can buy the earth.
Yeah, and lastly, like we said previously, this is not the first time this has happened.
Absolutely.
And so, other ownership groups also kind of have to know that too. Like if everybody jumps on board,
they got to kind of protect their guy a little bit because, like we said, if this turns out to be a bigger league-wide problem, this is happening in a lot of other spaces. This is going to get real ugly real quick. And again, salary cap leagues, they solve everything. Boy, those salary caps are perfect, aren't they? Guys, of course, basketball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Guys, coming up, Aaron Donald, one of the favorites to win an NFL award this year? For a guy that's not even in the NFL? We will discuss when we find out whether or not D-Fish and I are in or out. Right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw through the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's
Yeah.
really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a Comedy Store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr.
He's
Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to my
friends with
partner.
DMAC. I'm gonna hurt his back spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
That
pretty good.
comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
DMAC.
You keep. Should we do say what do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man.
Are you in or are you out? Brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
That's right. Let's bring in our hype man, Raj. What up, Raj?
Oh, yeah, that mic works much better when you talked in it. But hey, guys.
Maybe turn my goddamn mic on. I did it for you.
Well, you have a button, you're right, so you should turn it on. There you go. It was on, by the way.
It was not. I literally looked at it. It was off. and I
Aaron, tell
clicked it.
this man to stop lying.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Kyla McBride. Kayla. Okay, thank you. Kayla McBride. Here you go. Switches in WNBA record 10 3-pointers. Fish, how about you in or you out on WNBA no drama story?
Yeah, no, I'm in. We finally get to celebrate the basketball being played in the W. Yeah, no, Kayla McBride this is legit. That she didn't get lucky and make 10 threes in a row. She actually can shoot this well. And so, yeah, congratulations to her. Minnesota Lynx, #1 team in the league.
Dude, pretty sweet. 10, I mean, it's a, WNBA record, right? Tied
Yes.
the record. Badass stuff. Really good to see us talking about positive things around the W.
Yeah.
Finally.
No drama.
Finally, baby.
All right.
Positivity around the W.
Well, let's get to the drama then, shall we?
damn
All right. Indiana.
Damn it.
Governor calls for Fever head coach Stephanie White to be fired for defending Carrington's over hard foul on Sophie Cunningham. You in or out on firing the coach for defending the foul, Fish? The foul heard around the world.
Okay. I don't want to get into too much. I mean, one.
Oh, I will.
Political figures,
Everybody jumping in, Fish.
Yeah, it's tough to say somebody should be fired for disagreeing with what they do, because then you get into politics, and we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Stephanie White, who's the current head coach of the Indiana Fever, used to coach Dejanay Carrington in Connecticut, so she knows the character of the player personally. And so even if you disagree with the hard foul, which we talked about a lot on this show, doesn't mean you have to then go the extra mile and turn it into like somebody's a monster and somebody full of hate and rage. Like, it could just be that she fouled her hard, but she didn't mean to like literally hurt her or injure her, and that happens in sports. That was all she said. whoever, I don't know if it's a man or a woman, lieutenant governor in Indiana.
I think any
I'm out.
politician that is currently trying to legislate the W in general should be fired. I don't know what to tell you. I don't care what side of the aisle they're on. Stop trying. And why are they only legislating the W? Have you noticed that? I haven't seen anyone trying to call in for fouls in the NFL or fouls in the NBA for everyone to be fired and change the league because we have to protect one girl. This is embarrassing behavior. I don't understand why it's turned into the most chaotic, nonsensical political theater, and I want it to stop. I am so out on this. I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
Please, for the love of God, shut up. All politicians trying to legislate the W.
Yeah, usually I say all press is good press, but I'm not sure at this point with the W. That's just getting over the line. Hey, Jim Carrey, remember him? He's going to star in a live well, the reason why I say remember him because he's going to star in a live action The Jetsons movie, and this is his first non-Sonic project in over 10 years. That's why I say you remember him. So, you in or out on the live action Jetsons movie, Fish?
I mean, I'm trying to visualize what, like, aesthetically how that's going to look. I'm in on anything Jim Carrey, though.
Yeah.
So I'm trusting his instincts that this project can be a good one. So I'm in. I'd love to see him on the screen again.
Dude, I am so in. It's not just more Jim Carrey, but Jim Carrey as George Jetson. That is like truly identical, perfect casting. I think that's going to be great. And I don't know what Jim's going to plan to bring to it. Is he going to play it like straight or is he going to be Jim Carrey? I'm fired up to see it. I'm always a fan of more Jim Carrey. The man's retired like 19 times. I love that he's coming out of retirement again.
Yep.
Give it to me. More Jim Carrey. And, of course, Are You In or You Out? Brought to you by Yamava. Make sure you check out Yamava.com.
Correct. Hey, guys, you mentioned it during the tease, but Aaron Donald is the fourth favorite to win Comeback Player of the Year, even though he's not on the roster yet, Fish. You in or out on Aaron Donald being fourth favorite to win Comeback Player of the Year, even though he hasn't officially come back yet?
Yeah, I'm out on that.
You don't like the speculation? The Source Brother. It's the Source Brother Award.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, it just means that fans don't even know the rest of the guys' names that were possibly comeback player of the year.
That's actually a pretty good. That's a good
that's
point.
All that is.
It's a good point. However, I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I am actually very in on this for gambling purposes. Truly, like if he's got the four shortest odds, and this is before he even rejoins the team, it means when he rejoins the team officially, those odds are going to be first shortest, and it's going to be very, very short. Jump on it now while the getting is good. Granted, if he announces in 3 days that he's not coming back, I just lost $100, but that's not the point. The point is, this would be a good bet right now, because in a week it might be a very bad one.
All right, you guys want to try and take a stab at who is number one on Comeback Player of the Year, the favorite?
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, he played last year. No.
Well, I mean, technically everyone. Is it only injured guys that are coming back? Then it's no question Patrick Mahomes.
There you go. Number one, Jaden Daniels second, Kyler Murray third on the list.
Kyler, dude.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Kyler this year.
That's right. Hang on, I gotta go back to my list. Here we go. All right. You in or out on Lethal Shooter being the best coach for the jump shot, Fish?
You know what? I'm in on that. I mean, at least for me, I'm in.
Explain to them real quick what Lethal Shooter is.
So Lethal Shooter is that's basically like his moniker for he's a shooting coach. He played basketball for a long time, and he helps players focus on their shooting. Works with a ton of NBA players, some college and high
Speaking
school.
of comebacks, he was working with you all week, and I saw you made like 11 in a row. Are you still thinking about that NBA comeback?
Oh no.
Okay.
My body started hurting while I was shooting.
11 in a row, though, dude.
And I'm in.
In for the comeback?
No, not on the comeback part. Heck no. But just because coaching is about like you have to find what works for that player, not all players. And so he was saying some pretty disrespectful things while I was shooting, and
that got you going.
That got me going.
You can watch this video on the Fan on all socials at the Fan LA if you want to see.
Dude, be honest. What did he say to you? What was the disrespect? What was the one thing he said? You said, what was that?
No, you're a bum. You know, you can't shoot anymore. That was fake. That's not real. Yeah, just.
That's what I was thinking while watching.
Yeah, to show him. I thought it was AI. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah, he was killing it.
All right, be honest. How many takes did it take before you got that 11 in a row? Was this like the 19th take?
No, well, what happened was I was making like 5 in a row, then 7 in a row, then I missed one, then I make 8 in a row, then I like so out of 100 threes, I maybe missed 12.
Dude, you still got it.
But it was still like just the one time making 11 in a row was hard.
You heard it here. D Fish is coming back, baby. It's right here.
All right.
He's not coming back.
Hey guys, speaking of not coming back, but sticking to hoops, Kevin Love is interested in joining the 76ers to team up with this guy LeBron. You in or out on a reunion of sorts in Philadelphia, Fish?
I mean, I'm in from the perspective of I think former teammates of LeBron's that are veteran guys that know him well, that also don't have any expectations in terms of playing time or a role, just like really good for the locker room. I think Kevin Love could be a good person for Joel Embiid to like connect to and understand how to be LeBron's teammate over the course of a season. I'm in. I don't think this would significantly hurt the 76ers at all. If anything, this would be a net positive for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Listen, I've always been a Kevin Love fan. He was at UCLA when I was at UCLA. He came to a bunch of my parties, and obviously the career that he has had post UCLA speaks very much for itself. And like you said, having that veteran presence in a locker room like that, not a bad thing to add, especially because it's not like it's going to cost them anything all that much, too.
All right, well, here's another presence that they may have. Ben Simmons is set to Australia's national team. They're going to the minicamp. And he also is interested in coming back and playing for the 76ers. You in or you out, Fish, on Ben Simmons coming back to the Sixers?
I mean, not to the Sixers. If he's trying to come back to the NBA, I'm good with that. And I think the platform playing for the Australian national team is a good one, actually, because if you can play well on that platform, it will give some NBA teams a thought that you're capable of playing in the NBA again. The Sixers wouldn't be the fit, though. I don't think he needs to go back to Philly.
He does not need to go back to
not
Philly.
Even close.
Go anywhere.
Yeah, go the opposite of that. Go somewhere on the West Coast. But
I'm gonna say I'm gonna wait and see on whether or not I'm in on it. As of now, I'm out on it. Yeah. If he really shows up like he's at that Australian thing, really shows that he still got it and wants to get back in there, great. But honestly, right now, I'm out. Dude, keep fishing. You're living a good life right now. You don't need this smoke anymore. Like you were tortured by every NBA fan for what felt like a decade, but really it was only 2.5 years. Dude, just keep fishing. Enjoy your money. No need. Just no need. That being said, do what you want, but I don't want to see it at all. I really don't. Guys, so much to discuss and only 2 more hours to do it. Coming up, let's be real clear. Are we worried about Mookie Betts yet? Because I think we should be worried about Mookie Betts. Let's discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Hey.
Have you already been?
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers.
Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? We hear about you and Trent matching up, and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball, and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. I felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball, and then also have I'm like, think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field, and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the head.
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, join us in the chat right now at YouTube, at The Fan LA. Join the conversation and let us know what you think of all of these topics. Right now we're going to talk about the Dodgers. But first, it's time for you guys to pick up your phones and give us a call. 855-975-2326. That's 855-975-2326. We are giving away a pair of Sparks tickets. Sparks versus the Atlanta Dream at Crypto.com Arena on August 20th. It is Dodger night on August 20th for the Sparks game. And, of course, you will be receiving a free Sparks Dodger co-branded baseball jersey for the first 12,500 fans in attendance. Tickets are on sale right now at lasparks.com. But of course, we are giving it away to caller number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a call right now, 855-975-2326. Caller number 5 right now. Give us a call, and you can get your hands on some Sparks and Atlanta Dream tickets on August 20th at Crypto.com Arena. Dodger night. Get your hands on a free Dodger Sparks co-branded jersey. Let us know, and we look forward to you guys checking out that game. D-Fish, the Dodgers. Boy, oh boy, the Dodgers. The Dodgers find themselves in a tough spot, to say the least. They do not look like themselves. Since going over to the White House, they've dropped 10 games, and quite frankly, they've gone 4-10 since that day's absolutely happened, and they're not looking good on the mound. They have not been looking good at the plate, and in the second half, I mean, I've gone over the offensive stats in the second half. They are glaring, to say the least. I mean, we're talking massive splits from batting averages, massive splits from runs scored, and of course the batting average with runners in scoring position, in my opinion, one of the most glaring numbers, going from 269 to 192 in the second half thus far. Granted, small sample size in the second half, but this was a team that made arguably the biggest splash when it comes to the trade deadline, getting their hand on Tarek Skubal. Since then, this team, after getting Tarek Skubal, has been 1-6. Now, again, first half runs per game, 5.45. Second half runs per game, 3.60. Batting average has gone down from 254 to 218. On base percentage, 335 to 292. Their slugging percentage, 438 to 365. OPS 773 down to 657. That is a 150-point drop-off, D-Fish. That is nothing to really write home about. Strikeout rate has gone up 5%. And again, runners in scoring position, batting average 268 to 194. This team has not looked like themselves. Obviously, Freddie Freeman, his power numbers have dissipated. His average has dropped down to still a very solid 300. Like, make no mistake, Freddie Freeman's having a good year, but his power has gone way down. In fact, the only player whose power numbers have gone up in the second half, amazingly, is Kyle Tucker. He is averaging a home run at 1 every 14 at-bats compared to the first half where he was averaging 1 nearly every 46.5 at-bats. So the question of the day is, how does this team get right? Who do we look at to spearhead it? And of course, I think it's the usual names, but there is one name that I really think needs to wake up. He has been a spark plug for this offense since he's joined the team. In fact, I pinpoint the arrival of Mookie Betts to this team as the thing that really turned the fortunes of the organization around. Before 2020, the narrative around the Los Angeles Dodgers was they couldn't get it done. They couldn't win the big games. They kept choking at the end of playoffs. They couldn't get past the Cardinals. They couldn't get past the Phillies. When they got to the World Series, they couldn't get past the Astros. They couldn't get past the Red Sox. Mookie Betts joins this team. They win a World Series. Shohei Ohtani joins this team. They win 2 World Series. Mookie Betts is one of the best spark plugs in Major League Baseball, but he has not been himself all season long. He's hitting .229 this year. His power numbers are down. He's only got 13 home runs, 36 RBIs, only 1 stolen base. And he also, I think he would also admit this as well, not playing his best defense either, even though he's been playing multiple spots. But here's Mookie Betts on his struggles and the team's struggles during the second half.
It's a long season. Just a rut. It's okay. I think everything's okay. I just know I need to be better. I can't speak for everyone else, but I'm going to have to help the team at some point. It's been too long, frustrating, but, as far as the boys, I mean, I think everybody's in a pretty good headspace, and it's just time that we go through. You never know what happens tomorrow.
Listen, I'm listening to him talk right there. I just hear a lot of pain in that voice, and it's very understandable, that amount of pain. You know, he has expectations of himself. The team has expectations of him. The fans have expectations of him. And I think he freely admits right there he's holding himself accountable, and he needs to do better. But, man, when you got all of that on your shoulders as time keeps going forward and things don't seem to be going right, you can hear it in his voice. It's clearly weighing on him, D-Fish.
I mean, yeah, I think he was just, being measured in, how he responded to the questions or the conversation at that time. It sounded a little more like someone that, literally isn't panicking, but, wants to be better. And, I didn't necessarily pick up on this is more hurtful than it's ever been energy. I think just a recognition of, he wants to be better. He wants to help the team. The team is if the team had won 8 games in a row, he wouldn't sound the way he sounded.
No, he would not. But I think it's compiling with everything. The team's not playing well. He's not playing well. Even Dave Roberts last week was talking about how Mookie was kind of getting down on himself and guys were picking him up, which is, I got to say, a very weird thing to hear about Mookie Betts. Like one of those guys that seemingly at all times carries himself like Captain America,
Yeah. But human, and I mean, even you look back at his numbers, it's not about the home runs, and the power per se. It's just more so. I think Mookie's just been timely with so much of his contributions on the offensive end, and really more about some of the phenomenal plays that he makes on the defensive end. And so if that part of his game is maybe where he feels more frustrated than even not hitting the ball a ton. The difference between 258 last year in the World Series title and 229 is not that far off.
No, not at all.
So, it's not a concern over like him getting a few more hits before the season is over. I think it's more that confidence and that swagger on the defensive side of it. That's what to me makes him elite and takes his team to another level. So that's the part I think to continue to keep an eye on. Because adding Skubal and improving, the defense, the pitching, like the plays that are going to have to be made by, the infield and the outfield are going to be even more important, because most likely teams aren't going to find Skubal as often or find Yamamoto or if Ohtani comes back. So the times that they do get some contact on the ball, those plays are going to have to be made in order to get outs and get teams off the field. So I'd say the pressure on Mookie is more defensively than offensively, because if Freddie Freeman and Max Muncy and other guys are swinging the bat well, Shohei's leading off, Pages continues to play at an all-star level, the other guys that have been contributing well, Will Smith returns or Dalton Rushing offensively, et cetera. Like, I don't know. I just feel like the Dodgers offensively will pick it up. Can they really get the stops?
I agree.
They've lost some one-run games recently that have more to do with the bats than I would say the defense, but they have to maintain elite level defense in order to figure this out.
I agree, but man, if Mookie Betts goes, this entire offense will go. Like, that's just how he is. He's that type of spark plug. He's got that type of athleticism. But another thing that worries me is seeing the one stolen base. Now, the Dodgers' stolen bases are way down across the board. Could be that they have metrics saying stolen bases aren't really part of our game. That being said, we shall see. But let's get over to the callers, because we just gave away a pair of Sparks tickets. William in West Covina, you are our winner. Congratulations, my man. You're on with D-Fish and Decker. And who you taking to the game, my man?
I'm taking my wife. Man, I'm so happy. I feel like Jason Tatum after he won a championship, because I've been calling all last week to try to get the Wild River ticket.
Well, welcome, man.
I finally got the tickets for the Sparks. I'm going to take my wife, and we're going to have a great time. Thank you guys so much for always making my morning, because I tune into you guys, and after I tune in from 6 to 10, I tune into you guys. From 10 to 2, I tune in Brock and Alex. And
man.
This is amazing. Thank you guys so much.
Dude, William, congratulations on winning it, and thank you so much for calling in. And, dude, make sure you get there, being one of the first 1,200 people, so you can get that Dodger jersey that they're doing for Dodger Night. Congratulations, and, of course, hopefully more tickets throughout the week. Hey, Raj, we got a poll going on right now over there on YouTube. Tell the people what we're talking.
Yeah, that's right. And oh, my mic is on. Yeah, that's right. We asked the people what's going on. Now, I've been asking this for a couple of weeks now. And the question is, hey, are you worried about the Dodgers, losing another series? Mostly people have not been worried about it. But this time, 67% of the people say, yes, this is a real problem. Now, we've talked about Mookie and the stats. We talk about Freddie Freeman, too, and although the batting average and on-base percentage is up, Fish, I've been worried about the lack of power. The last 30 days, down. He has not hit a home run. It's been a minute since he's hit a home run, and despite being on base at a 70, I think it's 370% clip, which is really good, he's only got 6 runs scored. That means no one behind him is not only hitting, not getting extra bases. You talked about the lack of speed. This station-to-station poor hitting Dodgers team is an issue, man, and it ain't going away.
It's a problem. No, it's a problem, but you know what? Here's why it's really, to me, the Fish, a problem. It's not necessarily just that the Dodgers. It's that everybody else is after the Dodgers. And the other teams that are after the Dodgers got better last week as well. We mentioned the teams that I think are a legitimate threat to them. The Chicago Cubs are a legitimate threat, not just to the Dodgers, but to everybody in baseball as a whole. That was a very, very good move. The San Diego Padres right now, they're only one game out of a wild card spot, while Philly is still kind of floundering despite the good move they made with Luis Arraez. The Padres might get into the playoffs, and if they do with their new pitching staff, that could be a problem. And again, the Dodgers' lack of production to this point. How about this? I'm looking on the bright side of the situation. It is August 10th. If there is a time for the Dodgers to play bad baseball, it is August 10th. This is a good time to do it, considering the fact that you have such an exponential lead in the National League West, and they are currently holding the third best record in the National League. I still firmly believe they'll get themselves right and possibly even have the best record in the National League. But right now, the Brewers, they want to beat the Dodgers. They didn't show it in the trade deadline. I'm very disappointed in their trade deadline, but we know they want to beat the Dodgers more than just about anything. The Cubs, their actions proved without a shadow of a doubt they want to beat the Dodgers. And based on that last series, they now know they can beat the Dodgers.
I mean, yeah, people have been chasing the Dodgers for 6 years now. I mean, and a few people got to them in a couple of years in the postseason. So that's part of being the champ and being on top, is that people are chasing, trying to knock you off that pedestal. But it's just, if you're Freddie Freeman, for example, like. You know how hard it is to get excited for a regular season game in August right now?
Very hard. Having done it, I can tell you it's hard.
No matter what tricks and things you're doing, he loves baseball. This is all he's ever dreamt about doing. But to find the physical and mental energy, the focus that it takes to play your best year after year after year after year, it's just not easy. And you go through certain stretches. Now, again, it's weird how sometimes teams go through these stretches where everybody all at the same time is not playing at their best.
It's kind of contagious, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It just is contagious. If you're in the bottom end of that order, you see Shohei Ohtani's not hitting. And by the way, Shohei Ohtani's strikeout numbers, they've also gone up a little bit. He is not swinging the bat at his capability. Now, it's a little rut, but it's almost like he's going down and so is everyone else. Freddie Freeman, he just mentioned, still averages up. But Freddie Freeman, it's even in the chat, because here's actually a very good point in the chat. This team is grounding into a lot of double plays. Yeah, Freddie Freeman is one of those guys grounding into a lot of double plays.
And when you are struggling, whether individually or collectively, you start trying harder and you start pressing because you're competitive. Mm-hmm. And you have high standards and you want to do better. You want to help the team. And so that increase in those ground ball double plays are, probably coming from some of that energy, where everybody's trying to be the guy to help get the team going and not necessarily swinging uncharacteristically at wild pitches, but just not, shooting in basketball, any tension in the shoulder or the neck or any extra anxiety you're carrying mentally, it can throw you off at the slightest. And so I would imagine in hitting, when you're a little frustrated, there's a little more tension there. When you're really trying to make something happen, you're not swinging the bat as fluidly.
Can't stress that enough. There are guys that are Mookie Betts has been going up there, he's trying to hit a five-run home run every at bat. And I'm not saying he's swinging out of his ass. He looks like he's bringing the weight of his previous 200 at bats along with him. And we've seen similar things from Kyle Tucker, where he's coming up there, not necessarily defeated, but it just looks like, man, he's carrying 2 weeks worth of at bats to this plate. That mental aspect of this game, dude, is, especially in 162, can be a hell of a grind, especially when you got talking heads like me sitting over here saying, you're playing bad, you suck, and all that. That's they hear that. We hear that. We see that. And when they go to the field and we have talking heads like us, turning fans against a guy going yeah, he is making $60 million. I'm not making that. He needs to play.
When you're on a team that has such high expectations like this one does, it also weighs heavier when you're not performing well. Mm-hmm. These guys want to win at a really high level. You don't win back-to-back World Series titles without having that type of mindset. And you carry the whole thing on your shoulders. It's how you win. You feel, Mookie Betts feels like he's responsible for what's happening out there. He feels like the reason why they're losing is he isn't playing well. And then Freddie Freeman, he feels the same thing. And then Will Smith, who hadn't even played in 2 months.
He's going to feel that same thing. Oh, man, when he comes back in September, allegedly, if he does come back, which we do expect him back, like imagine he's gonna struggle out the gate. No question about it.
And that's that's part of you want your players to have that type of mindset. And so they just have to keep working through this and keep navigating it. But it's why, I mean, in baseball, there's a celebration after the division and advancing each round. But it's why you see the reactions that you do at the end of a sports season. Mm-hmm. Like, it is so hard to win in advance and be the last team standing, win the last game you played that season. And so, the Dodgers are in a fight for it now. Not just the best records in baseball, but trying to get themselves out of that wild card scenario that can be dicey when it's a 3-game series. Anything can happen.
Oh, dude, that 3-game series is going to be very fantastic, which is why I don't think the Dodgers need to be putting themselves in that position the way they were last year. Here's the thing. I heard people, and of course, we want to hear from you guys. Are you worried about the Los Angeles Dodgers right now? 855-975-2326. There are good teams in the National League, and they all want to beat the Dodgers. Are you worried about how they're playing? We want to hear from you right here on D. Fish and Decker, and of course, our phone number, 855-975-2326. D. Fish, I'm looking at this division, this league, the National League, and this is not a foregone conclusion that the Dodgers are winning this. I don't know what else to say. The Dodgers find themselves in a position that, in my opinion, they cannot go into the wild card round. Period. They need one of these buys quite badly. The Dodgers got away with last year's bye, not having last year's bye. Not that they weren't more than capable. Clearly they were. But they opened up against the Cincinnati Reds. Like, the Cincinnati Reds are not making the playoffs this go-around. If they're in the wild card round, they're facing either the Cubs, who we know is one hell of a ball club. They're facing the Diamondbacks, who the Diamondbacks so far this year have the Dodgers number, and they got to go against either the Phillies or the Padres. These are not good teams to go up against in a 3-game series based on their starting pitching as well. So, yeah, I think it's extremely important for the Dodgers to win the bye this year.
Yeah, but then in the divisional series, who are you going to play?
It could be
those same teams.
Yes, but you're not playing them in a 3-game series.
No,
anymore.
I understand that. I'm just saying you're still going to have to get it done. There's just no other way to think about it. Like 3-game series, 5-game series, 7-game series. If you open with 2 games on your home field, that's on you.
That is.
If you don't figure out a way to get those games, at least one of them, right? That's on you. And even in a 3-game series, if you're not able to be World Series champions, just like they did last year, you're going to have to go on the road and win the biggest game of your life. Mm-hmm. They did it twice in Toronto.
Yes, they did.
Now, I'm not saying that's you want to put yourself in that position again, but you're not, regardless, 1 seed, 3 seed, 5 seed, you're not going to be able to avoid or get around being in some of the riskiest and most challenging situations in order to be champions this year. It's going to look just like last year's championship run looked very different than the one in 2024. This year's run is going to look very different than the one in 2025. And you may have to go against the Phillies, then the Braves, then the Brewers before you get to the World Series.
Huge. Listen, the National League right now is going to be a gauntlet. Yeah. Like, the National League getting through is an absolute. I just only mentioned the wild card teams. Like, any of these wild card teams is absolutely a threat to anybody. And I'm talking about the Cubs, clearly, the Diamondbacks, clearly, the Phillies. They can go. They're wishy-washy. They could be a juggernaut team, or they just forget how to play baseball altogether. So I'm not as worried about them unless we catch them on a heater. Padres, they worry me too. But then you get to the Braves and Milwaukee Brewers. The National League is going to be one hell of a road to get to the World Series. I honestly think the World Series matchup will be the easiest series of anybody's matchup in the National League when they get to the World Series.
I want to agree with that, but I thought that in the
We
NBA.
Said the same thing in the NBA.
And that didn't happen. Yes, the National League got tougher, actually, post-trade deadline. So no matter what, it won't be easy for the Dodgers to get back to the World Series.
No question, and we will be discussing this. We want to hear from you guys, 855-975-2326. Are you worried about the Los Angeles Dodgers right now, or are you feeling like Mookie Betts feels? It's August 10th. They will get it right. We will discuss as time goes forward, but coming up, Shaquille O'Neal had some very, very blunt advice for Caitlin Clark. Plus, 3 the hard way, right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9
But
seasons to get there. Unreal.
correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his
You're
catcher,
right.
get it together. And then
Right.
the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It's not like he's trash.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi's the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh yeah, great spot over there.
Pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline. Just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Magic is literally my greatest of all time. And he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talked to Magic about that? I'm like, dude,
No.
you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not.
You got 4.
You know, I'm not
been there,
chasing
you've
the
done it.
idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew.
Back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, we got Aaron, we got Crash, we got Raj, making us look and sound phenomenal, both on the airways here on 97.1, but of course on YouTube as well. Get in the chat at The Fan LA and let us know what you guys think. We're talking a lot about the Dodgers today, but right now we're going to switch it over to the W because we did it. Raj talked about it during You In or You Out. Good positive news around the W, followed by more ridiculous drama around the W, because seemingly that seems to be the case with the W. And one of the names that has been surrounded with all of that drama, you know, whether it's fouls on the court, whether it's, you know, politicians trying to legislate her safety, whatever it is, surrounds Caitlin Clark, unfortunately. And, you know, to her credit or to her non-credit, depending on how you look at it, she doesn't really want to engage in all that political discourse. She just wants to play basketball. She had a quote about it this last week of course, creating more political discourse for some reason, even though she wants nothing to do with it. But Shaquille O'Neal had some advice for when it came to Caitlin Clark, and specifically about her to toughen up and taking those licks that are coming her way. All the greats have to go through what we call rites of passage. She's a fabulous player, but we're not giving you anything ever. You have to earn it. So for her, she needs to toughen up, take those licks, and show them that. These licks don't bother me. What do you think about Shaq's thought on Caitlin Clark toughening up and basically taking her medicine, or as he puts it, taking those licks, and that showing that these licks don't bother her?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a question, I guess, of her toughness. Really, I agree with what he's saying. I don't think she's necessarily shown a lack of toughness. I think it's more the reactions, you know, that maybe he's referring to, like, kind of like we've talked about before. Like, you don't show the opponent that they're getting to you in any way. Yeah. Really, like, you just, you know, there's almost a character that you get into during the competition that isn't maybe necessarily you all the time, but it's where you need to go in order to get accomplished the goals. It's Bruce Wayne versus Batman. It's like once you put that uniform on, you are now Batman. You know, in this case, Wonder Woman, however you want to say it. Like, it's you approach it differently. And so I think that's the point of what, you know, Shaq is saying, and he's right about the rites of passage thing as well. Like, I feel like a lot of Caitlin Clark fans aren't necessarily fans of the W historically. So they didn't see what Candace Parker and Nneka Ogwumike experienced. You know, they didn't see what Maya Moore and Simone Augustus in Minnesota experienced.
I still feel like not enough people are seeing what Asia Wilson has experienced.
Yeah, they didn't see, you know, Cynthia Cooper and Cheryl Swoops, and they won 4 titles early in WNBA history. Like, they didn't see how hard it was for, you know, players in the W to help get the W to where it is now. And yes, Caitlin Clark's arrival, like, exponentially fueled more growth. But she's not going through anything harder necessarily. It's more so there's more eyes on it because of the growth of the league. So more people are seeing her get knocked around, seeing her get fouled hard. But Candace Parker got her head knocked off too.
Yep.
Cheryl Swoops got fouled hard
many times.
Cynthia Cooper, so it's not so much of a.
It's a physical league.
Yeah, it really is, and so. Yeah, I understand where Shaq is coming from, and this is how you – I mean, again, we talked about – I mean, there was a whole book written about the Michael Jordan rules. Like, did we forget that Michael Jordan also was targeted in some ways? Because nobody wanted to hand him the keys to the league. He took them. And it is kind of that rite of passage, I think, that Shaq is referring to. Not meaning go out and hurt players, not meaning flagrant fouls and all of these, you know, crazy things, but – in terms of just going out there and taking, there's going to be some extra bumps and bruises that come with, I mean, this is Game of Thrones. You're not getting to the top without some carnage. That's just what it is. And so, yeah, and to her credit, I don't think she necessarily disagrees. Like, she doesn't get into the back and forth over, you know, whether or not there needs to be a whole investigation into how hard she's getting fouled.
Yeah.
That's not her.
I get it, man. No, it's very, I'm not going to lie to you. It's annoying. It's annoying, and the things that are surrounding her, the things that annoy me about her is not her toughness. It's just the complaining to referees. And it's my same complaint, by the way, about Luka for that matter. But we will get into this as time goes forward. But let's bring in Raj because it's time to play 3 the hard way.
That's right, fellas. And you know, the NFL is getting closer, and of course we are in camps as it is, but you can already bet on things like the MVP and whatnot. Oh, yeah. So MVP odds are out, and there are some top names on there, but you guys, of course, got to come up with 3 the hard way. All right, so here are the MVP favorites. Josh Allen, yes. Lamar Jackson,
yes.
Joe Burrow,
yes.
Patrick Mahomes, and Drake May. New name up there. Drake May up there. So, Fish, who's first on your list and staying on your list for the MVP?
Número 1.
So we got to leave 2 guys off this list.
Yup. 3 the hard way.
That's
good math, Fish. Carried
one. First on my list, man. Oof, that's tough. I would say... Josh Allen to me is always in the running.
Okay.
Like, I don't think you can even
former MVP.
Whether I agree or not. To be honest, like
that's number 1.
I'll pick Josh Allen for now.
Okay, he's safe. Josh Allen's safe. All right, who's safe on your list?
You know, I'll go ahead and do the same. He's not my first pick and not my first pick for this thing. But you pick Josh Allen. I agree. Josh Allen will be and is on this list.
All right, so Fish, who's safe as your?
Número 2.
Who is it?
They got to win enough games.
It's getting a little tricky.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm going to go with Lamar Jackson.
Okay. 2-time winner.
2-time winner last 4 years.
Yeah, I think he's going to have one of those years where it's just the main thing is going to be the main thing. He's got a lot to prove.
Yeah. They're new coach.
Yep. I'm going to go Lamar Jackson.
I'm with you. Lamar, absolutely safe on this list. I think he's going for his 3rd MVP. I'm looking forward to see what he does with Minter as his head coach. I think this is going to be a very good year for the Baltimore Ravens. I'm very excited for this team and Lamar himself.
All right, so Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are safe.
And
Fish,
now,
just tell me now who's not safe. Who are your 2 that are not safe? We're looking for MVPs this season. Who's not safe out of Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, or Drake May?
I mean, it's hard to bet against Patrick.
That's why it's 3 the hard way.
Drake May is like cool. He was in the running last year, but I feel like people see him coming now. I'm not.
He ain't gonna have that easy ass schedule either.
No, he ain't.
I'm still putting Patrick Mahomes on my list.
So that means that Joe Burrow and Drake May are off your list, okay? All right, who are you two that are not
All right.
safe?
I am definitely with you on the Drake May of it all. I think this is going to be a regression year, not only for him, but for the Patriots themselves. Too many distractions that have nothing to do with football, and no matter how hard they try to pretend it's not there, it is there, and that ain't Tom Brady as your quarterback to distract from other executives' decision-makings during the offseason. So I'm sorry. I think Drake May is not even going to sniff this list this year.
Even with that weapon, A.J. Brown?
Even with that weapon and A.J. Brown. I just don't see it happening. Now, I might take it all back in a few months, but as of right now, I expect regression. And also, usually when a team loses the Super Bowl, they have a down year the following year.
All right, we got Burrow and Patrick Mahomes then. Which one?
Sorry, Burrow. I've never understood why he's been put on these lists
Joe
over and
Cool.
over. Hey,
He's got
Joe
two-
Cool.
he's got two great weapons.
He's injured all the time.
So you're picking the guy that's just came off of a damn injury?
Yes, well, technically, they're both coming off of a damn injury. Joe Burrow's always injured.
Joe Burrow was not injured last year.
He's always injured, year in, year out. Yes, he survived one season. Congratulations to him on that. But Patrick Mahomes, yes, his first injury, I need to see Patrick Mahomes not be Patrick Mahomes on the field before I'm willing to put money or my thought process that he's no longer Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
That's Patty Mahomes, dude. He sets the bar. He is the bar that everyone else needs to climb over.
Well, there it is. 3 the hard way. That's what you got. So Fish has Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and did you pick Mahomes as well? Or
Yeah, same list.
Wow.
But by the way, I agree with you that he has those weapons, absolutely. But are those weapons all that good when he's constantly running for his life?
Their offensive line is better. It's their defense that's the problem.
We'll see.
But good stuff. All right, what's coming up next? I'm not tired of football. I want more.
Well, that's why we're going to talk more football. That's right. Last week we did an AFC West and AFC East preview along with the NFC East and West. Today we're looking at the North, baby. NFC North, one of the most intriguing and powerful divisions in the NFL. We will break it down and tell you what we think going into this NFL season. Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Philly couldn't do anything, right?
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had my journey where I moved around. I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush four? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment. But, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know.
It's funny because I try to do that, like in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is a it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gives your DC, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think there's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But
the voice of LA Sports, of course, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And we are going to preview some NFL action because we're going to break down the NFC North, ladies and gentlemen, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Fish, listen, this is a juggernaut division kind of year in, year out. A little bit of a down year last season, but for a couple of teams, specifically the Minnesota Vikings, they had a J.J. McCarthy problem. Of course, 14 wins the previous year, but then that quarterback leaves town, heads over there to Seattle to win another 14 games, and Sam Darnold with the Seahawks, and of course, the Super Bowl title on top of that. We saw a resurgence of the Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams doing everything that we saw him do here in LA, coming to his own over there, and the Detroit Lions still doing Detroit Lions things. And yes, the Packers still in the middle of this group. You can make an argument for pretty much every single team, but if we were to look at the gambling odds right now, that's right, the gambling odds are very, very specific. They currently have the Minnesota Vikings finishing last in this division. They have the odds of plus 510 to win this division. Now, granted, some questions around that team as far as the quarterbacking goes. Right now, Kyler Murray fighting for a spot over J.J. McCarthy. I'm inclined to believe that he's going to get that, but we look over to the next shortest odds. You got the Chicago Bears in third with plus 305. The Green Bay Packers in second with plus 225. And then in first, you have the shortest odds in the division, the Detroit Lions. A lot of people still believing in Detroit de Leon, and I don't blame them. This has been a team that is kind of just barely missed out on some Super Bowls these last couple of years, and I do think their window is kind of coming to an end. But D-Fish, let's go team by team. Let's go with that team with the shortest odds right now, the high-octane offense that is the Detroit Lions. They got themselves a quarterback in Jared Goff. Obviously, they got the Jahmyr Gibbs of it all, who got his ass paid, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. This is a team offensively that I think can go toe-to-toe with anybody, with the exception of one issue. That whole coaching tree has left and gone to other places and has had a lot of success in other places. So the new coaching staff that they've brought in, still doing a damn good job, but it is always worrying when you have an offensive coordinator, a defensive coordinator leaving your franchise for greener pastures for them to take over other franchises, D-Fish.
Yeah, I think that's the toughest part. It puts more emphasis on and more pressure, to be honest, on Dan Campbell. His leadership style, his personality, the way he leads. That's I think people are also, giving them some extra points because of him. I mean, he's not even playing, but I think whether you're a Lions fan or not, he provides an identity. The Lions are gonna be, hard hat, tough, grinding. They're not gonna shy away from the moment. They're gonna take risks. Like he's celebrated, making the hard decisions. Going for it on fourth down when maybe some other coaches. It was already a trend across the league, but very few people were just coming out and just saying it and just owning it the way Dan Campbell does.
So what was his thing? We're gonna go out there and bite kneecaps. We're that guy. Yeah. Like he's a nut job, but in a good way.
Yeah. So I just think the loss of some of those other positional coaches could hurt the Lions, but they do have an experienced team, especially on the offensive end. And I think in this division, I don't know if the Packers or the Bears would necessarily register as above them in my eye. Maybe just as competitive, but I would still pick the Lions at this point as well. You have some guys that on the offensive end that have, essentially gone to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And so that's where I would, that's where I would put my money as well.
Well, let's look at that team with the second shortest odds. We got the Green Bay Packers. And I'll freely admit this, D-Fish. Not a believer in this team. I'm not. It's not, and it's nothing personal. Like, obviously, you got Micah Parsons coming back. If he is Micah Parsons, that's a problem for everybody on defense, no question.
He's not coming back till end of October.
Exactly. He's not there at the beginning of the year. And at the end of the day, your quarterback is Jordan Love. I don't really have anything else to say. Your quarterback is Jordan Love. You paid Jordan Love that money. I don't get it. I've never gotten it. He's a decent middle of the pack quarterback, but you paid him. You did reset the entire quarterback market with this guy, and I don't even think he's the best in the division, or I'll go a step further. I don't even think he's in the top 3 best in this division. I'm worried about the Packers. I could see them being a team that's hovering around 500 on the outside looking in. Not in any way a bad team, but with the other teams in this division, I'm sorry. I'm not a big believer in the Green Bay Packers going into the 2026 season.
Yeah, I think sometimes that like some of these teams, due to the scheduling aspects of how things work in the NFL, like, you can carve out an 11, 12 win season even if you aren't necessarily like the best team.
Mm-hmm.
And I you look at the Packers schedule, like there's some gaps here and there where like they could win, 4 out of 5 games and you just don't realize that they're at the top of the standings. Not because they're playing like over the top amazing football, but it's like if they start the season with the Vikings, the Jets, the Falcons, and the Buccaneers, why couldn't they win all 4 of those games? Mm-hmm. And so that's where I think the Packers could sneak up on everybody.
Which would be very good for them considering they won't have Micah that early in the season. If they can like hold down the fort until Micah gets back, that's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, so I mean, I would agree. I would tend to agree. The Packers don't.
They don't scare me.
Yeah.
They don't scare me at all. What's funny is every other team in this division does scare me.
Yeah, when they're rolling good, the other teams have a higher upside, I would say, and more potential to have a breakout type of season. Like if Minnesota figures out their quarterback situation, you got one of the best wide receivers in the game. Kevin O'Connell's a great coach. They could figure some things out. But the Packers specifically, until Micah Parsons is on the field, it's hard to get a full read on them. Mm-hmm. I would maybe have the Bears slightly over the Packers now because with no Micah Parsons, like they're just not going to be able to perform to their potential until he's back.
Well, I'm glad you said that because the next team we're going to mention is the Bears. Currently at plus 305 to win the division. They are a dark horse pick, but not, I don't think, a crazy dark horse pick. We saw what they're capable last year. We saw their fourth quarter runs. We saw the magical runs by Caleb Williams, not to mention how quickly that city got behind this team. When a Chicago team is doing well, I don't think they have any team in the world has more fan support than a Chicago team. Right now, that place is a Cubs and White Sox town. The moment the Bears start winning, though, it becomes a Bears town like that. And if this crowd and this team gets on a roll, dude, watch out from everybody in the league because they got a good coaching staff and they got really a quarterback of the future.
Yeah, they do. And Caleb Williams, this is a year where people start to kind of less excuse the decision-making from the quarterback position.
Yeah.
He's a big-time personality, big-time talent. He's got a strong arm. He can make all the throws, but this will be the year that people will start to expect less risk-taking with the football and just keeping the game simple and making the quick reads and the quick decisions, getting the ball out of his hands and giving other playmakers a chance to move with the football. If he does that, yeah, I think the Bears can definitely be scary. Now, they did lose, I think DJ Moore was one of their best receivers over the last few years. So losing him as a target, I think, could catch up to Caleb Williams and the Bears at some point, but I like their chances a little bit more than the Packers right now.
I would agree with that, but let's look at the team that's currently got the longest odds in the division, and I will tell you this. I'm taking a stab on this team. I honestly think people need to watch out for the Minnesota Vikings. Down year last year. Unquestionably a down year. But Justin Jefferson is not going to sit pat and allow this to happen again. And now they have a quarterback competition. It ain't a foregone conclusion that J.J. McCarthy is your quarterback. In fact, I think Kyler Murray is unquestionably going to be the starter.
He's playing with the
team.
ones right now. It
As
is Kyler.
He should be.
It is Kyler. You're not going to sit and watch Justin Jefferson have a freaking horrible season again.
Thank God, because I will tell you, we've seen what Kyler can do. And when Kyler is in a competent team, which he has yet to be on so far because he's played on the most dysfunctional team in the NFL in the Arizona Cardinals, putting him over there with this coaching staff, with this cast of characters around it. Keep in mind, look what happened with Sam Darnold. He gets over there, resurgence of his career. Daniel Jones gets over there, resurgence of his career. Kirk Cousins, a resurgence of his career. Now you got a guy with the skill set of Kyler Murray, who in my opinion has a better skill set than every quarterback I just mentioned, and you put him in this offense with O'Connell, who, by the way, O'Connell is on the hot seat right now, so he needs to win this year. Dude, at plus 510, I like the Minnesota Vikings, not just doing well in this division, but possibly even winning it. I don't think this is a foregone conclusion that the Detroit Lions are going to run away with this. I think this is going to be very close for all four of the teams in the NFC North.
No, I agree. It's an interesting division. It's been more competitive than, we necessarily even remember because, other than the Lions kind of, having the success they've had, like the Vikings from 2 years ago, what the Bears accomplished, again, even the Packers, they just always seem to be kind of knocking on the door. But the Vikings, there's definite potential there for them to come out of this division. They have the talent. It's just, the quarterback position, at least a season ago, was inconsistent. And so they couldn't find that more, since Kevin O'Connell's been the coach, this team has just found a way to kind of win football games. Mm-hmm. They really have. And so it's a long shot at the moment, but once the season starts, we're going to see how far this goes. And I'm pulling for Kyler Murray. I really am. To getting drafted, by an organization that just isn't ready to win is hard for a young player. And so I'm happy that he's in a situation where he's going to be surrounded by better organizational culture, and hopefully that'll translate to more success on the field.
Couldn't agree more. Looking very forward to the NFC North, and I'm rooting flat out for the Vikings, a team that's never won a Super Bowl right now, in a division that is a juggernaut that it is. And yes, hot seats are abound for that head coach, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Kyler Murray could do. But guys, coming up, we got to talk about the Dodgers and the Blues surrounding them. Who better to join us than Bob Nightingale of USA Today to talk about Dodgers and, of course, everything else in Major League Baseball right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
At the end of the day, what we've been talking about.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes. Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae.
But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun to, and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Puka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. Kind of creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys have,
Welcome
you guys
back,
have-
D. Fish and Decker
Earlier
on the
we
new
were
97.1 The
discussing-
Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And of course, D. Fish is here in studio. Myself, Cody Decker, and all of you. Aaron making us sound good and look good, along with Crash and Raj. And welcome to the show. We've been talking a lot about the Dodgers. Just finished talking about the NFL, but the Dodgers right now in a bit of a tailspin as of late, not playing their very best baseball since the trade of Tarek Skubal. They've been 1-6. It has not been a good second half so far for them, and we got to talk about that ad nauseum, because who better to talk about it than, of course, our guy from USA Today. He is one of the best baseball insiders that is out there, and you know him as Bob Nightingale. Bob, welcome to the show. Welcome to D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Sure, my pleasure. Thanks, Cody.
The great Bob Nightingale. Bob, listen, we're watching this all happen in L.A. in real time, and it has been fascinating to see the Dodgers. You know, a week ago, the narrative is they're ruining baseball, and it seems like ever since then, they've just ruined their own offense for some reason. What is your assessment? Is this just August kind of dog days, or do the Dodgers kind of have themselves a little problem on their hands?
You know, as they talk to Dave Roberts about that, they go through this, it seems, on every single year.
Mm-hmm.
They just have a bad stretch in, August or early September, and here it is again. I just think it's tough to get motivated. It seemed like they're dragging a little bit. You know, they did have that day off. I thought it might refresh them, but it didn't. And, outside, Pius and Kyle Tucker, everybody had a horrible offensive series, and they fish fine, but for some reason look terrible. They're lucky they weren't swept.
Bob, Derek Fisher here, man. Thanks for joining us this morning. Did Dave Roberts give any indication? It's never just one thing, obviously, but what is it that kind of maybe pops up on this team this time of year? That just kind of leads to some of these struggles?
Yeah, he didn't really put his finger on it. He says, "I wish it didn't happen," but it always happens. I think it's just tough to get keep your foot on the accelerator the entire season. Obviously, huge lead in the division. They know they'll be fine in October, and maybe I think maybe going home now and having Skubal and Blake Snell, four Cy Youngs between the two of them, going back to back, I think might be just the energy they need. I just think they're going to the dog days right now.
Yeah, we're talking with USA Today's Bob Nightingale, of course, also an Odyssey insider and Major League Baseball insider here on D. Fish and Decker. And Bob, we've been doing a lot of talking about Mookie Betts. And, we're big fans of Mookie Betts and everything that he brings not only to the team now, but in the past as well. But for some reason, Mookie just hasn't been able to kind of get it going this year. What is your assessment on Mookie and his struggles? And hell, we played a clip of him talking earlier. He even sounds like it's weighing on him a little bit. What is your assessment on Mookie Betts?
Yeah, just maybe one of those, just one of those tough years, starting to, get up there a little bit in age for, particularly for a shortstop. And, it seems like it's weighing on him, just doesn't look like himself. That being said, I mean, nobody would be surprised at all if come October, he looks like a, 21-year-old again. So you never know. But yeah, it's just he just doesn't seem right. But with his talents and everything else, you don't expect it to last that long.
Bob, let's flip it to the other side. We talked a little bit there about Mookie defensively, but what Robleski and this pitching rotation, obviously a significant addition with Skubal, but Robleski coming out of All-Star break has really struggled, and that's had a little bit to do with these Dodgers kind of having a rough time as well. How's Robleski holding up, and what are you seeing in his performances?
Yeah, just everything seems, the velocity seems down, the breaking stuff not as sharp. They pulled him the second straight time. They pulled him pretty early. So, he's pitched himself out of the rotation is what's happening. Maybe, he's never pitched as many innings before. Maybe fatigue is caught up. But, it wasn't like they were counting on him, pitching the postseason anyway, at least in rotation. So I would think at some point, they say, okay, let's try you in the bullpen, for the rest of the year, because we'll need you. We like to have you as a weapon come October. Just with the starters they have coming back, he maybe gets squeezed out anyway.
We are talking with Bob Nightingale out of USA Today, joining D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Bob, we're a week removed now from the All-Star. I'm sorry, from the trade deadline, and obviously all the moves that took place. And it seems like a lot of people trying to make complimentary moves to take on the Dodgers. And one team I kind of want to highlight is the Cubs. This is a team that is a good ball club, and I think specifically got better when it came to the trade deadline. Who do you think is the biggest threat to the Los Angeles Dodgers in the National League? And is it the aforementioned Cubs?
I think the biggest threat, let's see if they make it, is still the Philadelphia Phillies. Mm-hmm. Just with that, three-headed monster in top of the rotation. When you got, Wheeler and Sanchez, Luzardo, those guys, might be the top three, going to the postseason. Those guys get hot. They can knock off anybody. So I would go Phillies 1, but Cubs are very good. We always discount the Brewers, but with the Brewers, if Mizorowski, pitches like he's capable of, and pitches twice in the series, it certainly gives them a fighting chance. Mm-hmm. But if they had gotten Skubal, you would have said, okay, this might be the team to knock off the Dodgers. But I'll probably go, Phillies 1, Cubs 2, and then Brewers 3 as far as the biggest challengers.
Love that.
What about their division rivals? The D-backs tend to give the Dodgers some struggles. And the Padres, although they aren't like right on the heels, they're not giving in to, not being at the top of the standings. Where are the D-backs and the Padres on that, guys that are knocking on the door, chasing the Dodgers down?
Yeah, the D-backs give the Dodgers fits. I don't think the Dodgers want to necessarily face him in the postseason. Right now, they'd be playing each other first round just because the Diamondbacks don't seem to be fearful of them. they beat them. They swept them at Dodger Stadium, and now we just won 2 out of 3. So that's 5 out of 6 games and won the season series. So I would think the Dodgers be a little more wary of the Diamondbacks. And they got a couple of good starters that can knock you down. Whether it's Eduardo Rodriguez like yesterday, Brian Fott, saw that Saturday. Those guys are pitching really well right now. So I would think they'd be a more serious threat than the Padres. And the Padres get the great bullpen, but they just don't have that rotation to scare you.
We are talking to Bob Nightingale over there, USA Today. And Bob, the Dodgers present not just a threat on the field, but clearly, especially if you listen to Major League Baseball and their owners and how they're kind of framing this, they pose a much bigger existential threat to the game of Major League Baseball than they do apparently on the field. What has been your take over this last week of the Dodgers, quote unquote, ruining baseball and then immediately throwing cold water over it by losing roughly like 7 of their next 8?
Yeah, I mean, just people bring up the payroll all the time, as high as it is. But the Mets started this year with a bigger opening day payroll.
Yes, they did.
And the Mets have spent more in the last 5 years than the Dodgers have, and the Mets are an absolute mess. So money doesn't do anything. All the money really does is cover up some mistakes. And they got Scooble, but just using draft picks. I mean, 2 of those guys were 11th round draft picks they got from different teams. One was a 3rd round pick, so it wasn't even their top 5 prospects. But the things the Dodgers, they got more money, they scout better than everybody else, they develop better than anybody else. Brilliant front office, so they beat you that way. And but what the money does is like Edwin Diaz, I was getting about an 11 ERA.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of teams that would crush a team. Tucker struggles in right field, that would crush a team. We have a Blake Snell's only pitched 64 innings since he signed that big contract.
Yep.
That would crush a team. So the Dodgers can cover that stuff up where other teams can't. We'll see. I mean, it's easy for the Dodgers to be the poster boys for why you need a salary cap, but nobody's talking about that when the Yankees won. Dominating the late 90s either.
It's amazing how that's the case. Isn't that right, Bob? It borderline drives me insane that that's the case, because as much as people keep pointing out, well, the Dodgers are paying 15% more than the next team if you count all the luxury tax and all that. Yeah, but that's 15% more, where the Yankees in 2005, it was 70% more than the secondary team making their money.
Yeah, which is kind of funny where the Yankees now are saying, wow, we need a salary cap. without the Yankees be saying that. So we'll see what happens. The lockout will happen December 1st. Yeah. I still think we'll have a season. I just think it'll be, shorter than 162, maybe, 140 or something. I think I think it may take at least one missed paycheck, and that would be in early April, just to see who blinks here.
Yeah.
Bob, we were talking earlier about the National League MVP race and how, of course, here in LA, we felt like Ohtani had it buttoned up and wrapped up, and then we started taking a look at Pete Crow Armstrong coming up the ranks, and those odds have kind of flipped a little bit. And what kind of season finish is it going to take for Ohtani to wrangle those odds back on his side?
I think Ohtani's got to come back to pitch to win it.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he doesn't go back in the mound, if Crow Armstrong stays hot like he is, even though he's been inconsistent, then it's his. Just the fact he plays elite defense, and Ohtani's a DH. So, but yeah, I think for Ohtani to win it, he needs to start pitching again, and I think he realizes that too. On Saturday he started playing catch, and saw the cameras and media running out on the field to watch it, and I think he's supposed to play catch today too, and get back in the mound and some bullpen sessions probably pretty soon here. But I would expect him to get back in the mound, and I think he knows that if he doesn't pitch, then that MVP can go either direction.
Bob, before we let you go, we're talking about the Dodgers, about how they're getting everybody back. Blake Snell's rejoining the team tomorrow. Tyler Glasnow just threw his second rehab stint. Obviously, Edwin Diaz just rejoined the team. They're looking for Blake Trinan to rejoin the team, Will Smith to rejoin the team. The reason why I mention this is the Dodgers have an all-star pitcher that we mentioned who is struggling right now, and Justin Robleski. Is there even room to keep him on the rotation? And furthermore, when it comes to October, is there even room to keep him on the team?
No, you're right. I mean, that's the beauty of the Dodgers is that they definitely don't have room for him in the rotation come October.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that can he? That's why I think he's going to be in the bullpen sometime in September, just to see if he can do it, see if he can be a weapon there. But no, they're so deep. Particularly if Ohtani's back in rotation, Snell's back in rotation. You only use 4 starters in the postseason, 3 the first round. So there really isn't room for Robleski. I mean, that's how deep they are. And it's been a fabulous season for him, everything else, and I'm sure he'll be a big cog in that rotation, next season. And when they make the playoffs next season, he'd be around all year.
He's the president of Baseball Writers Association of America. He's a Hall of Fame voter. He is an insider not only for Odyssey, but for Major League Baseball. And check out all his work at USA Today. Bob, you are a legend in the game, and we can't thank you enough for joining us here on D. Fish and Decker. Thanks, man.
My pleasure. Thanks, Cody. Thanks, Eric.
The great Bob
Thanks,
Nightingale with some great insight right there. And it is crazy. He is right. The Dodgers do find themselves in a great position when it comes to Robleski with all these names coming back. It's just, I'm still wrapping my head around the fact, D-Fish, that the guy is an all-star and may not even make the playoff roster. That is an abundance of riches that the Dodgers currently have. And it's not financial. I mean, the kid's an all-star and he's making major league minimum. There's just no room for the cat when it comes to October.
I mean, and that's the reality of the situation, in particular with the addition of Skubal at the deadline. I mean, he was already stepping into a crowded, bullpen,
big time.
Yeah, from the beginning. Without the injuries, he wouldn't have been an all-star.
And I didn't even mention, Bob actually did it for me. Even the return of Shohei Ohtani to the mound. I mean, that just really wrapping our heads around that. We're talking about Tarek Skubal. We're talking about Blake Snell. We're talking about Yamamoto. We're talking about eventually Tyler Glasnow. That's 4. Now you got Ohtani. That's 5. I haven't even gotten to All-Star Robleski yet because Roki Sasaki is pitching out of his mind. That's 6. Okay, and then you got Robleski. That's 7. At least 2 of these guys got to go to the pen. But at the end of the day, guys are going to have to be sent down. The Dodgers are going to have very difficult decisions to make the closer we get to October.
Some guys other than those guys you listed will have to be sent down.
We're talking bullpen arms going to have to go down because Blake Trinan's going to come back. We're going to have an influx of 3 to 4 more arms to rejoin the Dodgers. That means arms have to go down, and then you got a catcher who's got to come back, which means a catcher's got to go down or hit waivers. This is going to be a unique month and a half for the Los Angeles Dodgers because they're going to be getting healthier. And I'm not entirely certain they would be getting better the healthier they get because they've been so phenomenal with these guys that have been playing. That being said, this last week and a half has been quite glaring for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
It has, but a new influx of just energy and bodies and guys that have been out are going to be fired up to be back. They're going to want to help this team along. There's few things worse for an athlete than being out with injury, while the team struggles. Because you want to be out there, you want to help, you want to do everything you can to help right the ship, and some guys are going to get that opportunity here in the next few weeks. Better, yeah. I mean, that's always subjective to some degree, whether
Very
or not
much
the
so.
team will be better. They'll have more ways to figure out how to solve problems, though, that's for sure. Great starting pitching, of course, but then some of these guys being able to come out of the bullpen at different times just to get, 2 outs or, just to get one out. It's going to be pretty impressive what they're able to do when they need to on the defensive end. And then ideally, just 1 or 2 more guys that can to get some contact with the baseball when they're up at the plate. And all of a sudden, everything just changes. It really does. And so excited to see it. When we see it, I don't know. When, like the first time they're almost fully healthy, will it be Labor Day? Will it be after that? I mean, hopefully sooner rather than later, just so that they can get accustomed to what are their rotations going to be when they do see certain issues. If Skubal starts, how are you managing your bullpen and your rotation behind him as a left-hand pitcher? If it's a right-hand pitcher, how are you managing your bullpen and your rotations depending on the matchups and who you're seeing? If they play the D-backs again in the regular season, like do they try some things that they want to take into the postseason?
Well, bad news for the Dodgers. They don't get any more cracks at the D-backs unless they see them in October, and which you already mentioned. I already mentioned the D-backs very much have their number so far, so that could be a problem.
They have their number of the old team. The team, if they play in the postseason,
it's going to be a different. Pitching-wise, it'll definitely be different.
Yeah,
no
that's
question.
my point. Yes.
Yeah. No. And by the way, it's so funny. You meant like guys coming back. Are they the right guys? "Quote unquote," like all that. When you played, like, was there a team you played on where a guy came back? Didn't even need to be a superstar, but like maybe it was a role player that was just like that last piece that you guys needed to kind of get to the next level. Has that ever happened to you?
Yes, but it was. I mean, yeah, not just because you asked, but it was me.
Nice.
To be honest. And I had a foot surgery in September of 2000. So I missed like 50, almost 60 games of the regular season in 2000, 2001. And so I rejoined the team in March of 2001, and we just took off. We really did. I missed being out there. I saw our team struggle at different points, not because I needed to go out there and score a bunch of points, but just needing it. Some guys are just glue guys. They just kind of allow things to flow more effectively when they're out there. And I knew I could be one of those guys. And I could arguably, as a Lakers player, that was maybe my first time like 100% feeling like this team needs me to win, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
2000, huh?
Yeah, 2000, 2001.
That's pretty cool.
That's 5 years into my career, basically. And, before that, you're on team with Shaq and Kobe and Nick Van Exel. And, you're not thinking, oh, man, we can't win if I'm not out
You're
there.
not thinking, these guys need me.
Right. That's not the thought. But watching the team, early in that regular season, and, you're coming off the championship, hangover, and, everybody's feeling good, but there was just something missing. Personnel that shifted a little bit. And so, yeah, it's, the Dodgers have big name guys, guys that have gotten paid big money that are coming back into the lineup soon. And so, they could see an even higher jump in their performance than what I experienced. But yeah, some guys just help it all fit. And so hopefully a couple of guys coming back for the Dodgers can be representative of it.
Listen, the Dodgers have everything they need possibly to win the next several championships, let alone just this one. It's a matter of time of them getting right. Players need to step back up, being themselves, and I do mean that. I mean, just not even having to play out of their minds, just playing like themselves, like Mookie Betts. He doesn't even need to be the best version of himself. Just, I just want to see Mookie having a good time playing baseball again.
Yeah, but when you say playing like yourself, and when people say, oh, going forward, and not devil's advocate, but this is something I see. I'm a fantasy nerd, right?
Yep.
And I do believe in baseball players get a certain age. Most of them, I don't know how the hell in Cleveland my guy is doing it, third baseman still. But anyway, most players start to decline. It's a natural decline. So I don't think the future is I don't think we can take the future for granted with Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts.
They're not getting younger.
So when you say version of themselves. With that was younger selves.
True, but
and so I don't think it just comes, you're just going to do what your back of your baseball card says when you get to that age. There's a natural decline. It happens.
But we've seen this with the Dodgers already, and I'm not referring specifically to Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. The Dodgers are a team by committee that keep bringing up guys to play with their veteran guys, and they're always better than who they replace. Like Justin Robleski is a great example. Dalton Rushing's a good example. Like, I think their core will remain the same, but they'll keep bringing up these young guys that will be playing above what we're expecting of them, and they're the ones that are actually kind of carrying the team.
Okay. Well, I just think Dodger fans should get used to like Mookie and Freddie carrying them, because I'm not sure if this version of them can.
They're not going to, but what they're going to do is make a huge play or a huge hit in October. And that's the one thing the Dodgers keep having an abundance of. Somebody steps up at the right time. It's just on August 10th, no one has been stepping up as of late, and that is what needs to change for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But guys, plenty more to discuss when it comes to the Dodgers leading into their playoff run. And coming up, the Aaron Donald timeline has adjusted, and we will discuss. Will we see Aaron Donald playing for the Rams this year? We'll discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Philadelphia. And
any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named four. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin from Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that, though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Old School's great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC. Okay.
You good?
How are you going to bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number one. Did I get a cheer? No, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number one in something, so I'll take it.
You're number one in my heart.
No, they want to get better. No, they want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. You know, what is their style? What are they seeing? You know, how they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And you know, how can we work with each other? You know, if there's something that you want to improve, you know, great. You know, but you know, if it's taking something from me, you know, I'm here for it, and I'm happy to share that. But you know, let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. You know, these guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as make some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off, but no.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join.
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, join us in the chat right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. We're having ourselves a full day of LA sports. Of course, a lot of talk about the Dodgers. We had Bob Nightingale on earlier on in this hour talking the Dodgers and, of course, all things trade deadline and how the Dodgers currently have a target painted firmly directly on their back from everybody else in the game. Go back and, of course, the Odyssey app and check that out. And like, share, and subscribe to D. Fish and Decker podcast, wherever you get your favorite podcast. But right now, talking a little bit about them Rams, ladies and gentlemen, because the Rams, let's be real clear, shortest odds to win the Super Bowl. It's the Rams' world seemingly in the NFL right now, and everybody else desperately wants to be a part of it. And here's the deal. They are really carrying themselves almost to the same caliber that the Dodgers. The vibes are like through the roof. Sean McVay playing coy and having fun with all of the reporters talking about Aaron Donald. And, of course, Aaron Donald, I firmly believe this, and I've thought this from Jump Street. He's coming back, and as he should come back if he feels inclined to do so. He's got more than enough of the shape to do it. I'm sure they'll probably pad his playing time a little bit to make him the most useful not only to the team, but also to himself as well. And at the end of the day, we saw him training with the team last week. He's been around for workouts, and we're supposedly going to get an answer this week, D-Fish, this week. And if that is the case, the Rams' outrageously retooled defense just got more and more scary by adding another Hall of Famer to it.
Yeah, I mean, the time, I feel like every week it's been next week.
Yeah,
or
we get that a lot.
We'll find out soon. So
we get that a lot.
The timeline thing, that's out of my brain. There does seem to be a progression happening.
Well, we've seen him now wear a helmet. Now we haven't seen him in pads yet, but that would assume be the next progression.
Yeah, which at that point you have to be on the training camp roster to, probably wear pads. I mean, to be out there on the field. I think the team had to go through a little bit more of a formal step even to get him to the helmet part. I think they had to almost list it as a tryout.
They did. They had to list it out that it was I think it was listed as a quote-unquote workout, and then, of course, we heard Sean McVay kind of giggling, saying, you guys were talking about it was best tryout we ever had. And again, Sean McVay, got to give him credit. He's having at least some fun with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's, they're all being respectful of Aaron Donald and the process that he's going through in terms of making his decision.
They're being very respectful.
But I don't know. To me, there's a lot of talk for there to be nothing there.
Interesting. So you think it's surprising that there hasn't been an announcement yet?
Not surprising. It's just more like, I wouldn't. Surprising isn't the word. It's just if he wasn't at all, there wouldn't be this much conversation.
I agree.
To me,
we're just delaying kind of the inevitable. I firmly believe, and we've heard Mark Schlereth on these airwaves say it himself. He says it's 100% done deal. He's back.
Yeah, but this just leads me more to believe, this has more to do with timing on roster moves and contracts and business than just whether or not he is. Because there's too much going on for it to just be like, no, I'm good. Like this definitely feels like he's coming back. It's just a matter of, when, but I don't think when is arbitrary, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Like, to me, there's some reason specific that we don't know. I mean, he's obviously going through his process and making his decision, but even the way the team is speaking of it, like, they would just have shut this down weeks ago if this was just all about Aaron Donald making a decision.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? We support Aaron, boom, boom. And then, but that's it. We're concentrating on the guys that we have
and
here.
they ain't doing that. They're
No.
playing coy. They're pushing it along as much as anybody
Yes.
else. They're Hollywooding this story, the living
Correct.
hell out of this story.
Correct.
Because when the announcement comes, I'm wondering what the reveal could even be. Because we know it's coming. How are they going to do it? Are they going to do it like with this big like WWE splashy thing? The Stone Cold's glass breaks and he comes down carrying 2 helmets, ready to beat people with them like he did a couple years ago.
Maybe.
That'd be awesome.
He did that for real?
Well, they got in his way. Do you remember? This team actually currently has 2 of the scariest defensive guys who have attacked other teams with helmets.
Yeah,
you got to hand it
that's
to
true.
them. That's they really know what they're doing, these guys.
Why are you bringing up old stuff, man?
Listen, I'm not against it. I'm glad they were ready and armed and ready to do this.
Yeah, no, I'm
Mason Rudolph shouldn't have been talking all that crap.
No, I'm hopeful that, again, it is, because once we get beyond all of these things, right, it still comes back to the Rams are the favorites to win the Super Bowl this year.
And they already are.
So in order for that to happen, you can't continue spending time talking about hypotheticals and what ifs and scenarios and maybe this and maybe that. Like, so much of your energy and focus has to be on the details required to win the Super Bowl. And so I think that's also kind of what my brain keeps kind of tying back to, is there's also a point where a decision will just need to be made so that the team can, like, how you design, like, the defensive coordinator is stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Because how you literally design your defenses on 3rd down.
That is a big
or
deal.
Or 1st down or 4th. Like, if you have Aaron Donald, that's a completely different playbook possibly.
Mm-hmm.
You can dial different things up that you can't right now possibly. So that's some of the part of it too, that I have to feel like this is happening and they're planning for it. It hasn't been announced yet for all the reasons that Aaron Donald deserves for them to be.
Yeah.
But to me, this has to be happening, man.
It has
There's
to
way too many things going on for it to not be.
Like, it would, honestly, if it didn't happen, it would be pretty embarrassing at this point if it didn't happen, because we're all operating with that. And if it literally doesn't happen, we're just going to be asking, what the hell did you guys do all this for the last couple of months for? All the playing coy and playing around with it. It's kind of weird if that's the case. It makes sense if he's coming back and all, but that's not the only story currently out of Rams camp, because Sean McVay does confirm that Ty Simpson will be playing in the preseason games. No announcement yet on what's going to be happening with Stetson Bennett, but Nate Scheelhaus has actually said some words about how Ty Simpson has been coming along in his progression at Rams camp.
He's stayed hungry. He's come in. He's figured out where the areas that he's got to improve each day. Again, everything pre-snap certainly, but even just post-snap, how the field is distributing, where he can go with the football. And again, I think the more reps he's getting, that's a blessing of these days. That obviously him and Stetson get a bulk load of those reps, and we're not pulling anything back. We're challenging them in all phases of our offense, and they've done a really good job. Ty has done a really good job. I feel like learning from each and every day. Whether he's out there taking the rep, whether he's absorbing it, he's asking all the right questions in the meeting room, and so you appreciate that. And yeah, you've certainly seen him go and make some throws and go and compete in a really cool way too. I think in some of those competitive moments at the end of practice, you've seen him at his best too, which is cool to see just a football player come to life in a competitive environment.
That, of course, Rams OC Nate Scheelhaus talking about Ty Simpson and his progression. And I have to say, there is an aspect that I'm really happy about how they're handling Matthew Stafford and his preseason. He's getting like a day on, a day off, day on, day off, kind of 50% workload. I love that because of the work that Ty Simpson gets to have, because of the work that even the other backup quarterback, Stetson Bennett, gets to have. Because, listen, Matthew Stafford was healthy last year, but that was basically by luck. The guy was questionable every game leading into like the first 5 games of the season, so much so that we were thinking he was going to start the year on the injured list. He ended up not obviously having an impact season, but this guy has had injury history in the past. I want these guys getting as much reps as they humanly can. This is a team that is primed for a Super Bowl, but if Matthew Stafford goes down, I need somebody going in that knows what they're doing.
I mean, every team is, and it's so tough in the NFL, like to have a backup quarterback that can keep the train moving not at the
Real
same
difficult,
level,
but
as a starting quarterback, but just to maintain some things where like you don't feel like your entire season is a wrap if your quarterback gets banged up. And I think especially for a first year player, it's not only learning your way around your own team, but learning the league itself. You've never been on a field, opposite of these great defensive players.
You were talking about with Caitlin Clark earlier. Like, it's a different physicality. You're going from college, and I'm not crapping on what you did in college by any stretch, but now you're playing with men. Same with the W. Now you're playing with grown women who are there to beat you and hurt you. Like, it's a different game.
For sure. And so, to have the potential for like one play could have you out on the field for the Super Bowl favorite as a rookie. That's a lot. And so even though it's, his first training camp, and they're evaluating him and they're giving him some room to make mistakes, et cetera, but there's a lot on the line because of what's at stake for the team overall. Like, he has to prepare himself as though he's going to be playing in the Super Bowl just like Matthew Stafford does, because he could. We saw the Broncos last year. Bo Nix goes down.
This close, that close.
And it's like, can the next man truly step up and keep the team moving along a certain way? So nobody's Matthew Stafford, but you want guys fighting as hard as possible to be it.
Absolutely. The Rams find themselves in a very unique place right now. It's all sunshines and rainbows right now over there at Rams camp, so we will keep you updated on just about everything following this team. Best odds right now to win the Super Bowl are our Los Angeles Rams, so lots to discuss when it comes to the lead up to opening day for the NFL. But coming up, whoo, baby, we got to see an appetizer last week, but today we get the full meal. That's right. Tarek Skubal making his Dodger Stadium debut tonight. And then some Blake Snell after the fact. Guys, we got to talk Dodgers and preview tonight's game and series against the Kansas City Royals and so much more. Maybe even a little final out right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Rod, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds. A coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to like you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better. And then that
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Mandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Mandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw through the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
the force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon,
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a comedy store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you
my back spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to my
friends with
partner.
DMAC. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Gray thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort.
Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Rounding out our fourth hour of this incredible 4-hour extravaganza. That is D. Fish and Decker. And, of course, join us live right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. The chat has been live all show long. We see all our friends. We see Dave Horson there. We see you, Joanna in Arizona. Oh, the great making an appearance. Charlie Brown been here from Jump Street today. We thank you all for joining the show all show long. And, of course, we are here Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And D-Fish, my guy, the Dodgers. We are back tonight in Los Angeles, California, finally ending that little road trip right there. Didn't have a good one, to say the least, in Chicago. Didn't have a good one over there in Arizona. So luckily back at home, and I'm really excited because tonight is the night, ladies and gentlemen. Blake Snell returns tomorrow, but the preview for it is tonight. Tarek Skubal making his Chavez Ravine debut against the Kansas City Royals, a team that is obviously having a very rough year there in Kansas City. So this could be great news for the Los Angeles Dodgers to kind of get out of their funk. Tarek Skubal going tonight, followed by the return of Blake Snell the following night, and of course to be determined the following night after that on the Dodgers side. But what are we expecting from Blake Snell? I said last time when Blake Snell took the mound, I was expecting dominance. Now, we didn't get dominance, D-Fish, but what we did get was a really good performance. 6 innings pitched, only 2 earned runs, one of which was on just a little bogus infield single. So he had himself a good night. Didn't get the win, in fact, got the loss, unjustifiably so, because the team didn't swing the bat for him at all. But he's coming back out at Dodger Stadium against an anemic offense in the Kansas City Royals. There's no other way to say it. I'm expecting dominance today from Tarik Skubal. Down team in Kansas City, a team he's faced a ton in that American League Central. First game at Dodger Stadium, he's going to be playing in front of an electric crowd tonight over at Chavez Ravine. So hopefully the Dodgers get themselves right, and it's Blake Snell's first win in Dodger Blue.
Skubal?
Yeah, Skubal.
Okay.
Oh, did I say Snell?
Yes.
Oh, well, Snell's pitching tomorrow, and hopefully it'll be his first win in Dodger Blue this season.
I mean, the last time we had this conversation, it was like it takes time.
Yes.
Like and his first game pitching at Dodger Stadium in this uniform, like this is what childhood dreams are made of, and the dream oftentimes goes perfect, but that is not reality. The weight of being a Dodger and the fact that the team isn't playing well and the pressure and those are all going to be new feelings. Like he could pitch great in Detroit and the team come up short and it's like, Skubal was great and Tigers aren't good, so it doesn't matter. Whereas now it matters. Mm-hmm. He could pitch pretty good and the Dodgers lose, and the narrative is going to still be like Skubal came and the Dodgers still aren't winning. So there's just a lot more to navigate and manage. I hope to see the dominant form at some point, of course, before the postseason, but it's just going to take some time for it to show up in the same way. It just does. It's like a whole new chemistry that has to form.
Yeah.
Wearing a different uniform around different guys. Their energy levels impact your energy levels. Even the time zone of now, this is going to be his first time pitching in L.A. at this time zone.
Yeah.
So how does his body respond to that?
It's going to be interesting. There are a lot of aspects of it. And keep in mind, this guy, you're right, he's only played for one team. He got drafted in 2017 by the Detroit Tigers. He's been there the whole time. Oh, actually, I take that back. He was drafted, I think, by the Diamondbacks and got traded to the Detroit Tigers, 18. So it wasn't like he spent a whole lot of time with the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. He had spent almost his entire run with Detroit. And it's even in the chat right here. This is actually interesting. Starting 11 said, did someone muzzle Skubal with wanting to re-sign with Detroit? And I will tell you, Starting 11, I think that was the most overblown, ridiculous story that has ever been manufactured in my life. He didn't say he wanted to go back to Detroit. He did say he hopes that the Tigers will be in on him when the free agency hits, of which he's going to hit free agency. And yeah, if I'm a free agent, I want everybody to be in on it. And keep in mind, I didn't hear a guy saying, I want to go home. I heard a guy saying he enjoyed his time with an organization that he spent his entire adult life at. I was with the Padres for 7 years, and I did not like playing for the organization. But I wanted to re-sign with the organization because that's what I knew. It was the world that I knew. But when I signed with the Kansas City Royals, I'm like, oh, the grass is greener on the other side for some teams. And Blake Snell has yet to see that yet. He's only been with this team for 1 week. And it just happens to be the worst week the Dodgers have had in 3 years. So I think when he gets to see what this organization has to offer him and what the league has to offer him, yeah, I have a feeling he's not going to want to go back to Detroit just fine.
So you're banking on Skubal winning tonight. You got Blake Snell on the mind heavy right now.
Yes. Well, Blake Snell's been gone for a while, so I'm looking forward to Blake Snell coming back. He's back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Very excited. But Skubal, Skubal ain't going back to Detroit under any circumstance, and it's not because he doesn't want to. It's because they're not going to pay him. If
they were going to be in on him in free agency, they wouldn't have traded him. So that's my take.
I would agree with you, but there have been exceptions to that rule. I'll use Aroldis Chapman. Aroldis Chapman was traded from the Yankees to the Cubs, and then that offseason he re-signed back with the New York Yankees. No, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it has happened in the past.
Yeah. I mean, and it'd be interesting to see what the terms were on that signing. Because I was talking to a current NBA player last week, and it's like today's price is better than the price you're going to get tomorrow.
Yes.
And so if they were serious about keeping Scooble in Detroit,
they weren't. They were never serious.
The idea would have been to reach a contract extension or some understanding there.
Yeah, and make no mistake, they tried. I'm using air quotes when I'm saying tried to re-sign him, even down to his arbitration. They didn't. The offers they made him were a joke.
Yeah,
and I'll even go a step further. Did you see what Tarek Scooble's arbitration case was this last year?
The number they
offered him. $15 million on the year. They signed Framber Valdez for $32 million, but they offered Tarek Scooble, the two-time defending Cy Young Award winner, $15. That is the most unserious organization ever. If that's a legitimate offer you're making to a two-time Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah. So I'm inclined to believe they won't be heavily in. Maybe they'll make an offer, but it won't they're not going to just throw out a blank check.
No.
So, but yeah, I hope to see that, that fired up, I've been dreaming about this moment my whole life type of energy. Mm-hmm. But it's still, for a guy that's only been in one place his whole career to make this significant of a shift at this point in his journey and to go to a team where it's World Series or bust, that's just a new experience. Mm-hmm. He's never pitched a game.
It's going to be interesting.
Where it's World Series or bust.
Very true. And I do think this guy, his stuff-wise, it seems like his makeup-wise will handle it quite well, but it remains to be seen. We shall see. I gave his first outing kind of a B+, which, by the way, I thought it was a very good outing. Wasn't the dominance I was expecting, but now going against Kansas City, a team he knows very well. At Dodger Stadium, I'll say it. I'm expecting dominance. Now, I might not get dominance, and I won't be mad if I don't get dominance, but I sure as hell am expecting it, D-Fish.
I mean, that's fair. People can expect it, but I'm just saying, if the game starts and the Royals hit a home run to go up 2-0 early,
then I'm worried because the Dodgers haven't been able to score 2 runs much.
But because the team has been struggling, are people going to start booing early?
Yes. I know. Listen, we know how fans go.
Right, but that's my point, though. So now, as a new player, now you're carrying that burden.
Yes.
That has nothing to do with your performance. You only been here a week.
Mm-hmm.
But the fans are getting restless. And so depending on how things go early in this game, that could all end up kind of looking as though it's attached to him
and landing
really
right
not.
on his shoulders.
Yeah,
that could absolutely happen.
So it's just,
oh no, don't put that in the universe, dude. I don't need that happening.
I'm just saying, but those are the things that we have to just continue to appreciate about what players are experiencing when sometimes they're going through those highs and lows. We talked about it with Kyle Tucker earlier this year, and we're seeing some signs that he's going to work his way out of it. It's year one of his contract here, so he's got plenty of time to get where he needs to be. But it just takes some time to go into a situation where, no, bro, it's World Series or bust. Mm-hmm. Every at-bat matters. That's a different weight to carry.
It is, and I'm looking forward to seeing it tonight at Chavez Ravine. Of course, Tarek Scooble making his Dodger debut as a home player. Of course, he pitched on the road last week. Good outing, but this is going to be a big one tonight. Then, of course, tomorrow, the return of Blake Snell, and eventually we're going to get a return of Tyler Glasnow, who just yesterday pitched his second rehab start. And, of course, we got a poll going right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Raj, tell us the results of our Mookie Betts poll.
Yeah, where people are talking about the return of Mookie, hopefully, at one point. We put on there, simply put, will Mookie Betts turn it around this season? And the answers were yes, he's Mookie. No, he's washed. And you might be surprised, but 47% of the people said no, he's washed. Now, I did something like this a couple weeks ago, nah, he Mookie. You tripping. It was like 90%. But people are starting to get a little worried about our guy Mookie turning around and being Mookie of old.
Listen, it's going to be September 10th before we know it, and then it's going to be October 1st before we know it. So we need Mookie Betts to be the version of Mookie Betts we've seen in the past, and I still firmly believe we will get there, D-Fish. I still believe it.
Yeah, don't get me started on the poll.
No, y'all said on July 1st it's all going to turn around.
Listen. You're mad that it says no, he's washed.
Yeah, like as though those are the only two alternatives.
Those are the only ones we got. No in between. Well, D-Fish, we did it again, my man. Bright and early tomorrow morning, right here at 6 a.m. was the return of D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, you don't want to go anywhere because Brock and Alex are next. But until then, enjoy you some Tarek Skubal tonight. Enjoy you some sports. We'll see you.
Can we move on to something else?
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face-to-face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and, everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodger story.
Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? We hear about you and Trent matching up, and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball, and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball, and then also have think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know, like, we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say, like, I can track the ball pretty well, and like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like, that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like, me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places where I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically. And then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, and happy Monday, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. But you guys, it's here. Happy NFL, preseason week. I just realized it looks like I'm wearing football pads. So, I'm dressing in theme for football season. My shoulder pads are, they're really padding right now. I'm doing like an 80s, what is this, Adidas vibe going on.
Back.
I didn't even realize. I literally looked at our live stream. I'm like, oh, I look like a football player right now. Good job, Curry.
Bring back shoulder pads in clothing.
Shoulder pads are legit.
That's what the 80s got right.
Love a good shoulder pad. Oversized giant shoulder pad, which is what I'm doing right now. They go past my shoulders. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Everything's okay. So what is this week like for players? Because it's obviously Hall of Fame game last week. As you mentioned, every player involved in that really dislikes that game. So this is everything's getting started now kind of week. So take us into the mind of the player. What's everyone feeling right now?
Well, as you mentioned, we're almost there. 3 days away from the Chargers at the Texans preseason game, 5 days away from the Rams at Kansas City preseason game, 19 days away from San Jose State at USC, and then 30 days away from the first week 1 regular season game, New England at Seattle. So we are officially here. This week, if you are getting ready for your first preseason action, on one hand, you're grateful because the brutal side of training camp is over. The lengthy practices, the physical practices, if you've made it here, you've made it through the worst of it. Now you're going to simulate a game week. So now you get to show your coaches that you understand we're going to install something that is specifically for this team. We're going to walk through it. We're going to practice it. We're going to have our scout team offense show us a look. We're going to have our scout team defense show the offense what we think their defense is going to do. And you get to show your coaches that you can do more than just go out there and make plays. You can take in what they're telling you and be able to, I guess the word is, customize your abilities to fit that game plan for that week. And this is when a lot of guys who you feel made a lot of plays early on in camp start sliding down because they struggle with that. And here's where some guys who maybe didn't make a ton of plays early on can separate themselves because you can prove, coach said this week when we call this, for the last 2 weeks we were doing it this way, but for this week we need to do it this way. And if you can go out there and show them that you can do that and then, of course, do it on the actual game day itself, that's how you move up a depth chart.
And these are big roster slimming out weeks too, right? So there's got to be a lot of nerve for the fringe guys.
So they switched it up. They used to have, I believe it was 3 different cut down days after the second preseason game, the third, and then your final roster of 53. Now there's only 1 cut down day, but by the end of that second preseason game, the special teams may still be getting figured out, the guys running around out there, but as far as your proper depth chart, you typically have that set in stone. So while you will still be on the roster if you're not going to make the first 53, now it does matter because you are, as early as possible, want to get in coach's brain. I can go out there and make plays. You need me to be part of that 53 man.
It was one of the hardest parts of watching Hard Knocks. I think back in the day when it was in its prime, it was like, you fall in love with all these guys that end up being the fringe players, and you're like, please, are they going to make it? I can't even imagine. Again, you have to remember, we're watching these things, and again, when Hard Knocks, still going on, but like in its heyday, before all of these other kind of like Quarterback, all the other behind the scenes docuseries that everyone has now started to do, you forget that like this is their dream and their livelihood, and like everything they've worked for their entire life like comes down to like this week and the next 2 weeks, and is that dream coming true? And once you kind of put all of that into just as a fan watching your favorite teams and your favorite players, it's something that I try to remember when I'm watching these games and even the preseason games of like, okay, the guys that are like going all out in these preseason games are literally fighting for their careers.
Yeah, and I will say the fear of what you're going to do next if you don't make this team and no other team calls is probably no longer there because of NIL. These guys have been getting paid for the last 4 years.
Okay.
So whereas before it was, if I don't make this team, I don't know what I'm going to do because I have my degree in X, Y, or Z, hopefully, but I did not plan on pursuing that for 5 more years or something like that. So now guys can make, hundreds of thousands of dollars over their time in college with NIL. They still have the fear of what am I going to do next, but at least they can say, well, I can take a year and maybe travel the world a little bit and then figure out what I'm going to do. So the stakes of the Hard Knocks heyday are still there. It's just not as heavy as it used to be. But your point still stands.
Yeah, you guys, it's here. As you heard Brock mention off the top of the show, you got Cardinals at Raiders, Chargers at Texans, both kicking off Thursday, and then Saturday, Rams at Chiefs. We're not going to see McDuffie or Jalen
because it's Sean McVay, probably not. So since they cut down the preseason from 4 games to 3, which was the right call, different coaches have different philosophies on how to handle the preseason. Some coaches want to see their starters gel as quickly as possible so that they know what needs to be tweaked with as much time remaining between them seeing them and the first game. So sometimes you'll see some coaches put their starters out there. McVay is a guy who he may not put any starters out there throughout the entire preseason. Like, I don't think we'll see Myles Garrett. I don't think we'll see Matthew Stafford. We might see McDuffie just because you want to see all the DBs work in unison and who can fit where.
That was my question. And just because like they're fresh, but they are the starters and they are going back to their former team. But we know that Sean McVay doesn't really play starters in preseason. It's
for this game, I would not expect any starters offensively or defensively. I think if McVay does play the starters, it would likely be this second game.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this is going to be fun. Get to know everybody else that's trying to fight for a spot this week.
Yes.
Is what you're going to see with the Rams. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Hey, guys, also coming up, we're giving you a chance to win tickets and see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. It's Dodgers night, so keep listening to Brock and Alex for your chance to win. Oh, fun. Dodgers night at Sparks. That's going to be fun. Okay, all you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326 a little later in the show. We will let you know when to call in, so just save that number. But speaking of the Dodgers, tough stretch, you guys. They lost 5 of 6 on this road trip. They've now lost 3 straight series for the first time since 2025. And it just ended brutal again yesterday. With the 4-2 loss to Arizona, Robleski struggled again. Didn't even make it through a full 4 innings. He has now allowed 9 home runs over his last 3 starts. He's your guy. And I know it's tough because we do see a tale of 2 seasons, pre and post All-Star break. And unfortunately, that's starting to be the case with Justin Robleski.
Yeah, and especially coming off of 2 performances where Roki, who started the series, looked great. Yamamoto pitched game 2. He looked great. And Robleski is just not the pitcher that he was pre-All-Star. And he's definitely trending the wrong direction at the worst time. Not only are the Dodgers as a team on a skid, but that 2-3 spot, right? Yamamoto's obviously the ace, and you want to be in that top 3 rotation to really guarantee your role come playoff time. And the window was open for Roki or Blake Snell, who was starting tomorrow, to take that over because Ohtani's not there. Skubal is in the picture. So really there's only one spot left. And Robleski right now is leaving that spot up for grabs. So if the playoffs started today, of course you have Yamamoto, of course you have Skubal, who takes the mound today. And oh, sorry, I said 2-3. I meant 3-4. And right now, Roki's probably in there, and Snell's going to have his opportunity. Robleski just needs to get back on the mound as quickly as possible with a good performance, because I do feel he's earned the right to pitch in the playoffs, but not if the skid that he's been on since All-Star break is going to continue.
It's just tough because you mentioned Roki Sasaki, and he kind of had the opposite effect. And then the Dodgers figured out, oh, I think you're tipping your pitches. And he got that beautiful monster glove
Mega
that
glove.
when he wears
Super
when
glove.
he pitches. It's beautiful, you guys. If you haven't seen it, please just look up Roki Sasaki's glove. It's iconic. But the moment that they put that glove on him, it kind of is when he turned a season around. They found the fix. And with Robleski, they kind of thought, okay, maybe he's tipping pitches. And they were working on things before this last outing yesterday. And it doesn't really feel like it's worked yet. So how many more opportunities do you give Robleski? I mean, they kind of have to right now because they don't have a ton of options. Yes, you got Skubal. He's making his Dodgers debut tonight. Blake Snell is back on the mound tomorrow, coming off the IL reportedly. Tyler Glasnow is doing his rehab assignment, and Dave Roberts was very optimistic, I'll say, in saying that he thinks Snell, Glasnow, and Ohtani will all pitch come October. And with Roki Sasaki's resurgence, Robleski's room for error is like very much closing up on him.
Yeah, and if he doesn't come back to life and finishes the season as a bullpen arm who maybe pops up in with a big NLCS2 inning stretch or something like that, it's not like it's a failure of a season. Even if his role as the Dodgers win their third World Series is he held them down during the first half of the season and was supposed to be a kind of a bit role player and ended up being a reliable arm that carried them to when Snell got healthy. That is still something to hang your hat on. But as a fan of him and knowing how special it would be for him to finish the season as a reliable playoff arm and knowing that is a possibility, it would be a disappointment. So I'm rooting for him, but the leash, if you will, is probably completely run out. And with Snell coming back, Robleski probably has one, maybe two more starts to prove that he can figure it out, because Glasnow potentially coming back or Shohei being in a place where he could be a long reliever, it wouldn't be too far behind 2 weeks from now.
Well, I think that's kind of what it would have to be with Robleski, with Ohtani, Snell, and Glasnow, who might not be up to full strength and on a pitch count come October if they are able to perform to the level that Dave Roberts needs them to come October. Robleski would be a great long relief guy after that. One of them get a couple innings. Robleski comes in, get a couple. But again, you have to have consistency again. That's the most important thing. We're not seeing the consistency from him. And you can't trust a guy coming out of the pen if you don't have consistency.
Yeah, no, that is the point. And to the bullpen's credit, they were thrown into the fire yesterday because Robleski, as you said, didn't make it through.
They did great.
And they look fantastic. Just over the course of the series, the bullpen, I really don't know what to make of it, because they put themselves in terrible situations, but then they kind of got out of all of those terrible situations. So I'm not sure what to make of that, but the bullpen... Obviously, Edwin Diaz given up the walk-off hurt, but I still think we kind of need to treat him like this is his spring training and mistakes are going to happen. Pitches that are regrettable are going to happen. But all in all, the bullpen gave a lot of promise, even if they put themselves in some shaky spots.
Yeah, it's tough because, as you mentioned, Edwin Diaz has now blown his second consecutive save opportunity. And you have to remember, he's also coming back from that same surgery that Blake Snell and Scooble are coming back from, that came back from, with the loose bodies in his elbow, and it takes time.
Yeah.
He's not going to be right back to that dominant closer form right out of the gates. So the positives you can kind of take away from it is that his velo got up to like 99, and you got to find the little silver lining pieces in these moments. As you mentioned, the bullpen kept the Dodgers in it with 5 2/3 scoreless innings. Kyle Tucker also continues to be like a little bright spot. He extended his hitting streak to 7 games. He's hitting .304 with 4 home runs over his last 15 games. And for someone that, like, we spent a lot of the first half of the season just really digging into the fact that he better turn things around after the All-Star break. He better be ready for October, $60 million man. And you could see it. And we heard all the work that he was putting in after games in the cages. He knew that he wasn't in the right spot. So to see him finally come out on the other side, Dodgers are going to be just fine, you guys. Like, they're going to be just fine, okay? I know everyone's starting to freak out a bit, but the history's on the Dodgers side, okay? At this point last season, the Dodgers had a worse record, and they won the World Series. They were 68-50. Right now, we are 70-48. And the last time that the Dodgers dropped 7 straight, they went on to win the World Series. So there's a lot of things that you can look at, and you're like, oh my God, this is it. And like, if you want to be dramatic, go be dramatic. Let this be your moment to have all your feels about the Dodgers. And you know what? It's probably great for the rest of the league too. Let everybody else feel like there's a chance and an opportunity, so we can get like the hate away for a little bit. Like, bring the Dodgers and all the fans down to earth. But they're going to be just fine, you guys.
Yeah, I'm worried as a fan, but then I think back on the 3 games across the series, and there's nothing specific you can necessarily pinpoint, right? And if I can't, I mean, this goes for every sport, but I mean, from a standpoint of, like, is it pitching? Is it fielding? Is it hit?
So it's different every game, is what you were saying.
Yeah. It was a moving thing, and this goes for every sport. If I can watch a football team and the same thing keeps recurring, okay, you have a problem. If you watch basketball and the same thing keeps happening, you have a problem. But that really hasn't been the case over the road trip. Are the things that pop up frustrating? Yeah, and as a fan, do you worry just in the sense of, what if they don't snap out of it? Sure, because you love the sport and you're invested and you want them to win every single game, even though that's not possible. But the inability to pinpoint a specific thing that has to be fixed, not a specific player, but a specific thing, kind of calmed me a little bit. It's like, well, if I can't circle one reason, then it's just baseball. And so, yes, I'm worried as a fan, but logistically, just trusting that they're going to find their way out of it.
There was also a bright spot on this road trip, the one win on Saturday.
We'll take all we can get.
They snapped the losing streak, and then Ohtani had his first step in his throwing program, literally just playing toss on the grass, but it was a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was. Another bright spot, Andy Pages, 5 for 11, 2 RBIs, a home run, some defensive highlights, some defensive lowlights, but they kind of balanced themselves out. But since he was pretty solid from the plate, you brought up Kyle Tucker and the 7-game hit streak he is on. Yeah, so there are plenty of positives. I think the catcher rotation and finding who is going to be catcher number 1 while we kind of cycle through this, that is still up for debate. I found it interesting that Dave Roberts had Ben Rortvedt kind of bookend three solid starts from Hunter Fiducia over the past 5 games. Fiducia had 2 hits, a run, and some incredible frame jobs, meaning the pitch is a ball, but the ump calls it a strike because of how he catches it. For those who don't know what that means, he did great defensively. Game 2 in the 10th inning, he took a very ballsy 2-out walk, and that set things up. And then Ben Rortvedt, Game 3, he had a hit. So the fact that both of them got hits over the past 5 games, and had a great play at home in the 2nd inning when I believe it was Mookie or Edman fired home to catch the runner. So I mean, catching could be the biggest hole on this team, and the fact that despite being on catcher number 3 and number 4. I really catch number 4 and number 5.
Yeah.
The fact that that's not a concern. No, it has been a troubling road trip, but there are bright spots, and those need to be highlighted.
And the latest on Will Smith, expected return is now September, which we always thought, even though they were saying, oh, maybe late August. You're like, no way. Like early September. He's pain-free and has resumed baseball activities, and he continues to work through his hitting progression. Yeah. So he's headed in the right direction. They are hopeful that he will be back come the postseason. And as we heard Kirsten Watson tell us when we had her on Friday, this is a very similar timeline to what happened at the end of last season when they brought in Ben to kind of take over the end of the season and that first round of the postseason till Will Smith came back. So once again, Dodger fans, deep breath. Everything's going to be okay. They already have a better record right now than they did last year in this time. And again, we never wanted them to have a 100-win season, okay? We did not want that to happen because that would have hurt the three-peat, okay? There is the 100-win season curse. So we're doing just fine. We're doing just fine. You know who else is doing just fine?
Who's that?
Rams, baby. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're heading out to Rams training camp. We're going to hear from Myles Garrett. And did we see Aaron Donald? Excuse me, what does all this mean? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, and you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because coming up a little later in the show, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th, which happens to be Dodgers night. So keep listening to Brock and Alex. For your chance to win, you're just going to have to call 855-975-2326. We will let you know when to call in. You guys, happy NFL preseason week. We got a full slate of games kicking off on Thursday. The Rams will kick off on Friday at Chiefs. They just wrapped up their training camp at LMU after 10 practices. Now they are headed back to their facility in Woodland Hills to really finish their prep for the season. But we got so much good just behind the scenes look into what this new Rams team with new superstars is going to look like this last few weeks. And before we dive into it, I want to start with Myles Garrett, who was talked about, obviously his first time in and around a winning franchise that is just so much different than Cleveland. And this is what he had to say about these first few weeks of Rams camp.
The fact that we are so connected, it's so nice to be around a group of guys that just loves being around each other, loves the game, excited to come out here, excited to learn one another's game, as Gibbs says, learning your dance partner. There's someone in which you rush best with on your side, on the other side, and just finding those little intricacies in which you can play off each other and make each other better. That's what it's all about.
You can just hear in his voice how different this season is going to be for him. Just to be around a group of guys that wants to be here and wants to learn. When you hear that, what is your first reaction?
My first reaction is he paints such a great picture about understanding your teammates as people and how that affects you on the field. Because football, we don't really talk about it in that way. Meaning, when we talk about basketball, LeBron and Luka being able to get along means that their play on the court will be better.
Yeah.
The relationship between Dalton Rushing and Shohei was kind of fraught, and that affects them and their ability to play at their best. But football, you kind of think of it as I put pads on and I go hit people. But Myles Garrett, I feel right there, did better than anyone I've ever heard of saying, no, I have to know these guys and how they play, and that way I can assist them in making plays, and they can assist me in making plays, and that cannot be overlooked, which leads to playing for a successful franchise as opposed to being the Browns, where they had that 1 year where they pushed in the divisional round and then didn't really have much else when Myles was there. And just the respect that he has for the process and the defense that he's adding to, and of course he's a big piece of that. But like you said, it's a dance partner. Mm-hmm. And even though I'm Myles Garrett and I have a Hall of Fame jacket, and if I walked into Chris Shula's room and said, this is the way I want to do things, Chris Shula would probably do them that way. He's basically admitting, no, I have respect for what they do here because they have done a lot more winning than I have.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing I haven't done. And so I am still just a piece of this pie. And because of that mindset, it'll make him a better player.
So, Brock, you played for a few different franchises. You were at a few different camps. Some were we don't have to call them out. We don't have to say names, obviously, out of respect for your time with those franchises. But some of them had a very winning culture and others had a struggle culture. So when you saw the way that two different camps kind of conduct themselves and the energy and the vibe between the players, can you kind of describe the difference between a winning culture and a struggling culture?
Yeah, I would say fights are always going to happen, but there's a difference between I'm going really hard, you're going really hard, and we both want to win this rep, and even after the whistle blows, we want to show that we won the rep, and that kind of leaks over into a fight, but nobody actually cares because we're going to be laughing and joking in the locker room after.
Yeah.
There's a difference between that and a fight where I'm trying to hurt you, and if I get kicked out of practice and fined, I don't care because I'm so mad at the situation and I don't respect you, so I'm just going to beat you up and deal with what comes with that. The amount of fights of that second type of fight were much higher at teams that were not successful.
Okay, then question here. This is we're taking a quick left turn here because there was a fight at Raiders camp between Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins. And basically and you can explain this better, but there's players that are in red shirts that are no touch. Okay, these are usually your starters. And Crosby continued to hit Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
And by the second time, Kirk reacted and grabbed his jersey and collar. They got in a yelling match, and then they were both sat out of practice the next day. So in a situation like that, where, again, Raiders have been a struggling franchise, but this was supposed to be like our coming up year. This was supposed to be two of their leaders. When you hear and see something like that, is that along the same lines of like someone is just overly frustrated?
It's funny enough, the biggest villain in that scenario is actually the offensive line.
Oh.
The offensive line, you do not let anyone touch the quarterback ever, whether they're your teammate or an opponent. And the fact that it happened twice and Kirk had to be the one to initiate his defense. Okay, a quarterback should never have to defend themselves. If a quarterback gets stepped on, whether it's accidental or intentional, your job as an offensive lineman is to find the guy that stepped on him and deal with it right away.
Even when it's on your team.
Yeah, because Kirk is in the red jersey.
Yeah.
Because you cannot touch him because the quarterback is the program, as they say.
Yeah.
And even
he hit his arm.
Yeah.
He hit his throwing arm.
Exactly.
You can't do that.
And as an offensive lineman, it is your job during training camp to treat that quarterback like this is a game situation. And the fact that it happened twice, and again, Kirk having to be the one to defend himself instead of the offensive lineman defending him. I haven't seen footage of it.
Yeah.
Maybe Kirk hanging on to him is the bigger headline and the offensive line was involved, but from what all I've read, it was Kirk defending himself, and that is insanity. And I look at the Raiders' offensive line as the biggest losers if you had to put it on someone in that entire scenario.
Okay, so then from the Max Crosby situation, though, he had a crazy offseason. They tried to trade him. Ravens backed out, came back, excited. Okay, I want to finish my career here. So is this a sense of frustration from him? Like, why would you do that to a guy that is most likely going to be starting the season for you guys?
My guess is Max wanted to show how easily he was getting to the quarterback. A lot of times,
okay, so
way
calling out.
Yeah, a lot of time. Okay, say you're a DB and you don't think that the wide receiver across from you is very good. You want to show that to the offense. You want to show you want to put on film, I don't think this guy can make us better. And if a wide receiver looks at a DB and a quarterback looks at a DB and they don't think he's very good, they may think the same thing. And let's just keep exposing this dude. Not because we don't like him, but because he either needs to prove that he can make plays or coach needs to see that this guy's getting exposed. So I don't think Max Crosby hates Kirk Cousins. I think Max Crosby wanted to show I'm balling. Look how easily I'm getting to the quarterback, and I'm getting so close to the quarterback that I'm going to put my hands on him twice, which is the biggest no-no that a defender has in training camp.
Okay, so your takeaway is like O-line still struggling.
I'm looking at it as a big red flag on the offensive line, the entire situation, yes.
Okay. Well, let's get back to Rams training camp here because we got another piece of gold this weekend, you guys. Aaron Donald had another workout. Now, we talked about it on Friday. We knew that he was flying out his speed trainer. And I think it was the speed trainer who posted this video, or that's who he was working with. And he was doing agility work. And we have it up on the screen if you're watching the live stream right now. I mean,
that man looks good.
Aaron looks
He's hopping
fast,
over cones.
hurdles.
He's weaving in and out. We got a forward, back pedal, forward, back
so
pedal.
he is at the Rams facility working out. It looks like with teammates, right? And doing drills. So when you see this, What do you think?
So it's funny. The only downside
Nice
about
one.
wearing pads for
So you get up
football
to that
is
big for that,
you
dude.
really don't know what a lot of people look like. So my guess is these aren't his current teammates. These
Okay.
are guys who are also staying in shape. But
Okay.
again,
No, not yet,
I
not
can't
yet.
identify. It's tough to identify football players without their helmets on.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, with their numbers on. What I see here is a guy who still has the footwork of an elite defensive tackle. I think when you think of defensive
Left
linemen,
middle.
you think of strength, you think of aggression, you think of hands and shedding offensive linemen. Feet are important, and Aaron Donald's maybe greatest attribute is that he is the first off the ball. The second that center snaps the ball, 99 is the first one to move, even before all the offensive linemen who know what the count is.
Yeah.
And I see feet right there that have not lost much of a step.
Well, and this is what when we had Mark Schlereth on a
Yes.
couple weeks back, a month ago, and he was the one who was like, "Oh yeah, no, 100%, it's happening. He's back." He was talking about Aaron Donald's strength and what made him so dangerous, and it was how low he got and how fast he got there.
Yeah.
First step off, and he takes the O-line off their feet because he's so low to the ground and so fast that they can't get to him quick enough.
Aaron Donald, he's probably listed at 6 feet, 6 feet on a good day, probably. And why there were a few people who doubted how he would transition to the NFL is because they felt he was undersized, right? Thankfully, Leslie did not feel that way.
Yeah.
But no, he's so low to the ground that even offensive linemen who are 5 inches taller than him, they can't get that low. So he's lower than you.
Incredible.
He's coming off the ball faster than you are, and he's stronger than you. He's like a bowling ball. He's just this compact, dense thing with
Coming in
no
hot.
body fat.
Yeah.
And imagine if someone just rolled a 6-foot bowling ball at you. How are you supposed to stop it?
You're not.
Yeah. So no, he took his what should be disadvantages on paper and made them into an ultimate strength.
And that's what makes him arguably one of the greatest defensive players we've ever seen. And I think we have to have tempered expectations with that coming back. Because when you think about his last few seasons in the NFL, it was great Aaron Donald, but it wasn't peak Aaron Donald.
Sure.
So now he's coming off 2 seasons of retirement. He looks great, you guys. He looks fantastic. But the positive thing with Myles Garrett also on that line, he doesn't have to be the star of the show.
Aaron Donald, if he comes back at 80% of himself, is still better than most of the defensive tackles in the NFL. And even then, they don't have the versatility that he does to line up really all over the defensive line.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Like, was Aaron Donald's final year, was he, are there other seasons that you could say he played better? Yeah, sure. But that final year was still among the best defensive tackles in the NFL at that time, if not the best. And he just sets a standard that I don't know if anyone else has reached other than maybe Myles Garrett could close in on it. But Myles Garrett even has some work to do to close in on what Aaron Donald was at his best.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hot
It's
take.
crazy. It's crazy, man.
Hot take. And you know what? When I watch that video, I just think he's so back. He's so back. We just did a social video where all of us are guessing the day and the time that we think it's going to be announced. I said Monday, August 31st, 9 a.m. And you said...
I said Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m.
So mine is after the final cuts, right? Are made to the roster?
After the final preseason game. Yes.
And then
I believe.
yours, because it's a Thursday game.
Because the final preseason game, I think, is the 27th, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, 27th.
We are the latest, by the way.
We
I
are.
looked at that calendar, and we are definitely the latest
We
on
are.
there.
I'm holding firm.
I'm feeling strong. Feeling strong. Last week of August. I went last day. All right, guys.
The good thing is this. If we're wrong, it just means he's back sooner than we thought. It's a win-win.
Hey, we are winning. Always winning. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care? LA, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Best thing about living in LA.
The taxes.
man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me, for us, the other leaders on our offense, to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did. What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier. Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we
analysis.
shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual
Think
one there?
about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. Okay, what's the real fifth one? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a goat.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
You're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN and save that number, you guys, because coming up in a couple hours, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to the Sparks to take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. And guess what? It is Dodgers night. So just keep listening to Brock and Alex for your chance to win. You're just going to have to call 855-975-2326. Save the number, and I'll let you know when to call in. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
You know what time it is.
Hey.
It's producer Shay, the sultan of segments.
Oh, not bad.
You guys like that one?
How long do you think on that one?
That one just came to me, actually.
I'm impressed.
It just came to me.
You know,
right
I
now.
can tell you're feeling better this week because that was fire.
The voice is open.
Your
the mind
energy's
is clear.
back.
Yeah, no,
Your
I'm ready.
eyes look like lively again.
Come on. We're awake. We're wide awake.
Eyes look like.
Well, it was like he was gone. He was there, but he was like, Soul was not there last week.
Yeah, Soul is definitely not there, but the Soul is here today.
I know.
And the Sultan of
Welcome
Segments
back.
is here for Do You Care LA, guys. Let's turn that music back on. Come on.
Get the shoulders loose.
Get those shoulders loose. All right, Do You Care LA, the segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective, guys. Number one, this kind of has a little bit to do with LA, depending on how old you are. Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins fight at Raiders camp. So things got heated at Raiders camp Friday when Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins got into it during practice. So Cousins reportedly took kind of like it personally when Crosby was hitting him on the arm a couple times. So it was 2 times during team drills. On the second hit, Cousins actually grabbed Crosby and had some words with him. It could be something that happens just during training camp, easy NFL things. Brock, you can maybe tell us a little bit more about this, but Do You Care LA, a little bit fight during training camp?
No, fights happen. I think if you are a Raiders fan, you can look at head coach Clint Kubiak, and I guess you could find solace in how he handled it. He sees it as a very serious thing, which is why both of them had to sit out of a practice. But as we mentioned last segment, I don't see it as a Cousins thing or a Crosby thing. I see it as an offensive line thing. And I would hope that your starting quarterback having to sit out of a practice because he had to defend himself, because none of you were there to defend him, is the biggest takeaway. So if I'm an offensive lineman out there, I definitely care because my offensive lineman brothers are not doing their job. But in general, I don't think I care. What about you?
It's so interesting because I never, when we were talking about it in the last segment, we were talking about like the Rams situation and the vibes in camps where you have a winning culture compared to camps where you've kind of been struggling the last few seasons. And this is the perfect example. We would never see something like this at Rams camp.
Right.
Ever.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
This is a very, in what was thought to be a step in the right direction for the Raiders, to have 2 of your leaders on this team and 2 veteran leaders on this team. I know you were saying like this was probably more a shot at the O-line to look at the coaching staff and be like, look how easy it is for me to get through and get to our starting quarterback. But it doesn't matter. He's wearing a red jersey, which is like the no contact jersey. You did not have to hit him. You can get right up in him and you could like get right up in his face and make it cute and funny. But the fact that you're actually hitting him, and it's his first season with this team too. So there's just, I care because it's just not setting a good example, I think, as the veteran leaders of this team that you're trying to turn into a winning franchise. Like this would not fly at all at Rams camp. Am I
That's very true.
surprised that it's happening at Raiders? No. Does it make me sad? Yes, because I have high hopes and expectations, and I want this franchise to be in the winning column of things.
Yeah, the silver lining of it, silver Raiders, there we go, that wasn't even intentional, is hopefully this is a wake-up call. And there are times where rock bottom-ish moments happen in practice, and then you turn a corner because of it. Hopefully they can use that as one, because it is pretty embarrassing.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I do care.
Thank you. I'm like,
I think I do
it's
care.
the two veteran leaders. What are
Yeah.
you talking about?
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad for business.
Bad for business.
It is. It's a business. All right, we care.
It's definitely a business, and yes, Alex, I definitely care, and I think you're right on that, so I'm happy Brock changed his mind.
Yeah.
On to the next
We
one,
brought him around.
guys. Do you care, LA? The segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world. We started with the Raiders, now we're going to the NBA. Ben Simmons is trying to make that comeback, guys, a name that we don't really say too much anymore. Ben Simmons is back on the basketball court and apparently healthy, so the 30-year-old is expected to participate with 0 restrictions at an Australian national team minicamp after sitting out the entire 2025-2026 NBA season to get healthy. Several NBA teams have reportedly shown interest. I don't know why, but Simmons is willing to take a minimum deal, and he's already has a non-guaranteed minicamp offer from a Western Conference team. His godfather, who's also the assistant coach for Australia, says Simmons has regained his athleticism. Do you care, LA?
So the Ben Simmons story is kind of weird because it was never a physical ability. Something just broke in his brain. There was a key play where I believe it is Kyrie Irving. I don't think it was a playoff game, but it was when they were all in Brooklyn, and it was a big time moment. Kyrie Irving finds Ben Simmons beneath the basket, and instead of shooting or just dunking the ball at the basket directly above him, he passes it out, and that was kind of the unforgivable moment of Ben Simmons is mentally
gone,
and
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to come back. So, do I hope that Ben Simmons, after taking his sabbatical for a couple years, has realized that he loves basketball? Because it was clear he's essentially hinted as much that there was a time where he did not love basketball, and that he can do enough to where people remember him differently. I do, but I don't care because I need to see him on a basketball court. Maybe even if it's overseas or in the G League, I don't know what the rules are, but at a level that is not the NBA before I can buy in.
I mean, he hasn't played a full NBA slate of games, over 60 games, since 2018-2019.
God, it has been that
bad.
long.
Yeah, because
Oh my God.
2020, I mean, obviously there was that season, but
Sure.
2021 to 2022, 0 games, 22 to 23, 42 games, 23 to 24, 15 games, and then 24 to 25 kind of bounced around a bit, but 51 games, and then last season, no games. So he hasn't played a full season in a long time. And as you said, once the mental side of it kind of leaves, physical, yeah, he's been plagued with injuries. And then that kind of plays into the mental side of things. And then they kind of crisscross and you're like, okay, is this a mental thing? Is it a physical thing? It's all just bad. And that's kind of how it ended with Ben Simmons. You're just kind of like, it's just bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I always hope that an athlete can turn things around, and maybe playing for the Australian national team will give him a chance to do that. And his godfather is an assistant coach, so he has a support system, you know. But yeah, I mean, he might be able to be a bench player coming off the bench in the NBA, but for sure league minimum. It's just. Yeah.
Rob Pelinka, don't even think about it.
Oh, I already see.
Don't even think about it, Rob Pelinka.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah. I don't really care,
Yeah.
but I care for the human being that I hope that he can turn things around.
Rooting for him, but we don't care.
Yes. Okay.
Massive fall off for the man. That's all I got to say.
Well, yeah.
It's true.
It's very true. Jacob Mizorowski, guys. He's making more history. The Miz is actually going to be here this weekend to play the Dodgers, so we'll see how that goes. The Brewers flamethrower, Jacob Mizorowski, just became the second fastest pitcher in MLB history to reach 200 strikeouts. He got there in just 129.1 innings, breaking the Brewers franchise record previously held by Corbin Burns. Only Spencer Strider has ever reached 200 strikeouts faster. It's pretty wild, guys. Do you care, LA?
I do care because he's going to be the Cy Young winner, and
Yeah.
he's going to be a problem if he is in the lineup when the Dodgers face him in a couple short days, and he will also be a problem in the playoffs. So
Yeah.
I care, but I am happy for him.
I also love seeing history.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what?
that's
As long as it's not happening against the Dodgers, I'm chill with it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got to look and see if he's lining up to pitch when they're in LA. But yeah, it's always fun. It's always fun to witness history. And
History's
again,
great.
as long as it's not against your team, we're fine. And you know what? Everyone loves a little healthy competition.
There we go.
Bring it on. You know what? Bring it on. Hour number 2 coming up next, you guys.
They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities. And just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from such time off, but
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed. Bring your opinions. Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Rod, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream at The Fan LA on YouTube, get in the chat. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. And you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because coming up next hour, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. And it's going to be Dodgers night. So keep listening to Brock and Alex for your chance to win. You're just going to call 855-975-2326 in about an hour to win a pair of Sparks tickets to Dodgers night on August 20th. That's going to be a blast.
Those jerseys are sweet. For those who are listening, they're doing a limited for the first 12,500 fans that enter the arena. It is a baseball jersey that says LA Sparks across the front.
In purple.
And then the Dodgers logo on the back.
Sick.
That's fire.
That is fire. Lot of fun things going down in LA, you guys. Also, happy NFL preseason. Like I said, every time I look at the live stream, I realize I am dressed for camp because I've got my pads on.
Get her out there, throw her in some drills.
Did not realize how big these shoulder pads were in my shirt until I looked at the live stream. But you know what? It's just we're in theme, and I love that for me. Thursday, we got the Chargers at the Texans. Cardinals at Raiders, and then Saturday, Rams at Chiefs, you guys. So we're going to be diving into all things NFL preseason, NFL camp. And we were in a commercial break, you guys. I swear, Brock is also in some sort of training camp right now. He pulls out this fat stack of, I can't tell, is it note cards or note pad papers folded
I take
together?
papers and then I fold them in half so that they could fit in my pocket. So they are no card shaped.
For what? It looks like you're in camp too right now.
Yes, I do a lot of training with kids, and because
in high school.
I guess all ages, but
Okay.
high school is because high school starts on Wednesday for some kids,
Oh, snap.
and then the following week. There has been a massive uptick in training with high school kids, and one of the mothers of a kid that I worked with reached out regarding a specific thing that I told him, and because we are at about 15 kids, I have no idea what I told this kid. So now I need to go back and find whatever it is I told him, and on the breaks
show
where
him off your little stack.
On the breaks where I don't need to go to the bathroom, I sit here and I talk to mothers about things that I told their kids.
So, gosh, are you personally training 15, or is it a group of you guys that are kind of working with a bunch of kids?
It's just me. So I never do more than 2 at one time.
Okay.
I prefer one-on-one, and so do the parents and kids.
Okay.
It kind of comes down to attention, especially with the high school kids. With the younger kids, it's more so attention span.
You're saying per session, you got 1 to 2 at a time, but you're working with 15 total.
Yes, correct. So when someone reaches out with a very specific note about one very specific kid, the fact that you think I have that answer off the top of my head is just not.
Are you taking these notes during training, after training, before training?
All of the above.
Good for you.
All the
I'm
above,
also
yes.
a pen and paper person. When I was doing sidelines,
Mhm.
I had to have my notebook.
Yeah.
I had
Yeah.
my notebook, and it's so funny because some people feel a certain way about it. I was on covering the World Cup. I got a text message wow, that looks so unprofessional having your notebook in it. I was like, are you kidding me?
No, down to work.
What? Absolutely not.
Yeah. For my
get out of here.
iPad, I even got the little stylus. Because just by writing it into an iPad, even though it immediately converts it to text, I just remember it. If I write it with my hand, I will remember it.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. It's I had to do a lot of I was a great public speaker, great performer, wasn't a great test taker. So I had to study so hard to remember things, and I did. And that was one of the biggest things I had to do. It's I had to write it out. I had to make the note cards.
Yeah.
I studied and my husband is he hears it once, it stays in his brain forever. He's one of those, never had to study in his life. And we were dating in college, and I was I could not be more opposite or jealous of your situation. But boy, do I have to work hard for this to stick in my brain.
And I think there's a reason. NFL definitely, MLB definitely. Basketball, they typically aren't holding things because there's so many assistants, but head coaches always write things by hand as well.
Yeah.
If you see a head coach or a coordinator on the sideline, they always have to write it down. physically, even though I'm sure there's some AI robot that they could talk their notes into. But no, writing something down by hand, it's just the best trick.
No, it's absolutely the best. Are you doing that when you're calling games too?
Yeah.
You have the crazy board?
Definitely.
Dude,
crazy board.
Shout out to like play-by-play and analysts. That's one thing like I have not done yet.
Mhm.
But your crazy boards are incredible.
When that time comes, I'll be sure to bring one in so that
you know what I'm
people
talking
who
about.
have never seen the
They're
board that you look at
wild.
when you call a game. It is massive.
It's
yes.
just kind of like little like notes, like snippets that you have of each player, so you could just quickly like, okay, there he is. This is what this happened in here. You guys, it's so cool. There's so much like calling a game is like studying for a test in a way.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you're
for sure.
like putting your notes together, you're putting your takes together, you are getting to know all the guys, all the pre-interview. So there's so much that goes into getting ready for a season, not just for the players, the coaches, the training staff, but the broadcasters and everybody around. So it's so fun. It's such a great time of year. I'm so excited to just like bring you guys along for all of this. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Let's get back to some baseball, okay? Because on Saturday night, the Dodgers finally snapped their 7-game losing streak, even though they are in the midst of just a really tough stretch, losing 5 of 6 on the road trip. They've lost 3 straight series for the first time since 2025. But again, last night, like ending the road trip with another loss. And you can tell it's starting to wear on the guys a bit. As much as you want to stay in high spirits, when you have certain guys that are going through slumps or you have clubhouse guys, that's who you have to really lean on and rely on. And Miguel Rojas has really become one of those players. We've heard about it, that he's really kind of been a mentor to a couple different guys and really been a vocal leader. But he told Dodgers reporter David Vassay this weekend that he actually sent a message to the entire Dodgers group chat. And this is what he challenged everybody to do.
I challenged the guys. I sent in a little quick message on the group last night to start our spring right now. You know, why not to start when it's 44 games left? So we prepare for what is coming, and I feel like if we put the little intensity on every pitch and forget about the past and forget about what the future is going to look like, I think we're going to be on the moment more, and we're going to give everything that we have in that moment. So I think it's important to remember those little things when you go in the middle of the summer and, you know, like you're approaching the end of the season and you kind of wanted to get over it with, so you can go to October. But I mean, no one is going to give you anything for free. So we're going to have to earn it. And this is our time to kind of start our spring. I believe we can do it. I know we've been playing a lot of games the last 2 years and this year, but if we have an opportunity to do something really special. So if we have it in our hands, let's do it. You know, we're in it to win it. We're not in it just to say, oh no, we won the last 2. We're okay not winning this one or let's see what happened. No, we're in it to win this one.
Miggy, that's the kind of guy you need in this Dodgers clubhouse right now. And you know what? He might not be the one making the difference on the field, but it's not always those guys that it takes to lift up and remind a group. Because you guys, when they say dog days of summer, this is it. This is exactly what they're talking about. The dog days of summer. He explained it perfectly, where you're kind of like, oh, okay, I'm ready to get to October. I just want to be done with this. I want to get here. And then you kind of let a couple series slip away. And then you let some guys, you don't let some guys, but some guys get into these slumps and are struggling. We've talked about it with Mookie. He was kind of going through a tough stretch. We saw it with Kyle Tucker before he turned things around and now has a nice little hit streak going. But you have to remind yourself, even when you are the best of the best, like going for a three-peat, the back-to-back champs, that you guys, like, we have to approach every single moment, every pitch, every game right now like this is our time.
And he was the right guy to deliver that message. Is he the face of this team? No. Is he the focal point of this team? No. He'll see work typically in one of the 3 games of a typical series, but he's the perfect guy to deliver this message because this is his 5th season with the Dodgers, I believe. has obviously left his mark, his heroics a year ago. But most importantly, this is his final year.
Yeah.
It is well known
that
this is his final year, and then he will make the transition to hopefully be a manager one day.
It sounds like it right here. Like
Right.
even that like message right there, you're like, oh yeah, no, he's getting into coaching after this.
Right. So whether you are Justin Robleski, who's a young guy who probably who could have 10 years left in his baseball career, whether you're Freddie Freeman, who's on the back end of his career but wants a contract extension for a couple more, whether you're Mookie Betts, whose futures has more years left in baseball but may not look as clean as it once. Like, no matter what scenario you're in, you look at a guy who's saying, this is my last year, please give it all, not just for me but use me as a reminder.
Yeah.
Meaning this is going to go quicker than you think. And with how talented this team is, how rare these opportunities come by, don't think that just because we won it the past 2 years, that if we don't win it this year, that's somehow passable because of what we've done and we can just do it again next year. I love him delivering this message because he's reminding them that's not how this works. I'm the old guy here.
Yeah.
Believe me, before you know it, you're going to be me and telling a group of youngsters to give their all. And I'm amazed by Miggy's presence that he constantly brings to this clubhouse despite his limited opportunities on the actual diamond, but love that this message was sent.
And you know what? The Dodgers are still in a great position, you guys. They're still 7.5 games over Arizona, 8.5 games over San Diego in the NL West. Yes, this losing streak has dropped them behind Milwaukee and Atlanta in the race for the first round bye. But now this gives them something to fight for. And I've talked about this a lot, and I will continue to talk about it. We don't want the Dodgers to have a 100-win season. When they were kind of on that trajectory of just winning every series and just... that's when I got worried.
Yeah.
Okay, that's when I was worried. Right now, I am not worried at all. Right now, this was the bringing them down to life and letting this is going to be a part of the story. We needed this part of the Dodgers story to get back to the top of the mountaintop.
Yeah.
You can't be great all season and then like just jump right back on that three-peat. It doesn't work that way. You need to be brought back down to life and humbled a little bit. And this is the Dodgers humbling. And they're going to be just fine, you guys. Like at this point last season, the Dodgers had a worse record. They were 68-50. This season they are 70-48. Okay. And what they do last year? Went on to win the World Series. Like this just gives them that extra bit of, as you heard Miggy talk about, motivation to now fight to get into October, because it's that fight that continues into the postseason that helps a team that is heavily favored get back to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, and referencing recent years is important because last year they did not have the bye. They only won the division by 3 games, and of course they went on to win the World Series. So there's this delicate balance of any team where if this is our rock bottom, we're in a great place, but we're still at our rock bottom and we're not comparing ourselves to other teams. We're comparing ourselves to the best version of ourselves. So yeah, the Dodgers, hopefully this ends up being their rock bottom. To say your rock bottom is the 4th best record in baseball, the 3rd best record in the NL, to have a winning record, and as you mentioned, 7.5 games over Arizona, 9 games over San Diego. If that ends up being rock bottom, yeah, you're in a great place. However, you can also say the standard can't be lowered, because 9 games of not looking like yourself, eventually you get to a point where, wait, maybe this is the new us, right? Like you compare yourself to the best version of you throughout this year. There's been multiple times where the Dodgers have been humming, even without Kyle Tucker, even without Glasnow, without Snell, and that's the version you compare yourselves to. Are they pretty far behind that version of the Dodgers? I would say so, but then I come back around and say, but if this is rock bottom, they have the 4th best record in baseball and hopefully are continuing to get healthier. So it's 2 sides of the same coin. But again, I just bring it back to Miggy being the perfect guy to deliver this message. And I love that he calls it a sprint.
It is. Well, because baseball is such a marathon, like from spring training through October, and with the Dodgers who have made deep postseason runs for the better part of a decade. They're playing like February to November. They are playing baseball. So that is a marathon. So right now, this is the sprint in the dog days of summer. And you almost have to like rewire your brain to think about, okay, well now like we can kind of restart and this is what it's going to be. And
44 games left.
Yeah. And you got Kansas City in town tonight with Tarek Skubal making his Dodgers debut, which there's got to be a lot of energy and a lot of hype around that. You got a lot of guys coming back. Blake Snell is supposed to be making his return off the IL tomorrow night, but you got Kansas City for 3. Then you got Milwaukee coming to town
Game time.
for 4. So you kind of get to ease into the Brewers. Okay. You're easing into the Brewers Thursday through Sunday. Then you go to Denver for a quick little Rockies adventure, and then you come home for a quick 3 against Pittsburgh, and then the last road trip of August is going to kind of be an emotional road trip because you go and you play Atlanta. That's also going to be tough, and then they go to Detroit where Skubal, we heard, we played it on Friday. I wouldn't have that quickly have said I want to go back to my old team after just getting traded to the Dodgers. It's PR probably should have been there for that. However, he said what he said and made it very clear that that's where he wanted to stay. That's where he hopes to possibly go. If they're in the conversation after, you took the side of, I think he was just kind of, giving one to the fans and being nice for the fans. Okay, cool, but you're with the Dodgers now. So you got to also think about these fans in LA because this is your job now. You're getting, I think it's $9 million was left on his contract to be here for the last 3 months and just be on a winning franchise and go for a World Series. That's where I want your head and your mind. So I'm excited to see his reception of Dodger Stadium, the fans' reception of him, his second outing now that he got that first he said it felt like his MLB debut all over again. It's first time pitching at Wrigley, but now in front of the home fans for the first time in a Dodger uniform. This is going to be big for Skubal tonight.
I'm curious what the reception is. Obviously, it will be overwhelmingly positive, but I wonder if I was going to the game tonight, am I bitter at what Tarek Skubal said last week about the split in Detroit, or do I want to overly welcome him so that I can show him we're going to treat you better than they ever did? I think there's 2 ways to approach it just as a fan. But that being said, anytime you're pitching or playing whatever sport for the first time in what is your new home, even if it only ends up being your home for 3 months or so, that's special. Yeah. And, we're not going to see the emotions that he had the last time he stepped off the mound in Detroit, but I do think it is an emotional thing, and I think it's a big step toward LA being as comfortable as it possibly can be. We spoke last week about how this brief stint in LA, if it ends up being that
a rental,
Tarek will never feel comfort because it's not like he's gonna buy a home. He may be living in hotels the whole time. Half of the time is on the road anyway, but this is as close to comfort as he can get, is pitching at his new home stadium. And so I hope it goes well for him.
It makes me think of, not as dramatic and as shocking, obviously, because this wasn't as a shock. He knew he was going to get traded. But Luka to the Lakers, when he was, I think, crying and really emotional and didn't understand and wasn't happy about it at first. And it's okay, well, here I am. I thought I was going to spend my entire career with this organization, and now I'm not. Yeah. Hopefully I'm in a better situation. So I'm trying to remember what the reception was with fans. I was at it was positive. I was at the Laker game when the Mavs came to town to LA and he played them, and it was wild.
Yeah, there's such a level of shock, but I think that first game in your home arena or home stadium, from that point forward, it lessens the shock and gets a little more toward the magic word of comfort.
What was the magic word?
Comfort.
Oh, if he said tour, I was like, what did I hear? Tour? I don't know. Okay, so tonight is the real, like, welcome to LA, welcome to the Dodgers night for Tarek Skubal. So excited for that, for him to make his Dodgers Stadium debut. And you know what? Maybe this is going to be the spark that the Dodgers need to turn things around. Bats will come alive. Skubal will have an incredible first outing at Dodgers Stadium. We can see it now. See it in the stars.
Feels right.
It does. Feels perfect. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we haven't talked Chargers yet. How are they looking before their preseason game on Thursday? We're just a couple days away. Don't go anywhere. That's next here on Brock and Alex.
But I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count? I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like, I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
That comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
Okay. Should we do it? What do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no.
It's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
Big secrets.
Oh man. Hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Don't tell anyone. Cut. Fly, bro.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season.
Yeah.
And so he walks into the room and
the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. And you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because in about 35 minutes, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. And guess what, guys? It's Dodgers night that night, Thursday, August 20th, at 7 p.m. tip-off. So keep listening for your chance to win a pair of Sparks tickets. You just have to call 855-975-2326. All right, let's talk some Chargers. We have not gotten to Chargers camp yet, and they had a fun practice yesterday. They are just days away from Thursday's preseason opener against Houston, which family ties. Your brother works in the Houston scouting department.
Yes, he does.
And Sunday's practice started to feel a little more like game prep than training camp. A lot of veterans sat out, which is norm, right? Because we're not going to see a ton of veterans in. How are Chargers compared to the Rams in terms of playing their veterans in the first preseason game?
So it's going to be interesting. Harbaugh is a contact guy, physical guy, and the way that he wants to play the game, you kind of have to see it done in game. So he will let his starters play a lot more snaps than McVay will. Also, the fact that you have a new offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, there's just more questions and unknowns. So we're going to see a lot more Chargers reps. Do we see it week one, preseason week one? I wish, because Houston was a player or two away from the AFC Championship a year ago and would be a great look. I'm keeping fingers crossed, but I would find it very unlikely that we see starters against starters.
So we've talked a lot about, obviously, their new offensive coordinator, Mike McDaniel, but their new defensive coordinator that you were just mentioning, and Chris O'Leary, he was talking on, I think it was yesterday on Sunday, and he said he's going to be calling plays directly from the sidelines so he can communicate with his defense directly, opposed to, you see a lot of defensive coordinators that are up in the booth sometimes. Do players like it better having your DC on the sidelines opposed to the box?
Yes, they definitely prefer it on the sideline, and there's a growing trend of coordinators coming down from the press box.
For that reason?
Yeah, both in college and the NFL, the traditional way of thinking was coordinators are in the box, and they will communicate via the telephone that's on every sideline if he needs to talk to someone specifically, or he is in direct communication with whoever's signaling in the plays. For example, at Minnesota, the coordinator was up in the box, and he would signal down to the DB coach, who would signal in what the play was, or call in the play once microphones were allowed to the middle linebacker. Because the idea was, I want the highest view possible
to see everything. The bird's eye view.
Exactly. And for an offensive coordinator, I would agree that has tons of benefits. I've always felt from a defensive coordinator standpoint, you would be better off having it flipped, having one of your assistants tell you the bird's eye view, because defense is reactionary.
Yeah.
Offense, you are dictating what personnel the defense puts on the field and what they do. The defense, therefore, is reactionary. And being able to see how you guys react by being on the sideline watching them, you're not going to be able to see how they react from up in the press box. So, very long elaboration there, but the short of it is, this is the right call, and especially for a first-time NFL coordinator, you want to be in the mix.
I love that. So then what are you going to be kind of keeping an eye on for that matchup against Houston on Thursday? As you said, you hoped and you wish that he's going to be playing as starters because it would be such a great matchup. However, because it's the first preseason game,
it's just unlikely.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
So what are you going to be looking for on Thursday?
Couple names that we've been tracking throughout camp. First off, running back Omarion Hampton, who is I feel a superstar in the making. I think he's going to have a fantastic year because Mike McDaniel is so good at the run game, because its offensive line is completely retooled. Omarion Hampton looked really solid last year in the availability that he had, a little banged up there at times, but just a true complete back, and I'm excited to see what he can do in this new offense. This team is loaded at offensive line, loaded at tight end. They brought over a fullback from Miami, and it's all catered to Omarion Hampton having a big year. Offensively as well, wide receiver Brendan Thompson, he's the speedster, the 4th rounder out of Mississippi State. He cracked with the ones fairly early, meaning he cracked that starting lineup, and they're going to trust him to be the speedy guy, and he's really the only speedy guy in that wide receiver room. He'll be wide receiver 3 at most, maybe wide receiver 4 when you factor in tight ends. But if he can be a true deep threat for Herbert and that big arm, his development will be great to see. And Houston has incredible defensive back depth. So even if the starters aren't out there, I think we'll be able to get a good look at him. Offensively also, Branson Taylor. So we've been talking a lot about the offensive line and the left guard position specifically. Every other position is set. Left guard is wide open, and Jake Slaughter was drafted early out of Florida at center. Branson Taylor is in the mix. Trevor Penning is in the mix. Trey Pipkins is in the mix. Branson Taylor was on the practice squad last year and has been making a lot of noise, so to speak, during camp, running a ton with the one. So that left guard spot will be figured out by the second preseason game. And I would be shocked but pleasantly surprised if Branson Taylor is able to push through the lineup in that first preseason game at the left guard spot.
Okay, so we're keeping an eye on a couple of the positions that you said getting locked in, guys getting opportunities, probably not seeing a lot of veterans and starters in this first game, maybe
at
for
most
a
one
quarter.
series,
Okay.
Yeah.
So then what are you going to be looking for from like a Mike McDaniel and a Chris O'Leary, who are our first time OC and DC for the Chargers? Like, if they don't have their guys in the game, what are you going to be looking for from them?
It's what the offense is going to look like. So preseason, you're never going to show all of your stuff, right? Because you want to keep that in the tuck, and these preseason games are available to the public, and whoever you play week 1, you want them, really week 1, 2, and 3, you want them to have the least amount of information on you as possible. At the same time, Mike McDaniel isn't going to just overhaul his entire offensive scheme in one offseason. You can go back and watch things at Miami. You can go back to his time before that with San Francisco and understand what he's trying to do. So if the question is what our coach is trying to accomplish in these early offseason games, it's more so is what I have done that has worked up to this point still going to continue to work?
Yeah.
Are you going to see it via your starters? No, but there are things you can look for, like, okay, maybe we missed that block, but did everything else work well? Okay, great. Is the offense understanding what I'm trying to get across to them? Defensively, I feel you can take up a little more in those early games because defensively you're going to rotate a lot more depth-wise, and you just want to see, even if this guy doesn't make the play, did he have the opportunity to make the play? It's a coach's job to create the opportunity, and it's a player's job to actually make the play itself. So if McDaniel has a good day, if Chris O'Leary has a good day, it will be because guys were in position to make plays, and you trust that when your starters are out there, they'll make the plays at a higher clip than the backup guys that we'll likely see more of.
Which makes preseason tough as a fan
watching,
because you're at home watching, you're like, okay, all we care about, getting a win, right? That's kind of the base of fandom. But preseason is, okay, let me see what we're working with. Let me see, kind of giving these second, third string guys an opportunity to show us what they got. So if you're talking to a Chargers fan, okay, that's going to be sitting at home watching all 3 of these preseason games, what are you telling them to kind of like settle their nerves and like not worry? It's still like it's gonna be a good season. It should be a good season. But what are you telling them as we're heading into preseason?
I would say you're watching the rookies because you just want to see the things that you were good at in college. Are you also good at in the NFL? We were talking during NBA free agency and summer league. You know, Cameron Carr the first round pick for the Lakers. He didn't have to go out there and be a superstar. You just want to see, okay, in college, you were super athletic, you could jump really high, and you could block a lot of shots. Can you do that on an NBA level? And at a summer league level, he was able to do that. So Brennan Thompson, for example, what separated him was his speed at wide receiver. You just want to see, okay, is he still as fast? Can he still separate? Maybe basketball is actually the best comparison here for preseason games. Think of it as you want to see guys getting schemed open. Whether they hit that open three or not, it's probably going to be Luka taking that shot when it really matters. But the scheme is showing, we were able to create an open look. You kind of have to apply that to the NFL, whereas it's tougher to see because there's 22 guys and they're all wearing pads and they're all colliding with each other. But what coaches are looking at is, did the scheme work? Was that wide receiver open? Was the guy open and the quarterback missed him? Okay, I can talk to the quarterback and figure it out. I know that Herbert's going to be able to make that throw, and I know that Ladd McConkey is going to be able to make that catch. But I can see what was supposed to happen, even if the guys out there weren't capable of executing it at the level that the starters were.
Okay, so we are approaching watching these games with a different mindset. You're literally convincing me right now. Look at the scheme.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, the outcome's nice when it actually works, but you want to look at the setup.
Yes. If you go out there and your third string defense misses a bunch of tackles, that's frustrating, but that's why they're the third string defense. They have a lot to learn. Now, if a running back pops off a 40-yard touchdown run untouched, that's the scheme. Now it's, okay, we weren't in the right place. I need to address that and make sure that the starters know how to address that, and then I'll get to the third string and make sure that they do it better next time. By the way, I want to shout him out for a minute. Jason Reed at the Bolt Beat. Anyone who wants the ins and outs of Chargers camp, he is a fantastic writer. I guess that's technically a blog. I don't want to disrespect anyone, but everything that he writes about the Chargers is awesome. And for anyone who wants to get up to speed before that preseason game here in a couple days, wanted to make sure I shouted him out. There is another rookie I wanted to point out, Jake Slaughter, who was the second-round pick out of Florida, played center, had never played guard, but guard to centers typically fairly interchangeable. If you had to do winners and losers of camp, I guess him still working to crack that starting rotation not happening is a little shocking. They were definitely expecting him to be the starting left guard. As I mentioned, Branson Taylor, who was practice squad last year, has been a nice surprise. But if you need something to watch for the Chargers, it's Brennan Thompson, the rookie wide receiver, and whenever Jake Slaughter gets out there, if it's not, it may be with the starting group since the starters probably won't be playing, watch his reps at left guard, because I think they were hoping for a little more out of him.
Okay. And Chargers taking on Houston on Thursday. I mean, we got a full slate of NFL preseason games Thursday, Friday, Saturday. When you look at the whole lineup, Chargers, obviously, you got a lot to look at. Anybody else that you're kind of like pinpointing and circling that game?
Defensive end Justin Eboigbe. This will be his third year with the Chargers. He's a defensive end. He really played mostly the second half of last season, had 6 sacks. And the defensive front for the Chargers, not the pass rush, but ability to stop the run. If you had to point out a weakness defensively, I think you could circle that. They kind of just get worn down as the year goes on, but he's had a great camp and looking to take yet another step after the step he took a year ago.
All right. A lot of positive things and hope. We used hopeful was the word of the day on Friday, you guys. We're going to be hopeful again for the Chargers this season. But the reason hopeful was the word of the day Friday was the Dodgers were hopeful that Shohei Ohtani was going to start that throwing progression. And you know what? It happened, and the Dodgers rotation is finally getting healthy. We're diving into those timelines when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
about it.
Hey, Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. I felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, I'm like, think I got it and being able to run into the end zone and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and like now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up. So it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places where I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good care of it.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations
to you. You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human.
voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN and save that number, you guys. Is coming up in about 15 minutes. We are giving you a chance to win tickets to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. And it also happens to be Dodgers night for that game. So keep listening to Brock and Alex for your chance to win. You're just going to have to call 855-975-2326 in about 15 minutes. All right, guys?
All right.
All right. Speaking of the Dodgers, you guys, finally, some arms are getting healthy. Okay. Obviously, the Dodgers made the blockbuster move at the deadline, trading for Tarik Skubal, who is making his Dodgers debut tonight against Kansas City, which is going to be what we were talking about, kind of, I feel like his welcome to the Dodgers moment, because, when the trade went down Saturday, he joined the team before they left on the road trip Sunday, but the fans didn't really get a chance to see him. And then he made his Dodgers debut at Wrigley on the road, and it was his first time pitching at Wrigley. And he talked about just the emotions surrounding a game like that and feeling like it was his MLB debut all over again. I'm sure last night was not as intense, but similar, because now you're getting that, okay, well, it's the first time I'm doing this now in front of the Dodger fans at Dodger Stadium, which is one of the more iconic places to pitch. You hear that from players coming in. There's just a different level of intensity, also because it's usually a packed crowd. It's one of the best attended stadiums throughout Major League Baseball. But for Skubal to make it an immediate impact on this team when they've been slumping and coming off a real tough road trip where they lost 5 of 6, tonight would be the perfect welcome to LA, welcome to the Dodgers moment, getting a win in front of the hometown crowd.
Perfectly said. It's the reason why Kyle Tucker's struggles for the majority of the season hurt so much is because of the expectation. He knows why he's here. He knows why he's getting paid all that money, and
$60 million a year.
Yes. And
just a little reminder.
That's why it hurts so badly that most of his success, yet again, is on a 7-game hit streak. Most of that came on the road. It's just different when you do it in front of your fans. Now, are the diehard fans who show up to games watching the Dodger games on TV, or at least checking their app at the end of the night to see if they won or not? Of course they are, and they know that Kyle Tucker has had tons of success, but there is something about doing it at home that is just a more palpable thing. So with Tarik Skubal, the Dodgers fans, I would argue, yes, you know who Tarik Skubal is, but very few of us have sat and watched Tarik Skubal pitch for the Detroit Tigers unless they are playing the Dodgers over the past 7 seasons. So even though he pitched last week, this is still by all means the first time that a lot of Dodger fans will watch him pitch a game from start to finish, or however many innings he ends up going. So it is a debut, which brings its own pressure, but there is the added depth of, I am going to make $300 million this offseason, and while
I think it was closer to 400,
that probably makes more sense. Honestly,
what,
because if it's going to be close, to 40-something a year,
yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to be making $400 million this offseason, even if it's not in a Dodger uniform. He still carries that Kyle Tucker $60 million a year, right? It's like, okay, Tarik, let's see what the big hype is about. So does he have to wear all that pressure? Has he ever pitched with pressure before? Of course he has. It's just different when it's Dodger Stadium and when the expectation is what it is.
And we heard him talk about that pressure before his Dodgers debut in Chicago. And he told the broadcast, pressure is a privilege, which I didn't realize until we were talking to Kirsten Watson. That was a quote.
Yeah.
Why am I blanking on who it came from?
I can get to the bottom of
Okay,
this.
I'm like, come on, Curry. It's like I can see her, and for some reason, it's not coming out.
Billie Jean King.
Thank
Billie
you.
Jean
I was like,
King.
I can
Yes,
see
yes,
her, and I
yes.
know who like we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. So which it really is, and we even heard it from Ben Wortvet when he was talking about like making his his re-debut after the trade deadline to be catching for Skubal in that same game. It was like, I just want to live up to the trust that this team has in me, which is a lot of that same pressure. But the good news for the Dodgers, you guys, is a lot of their arms are finally starting to get healthy. And Skubal will make his Dodgers debut tonight, but then tomorrow, Blake Snell is expected to come off of the 60-day IL after having the surgery to remove the loose bodies in his elbow, which is what Skubal also got, which is what Edwin Diaz got. And, Edwin is struggling a little bit, but like you have to remember, this is also like a spring training ramp up, which yes, Blake Snell did a rehab assignment, but you're gonna have to watch with a little bit of grace. He will probably be on a pitch count, most likely. Did his rehab assignment end as great as we were hoping?
Not really.
No. But Dave Roberts, and this was the confidence you want to hear. Blake Snell, obviously, because he's slated to make his start tomorrow, but Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, and Shohei Ohtani, Dave Roberts said he feels confident will all pitch in the Dodgers rotation again this season.
Yeah, and one that is welcoming to hear, there was a point of the season where I was accepting, oh, shoot, Blake Snell came back for literally one game. I don't know how likely it is that we're going to see him again. Thankfully, that proved to be untrue. Majority of the season since Tyler Glasnow went to the IL, I've been sitting here not really expecting him to come back, or at least accepting that it may not be a possibility. Still a bit of a ways to go.
I mean, he made a second rehab start yesterday, so he continues to work his way back.
Going in the right way.
But again, it's his back.
Yeah.
It's back spasm. So it's like
And
one
he's-
wrong tweak move, anything can set you back, as we've seen.
And he's 6'7", so there's
There's
a lot of back.
There's a lot of torque.
There's a lot of back.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is exciting. I'm still holding measured excitement.
Okay.
But the fact
Tempered.
is, tempered excitement. Thank you. But the fact is, the pitching rotation has been a moving target every single week. Arms are added, arms are lost, especially when you factor in the bullpen. And what I hear is stability. Dave Roberts saying, I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I'm remaining hopeful that there will be some level of stability when the games matter most.
But you also had Ohtani, okay? There was more. This was the bright spot, you guys, of this road trip. Saturday was the one bright spot of the road trip, okay? They snapped the skid. They got their only win on the road, and Shohei Ohtani resumed playing catch. And when we had talked to Kirsten on Friday, it was like, okay, they are hopeful. The Dodgers are hopeful that he will play catch this series. And it happened. You guys, just off the grass. Just catch. It is going to be a slow buildup for Shohei Ohtani, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. The fact that he was able to play catch is a step in the right direction.
Yes, and Dave Roberts said that Shohei will only advance back to the point of being an opener or a long reliever. So when they use Shohei, it will only be up to 3 innings max, probably. So that makes the target much more
digestible,
much more realistic, and that brings a sense of comfort there. As a quick update, of course, we just said Shohei, he's back playing catch. Glasnow expected late August, early September. 2 scoreless innings in Ontario on August 4th. Ben Kasparius struggling in Oklahoma City with his control right now. A lot of walks, high ERA, TBD there. Brock Stewart with right shoulder tendonitis was placed on the 15-day IL on July 31st. That is strongly expected to remain a short-term deal. He should be back. Blake Trinan expecting his rehab assignment any day now, so apparently he's been cleared. It's just a matter of finding the right timing, which is good. And Will Klein, unfortunately, the bone chips have got to a point where they're debating surgery, which would be season-ending. So that is the bullpen That's the
Dude,
bullpen update.
The Dodgers' arms, with all the arguments that come into this team is like paying to be where they are, between the slump, the ups and downs and injuries that the pitching staff has faced.
Imagine if they didn't spend all this money and have these guys. They'd be bare bones right now. Everyone's falling apart.
They're doing their best, okay? They're doing their best with what they got. But the positive news of the week is Blake Snell making his re-debut.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Coming off the IL and is slated to start tomorrow night. You got Tarek Skubal tonight on the mound, first pitch at 7:10, making his Dodger Stadium debut in front of the fans. So it's going to be a fun one, you guys. We're going to continue to dive into all of that. Dodgers return home for 7 straight. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about.
Wait, what?
D-Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening
Are
to the show.
you pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when you
said
don't?
something on the D-Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But like, what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City
Are
stuff.
you?
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like the sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
to
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D-Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's
for
like, I forgive
maybe
you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe
ain't gonna work.
Maybe
Can't give me flowers
LeBron
after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I would say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
no.
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like to fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have. I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you. Of the
I
two of
can't
us.
quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible Bosses 2.
There we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I just got emotional again thinking
That's
about
awesome.
I think sometimes as a competitor, like, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy.
Yeah.
And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was, and I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman. What is this? 20 damn years.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 3, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you want to watch the live stream, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also get in the comment section at any time. And you know what? You can call at 855-97-LA-FAN if you want to be a part of the show. And you're going to want to save that number because we are going to be giving away a pair of Sparks tickets, you guys. Do you want to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th? Also happens to be Dodgers night. The first 12,500 fans will get this free. If you're watching the live stream, you can see it. Sparks and Dodgers. Was it co-branded baseball jersey? Look at that thing. So it's a baseball jersey that says LA Sparks in purple on the front with the Dodgers logo on the back with the number 26 for 2026. So that's rad. So if you want to win this jersey, all you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. There we go.
Okay.
You can win a 4-pack of tickets. Brock, I gotta know, like, you are still doing notes with these this stack of paper you got going on here. Are you so basically a mom called and inspired you to now spend today going through and like digitizing all of your notes? Is that what's going down?
The easiest way to explain it is we're doing a little process of elimination over the notes I've taken.
So you're still looking for the same note?
Yeah, this is going to be.
We're still looking for the same note.
This is going to be a days-long process. This is not going to be a quick one, but it's great because whenever I don't have to go to the bathroom, I typically just sit here and doom scroll on Twitter in case there's any breaking news. And if there's no breaking news, I just laugh at dumb memes until it's time to come back. So it's actually helping me be productive and stay locked in.
Or laughing at me doing social media in between segments.
That also happens.
We're doing a fun today, which you'll be able to see later, a day in the life, a show day at the Fan LA. So I have just been doing yeah, interesting. Just filming what we do throughout the day.
Lifting the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, pulling the curtain back. That's really funny though. That's a really funny visual though. It's like, hey, what's going on under there?
What's up out there?
I'm into that. We have producer Shay right now he's just like randomly in the hallway. We got a rogue light.
He is
in the hallway. That's
He's
like
covered it with something.
His jacket. That is his sweatshirt. He literally just put his sweatshirt. Okay. I'm curious if it makes it darker in here for us too, though. Because it's a light that comes directly into the studio. It's really funny because now it kind of looks like a horror movie, Shining kind of vibes going on. I don't have to look at it. You get to look at it. My view is directly into the control room where Shay's usually losing his mind in like who knows what's going on kind of ways. So yeah, sorry that you have to deal with that, but you know what? It's gonna be a good day. We're gonna
power
turn
through.
it. We're powering through everything. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Now, before we went to break, we were really diving into the fact that the Dodgers are finally there's a light at the end of the tunnel for their starting rotation and finally getting healthy again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't want to say that what they've had now hasn't been great because they are one of the best teams in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
However, you get Blake Snell back tomorrow. Tyler Glasnow made his second rehab start on Sunday. And on Saturday, Shohei Ohtani started throwing activity, literally just tossing the ball on the grass. So with all of this coming together, coming off of a real tough road trip where they lost 5 of 6. They've lost 3 straight series for the first time since 2025. Brutal road trip. I think it's time we can kind of hopefully put that behind us, because baseball, you got to have a short memory.
Yeah.
You'd be like a goldfish, okay? Like, what happened yesterday? I don't know. All I'm thinking about today is that Tarek Skubal is making his Dodger Stadium debut. And you know what? Hoping to help turn things around for this Dodgers team now at home.
Yeah, it was a pretty ugly road trip. The Dodgers have now lost 3 consecutive series. There were back-to-back sweeps to the Red Sox and the Cubs in there. The Red Sox outscored them 20-10. The Cubs outscored them 22-12. The Diamondbacks series was not a sweep, but they did get outscored 9-7. 7.5 games over Arizona. Now the Dodgers sit atop the NL West, 9 games over San Diego. The 4th best record in baseball behind Milwaukee, Atlanta, and Tampa Bay, who was, of course, in the AL. So that makes the Dodgers the 3rd-ranked team in the NL with 44 games to go. They're 4 games behind Milwaukee, 1 game behind Atlanta. Atlanta, of course, took that dip because Ronald Acuna was out. He is back. He is healthy, and Atlanta is back to looking like the World Series threat that they always seem to be. So with Skubal coming back, you just hope the emotions and the excitement and being back home just triggers a reset, and you're in familiar territory. These guys got to spend last night with their families, and they weren't able to do that for a while. You know, you just hope something shakes everything loose, and like you said, be a goldfish and reset. Because while we're far from needing to panic, you just want to be able to say that you're playing quality baseball. So at the end of the day, when you're the Dodgers and you're going for a 3-peat, you know it's always just about you. It's always about you. But you get to a point where you compare yourself to the best version of yourself, and the gap between the two is pretty discomforting. So Dodgers back in action tonight. Tomorrow, the next day, need to win this series against a struggling but sometimes dangerous Royals team. And going forward, they leave this last 2 weeks as rock bottom.
Okay, so when you're coming off a tough road trip where you go 1-5, you come back home. Obviously, the skid started at home with the Boston series and getting swept. Does coming back home in front of the home fans help turn things around, or sometimes make it worse because you're like, why can't we figure this out? And now now it's like, now we're feeling it because we're doing it to all of our fans.
I would say the Royals' struggles mean the Dodgers need to look good against the Royals. They don't need to sweep the Royals, but they need to win this series, and they need to look good against the Royals. There cannot be fielding errors. There cannot be base running errors. There cannot be cutoff throws that sail over the catcher. There can't be balls in the dirt that get past the catcher, letting in free run. Like it's just clean baseball. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's been a long time since the Dodgers have played clean baseball. Even in the game that they won, something still felt off. The one game that they won over Arizona. You just want them to look like themselves. You play too many games in baseball to directly compare yourself to any other team. there's just too much that goes on in the 9 innings of a game, and there's too many teams and there's too many games. But you do compare yourself to yourself, and anyone who has even casually followed Dodger baseball, let alone watched every game, can tell you how unlike the best version of the Dodgers this team is. So it's a matter of just playing solid, fundamental baseball and leaving the ridiculous errors behind.
So let's focus on tonight then. Okay,
Yes.
if we're leaving the crazy errors behind, Tarek Skubal making his Dodgers Stadium debut. This season so far, he is 7-6 with a 2.81 ERA, 122 strikeouts. Did not get the win in his Dodgers debut on the road at Wrigley, but again, he is joining this team in the middle of the dog days of summer, the Dodgers' toughest stretch of the season, their toughest stretch since last year. And when I say toughest, I mean they're losing, like tough on themselves, not like competition wise. If you're Skubal, obviously you know why you were brought to this Dodgers organization.
Yeah.
They are on a quest for a three-peat. So for Skubal coming into this game, and we heard him talk about before his Dodgers debut at Wrigley, that it felt like the night before his major league debut. He has spent his entire career with the Tigers organization. So this is, again, like his welcome to LA moment and start. What are you going to be looking for and expecting to see from Skubal tonight?
I'm looking for the emotions to drive him forward. The quotes that he had at the end of last week about the split from Detroit rubbed plenty Dodgers fans the wrong way. However, I expect them to welcome him warmly, and I expect that to motivate him. This is your new home, whether it's your new home just for a couple months or your new home for a 12-year contract that gets signed this offseason. It is your new home for now. And in a quest to win a World Series, this is the uniform that you would be wearing if you win the World Series this year. And that has to mean something. Did he stick his foot in his mouth? Yes, he did. But that's behind Goldfish, like you said. And I expect a loud and proud crowd to welcome in Tarek Skubal, and for that to motivate him forward. And I do like this matchup because the Royals are not a good baseball team, but they have good baseball players. They're 49-70. They are 5th in the AL Central. That's last for people keeping tabs at home. But it's also a team that can get swept by the Colorado Rockies, but then win a series against the Padres. I like how unpredictably bad they are. And you have Bobby Witt, who is... We don't need to dive into this conversation, but a couple people have him circled as the shortstop of the future of the Dodgers, just meaning he is an incredible baseball player. He was probably the highlight for Team America in the World Baseball Classic. He is dangerous. And then you have Jack Caglione, who has 20 home runs. So what the Royals do essentially is Bobby Witt bats second, Caglione bats third. Bobby Witt is phenomenal at getting on base, and when he gets on base, he steals second better than almost anyone in baseball. He has 31 stolen bases. That's tied for second. He gets on base. He steals second. Caglione, with his power, gets something into the outfield, and Bobby Witt comes home. So that's how the Royals see it. When those two are on, they win because they get essentially a guaranteed run every time they reach the top of the lineup. When those two are off, or if one of them is off, the Royals lose. So that's a good test for Skubal.
Okay, I'm going to rewind a bit. I want you to finish your thoughts. I didn't want to interject in that moment. But you mentioned he kind of put his foot in his mouth. Yeah. So I want to go back to that sound so everyone listening kind of understands what we keep referring to and keep talking about. This is what Skubal had to say last week when he was kind of asked about the whole trade Detroit situation.
This wasn't the way the season was supposed to go. Going into the offseason, the people that we acquired, through free agency and who we signed, I'm like, this is the World Series team. This is the team that I'm going to go and win a World Series and beat anybody. It doesn't matter what's going on. So, it's tough for my end too. I would love to play my whole career in Detroit. I would love to, and hopefully those negotiations can pick back up in November. Once the playoffs are done and we'll see where that goes. Hopefully they're involved with everything. I would love to return. I got nothing but good things to say about the city of Detroit. And
Yeah. So that happened after he was traded to the Dodgers. So we're like within the first week of you being now an LA Dodger, and it's so fresh, and you're saying you're already thinking about November and hoping that Detroit is in the conversation to get you back and you would love to finish your career there. That is not what LA fans want to hear. Okay?
He was totally fine saying something about I thought I was going to spend my whole career there, or I love my time there. It was the next part where it's I hope I hear from him in the offseason. He's like, that's the part where you stopped before.
You couldn't have, like, even the beginning, I thought this was like the World Series team. This is where I was going to win it. Like, that's good that you have that mindset. But to let everybody know the same week that you just got traded to LA, that you were already thinking about how you want to be back in Detroit, doesn't sit well with a lot of fans.
Yeah, there's a phrase that I'm blanking on, but whenever a player says something regarding negotiation tactics, there's a phrase along the lines of, like, let your agent handle the marketing. Like, let Boris say those things, saying, I want everyone to come to the table this offseason because the more my client gets paid, the more I get paid. The more he gets paid, the more my next client gets paid. Let him handle those things. You as a player don't need to handle those things. Are you concerned about them? Of course, because you're going to make $400 million. But let him be the guy to say the things that may rub fans the wrong way.
Like Rich Paul. That's all we were talking about with LeBron James. Rich Paul was on a podcast every week talking about the LeBron situation. Leave that to the agent. You are now with a new team, a new fan base. So I think tonight is really big for Scooble in a sense of a lot of fans saw that. A lot of fans heard that. Obviously, we're not making the situation any better here on Sports Talk Radio in LA, reminding fans about what he said. But I also think it's important because you're going to learn pretty quickly that if you play well and you win, LA's going to welcome you with open arms. We understand that this is a rental situation. We understand that we are bringing you in to help us make history and three-peat for the first time in decades.
Yeah.
So if you can get the job done, okay, go out there today during your Dodger Stadium debut in front of your new home fans and really see how special the welcome can be for you here in LA, especially if you win and do well and help this team get to the top of the mountaintop again. It's going to be like a feeling you've never experienced before, Scooble.
I expect him to walk out there to his Dodger Stadium debut and have an uproar of applause. I expect him to strike out the first batter and everyone's going to go crazy. I expect him to have a phenomenal showing that eventually leads to a Dodgers win. And then when he speaks post-game, I expect him to say a lot of things that put a Band-Aid off of what he said at the end of last week. I think today, because he's the starting pitcher, there will be a microphone in front of his face at some point. After the game.
After the game. They don't talk before.
That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
after striking out that first batter and passing off the ball and the bullpen taking care of their things, maybe he directly addresses it, but he will definitely say something along the lines of, I'm happy to be here.
So I'm curious. We know like a LeBron James and like a KD. There's certain players that see everything that goes on and is said about them online.
You know, he doesn't strike me as a big social media guy, but I'm sure
reading the headlines.
But I'm sure
like PR or family or someone was like,
whether
hey,
it's family,
guys,
friends.
I don't know if this was the right thing to say.
Or even if it's, Freddie Freeman making fun of him, like, what, you don't want to be here? Like something along those lines.
Okay, that would be the proper way.
Which is part of the brotherhood of a teammate.
Yeah.
He's very aware of how what he said could be taken incorrectly. And I'm sure he will clear that up after a great Dodger Stadium debut.
Freddie would actually be the perfect person because, like, he shed some tears.
He's been through it.
He's been through it. And he's also, I don't know if it's publicly been said, but that he would end his career. Like, was that something that we heard from Freddie, or just like through the grapevine that he wants to end his career in Atlanta?
I think everyone just knows it's just the perfect end of the story, and that he was hoping that Atlanta was going to match the Dodgers offer, and that him and the Dodgers are apart.
There wasn't
I don't
like
think he has officially said anything.
Got it.
Though, no.
All right.
No.
So that's going to be fun tonight, you guys. Tarek Skubal making his Dodger Stadium debut. First pitch at 7:10 to kick off this homestand against Kansas City. And then the Brewers come to town. So it's going to be a fun one. But right now, we got to give a big congratulations to Paul Rodriguez. Congratulations. You won a 4-pack of tickets to see the Sparks take on the Dream at Crypto on August 20th, Dodgers night. So you got to get there so you can get that rad jersey. Congratulations, Paul.
Thank you very much, Alice. I sure appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'm a big LA sports fan. Thank you very much.
Oh, we love that. Who are you going to bring with you?
Well, I got 3 daughters that all played high school basketball, so that's the perfect pairing, right?
Dude.
Me and my 3 girls. So
Oh, Paul, super dad.
yeah, I have to leave the wifey out of this one unless she wants to pick up a ticket.
She'll understand, Paul. She'll understand.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love that so
You know what?
much.
She might leave me home. I don't know. She might take that lead ticket and leave me home.
Whatever the girls want, the girls get.
That's true. You know, I learned long ago, just don't fight it, give up.
You sound like my dad. I'm the oldest of 4 girls, and that was his thing growing up. Like, yep, okay, whatever you guys want, got it, done. Paul, congratulations! Thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you have the best time ever.
Thanks for listening, Paul. Have a blast.
All right. Thank you very much.
Of course. Bye, Paul. Oh, I love this. I love the
That's
girl
great.
dads. This is perfect.
I loved him doing the math in his head of, oh, wait, I could actually be the one that gets forced out of this.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be me. It's so funny because we had 4 Dodgers tickets growing up, season tickets, and the rotation of who got to go and who was left out each time was comical.
Yeah, I could see that getting a little stressful every now and then.
It's all right. Good times. All right, we got to take a quick break here because so excited, you guys. Odyssey insider Bob Nightingale joining the show. When we come back, dive deeper into the Dodgers, the state of the Dodgers, the Skubal situation, everybody coming back. He's got all the inside info. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And I am so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, MLB writer and USA Today Odyssey insider, the president of the Baseball Writers Association of America. He's a Hall of Fame voter and a friend of the show. Bob Nightingale, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure. How you guys doing?
Yeah, there he is.
There he is.
We're doing great, Bob, but the Dodgers, they've been on a bit of a rough patch here. They've now dropped 8 of their last 9. Where is your worry meter at right now for the Dodgers?
Yeah, not worried at all. I was at all 3 games in Phoenix and just not playing good baseball. But you look at them over the last 12, 13 years. They do this every single year. They go through a rough patch in August or early September, and then they're fine by October. That first year when they went to the World Series back in 2017, they lost 15 or 16 games. And Dave Roberts said, I remember thinking back then we're never going to win a game. And he goes, you kind of feel that now that you are. And good for them. They won that game Saturday night. They hate to go into the game tonight with a 9-game losing streak.
Bob, you've been covering baseball for a long time. At what point do you decide it's time to worry? Just as a fan of baseball, is there a certain game number, or is it more so how the team looks as the weeks go on?
Just kind of how the team looks. I mean, there's some minor concerns, not team-wise. Do they worry a little bit about Edwin Diaz? Sure, they need to get him right. Certainly, with the young starter yesterday, is he going to be okay? Maybe not. Maybe have to put him in the bullpen. So there's some slight worries. Mookie hasn't played well in a while. Max Muncy's struggling all of a sudden. Freddie Freeman's struggling. So is Ohtani, for that matter. But those guys will get right. By the end of September and October. If not beforehand. But they still have that big, comfortable lead, and they're just not that urgency to win. Sure, they like to win games, but it's not like a pressure like, I got to win tonight or the season's over.
Now, Bob, you mentioned that you were at all 3 of those games in Arizona, and Saturday was a real bright spot for the Dodgers, obviously breaking the skid, but also we saw Shohei Ohtani start his throwing program again, even though it's just on the grass. How did he look, and what are you hearing after he was able to throw a couple balls?
Yeah, they seemed very encouraged. I mean, he surprised everybody. Mark Pryor, his pitching coach, didn't know he was going to do it. His interpreter wasn't out there, just began throwing.
Oh.
And I think he's supposed to throw again. He's supposed to throw it again this afternoon, and but not a bullpen session yet. So I think he needs to, he'll come back, I think, in September. He actually needs to if he wants to win that MVP award. I think if he goes back to the mound, he wraps it up. If he doesn't go back to the mound, then it could go either way.
We have 2 wonderful faces on the mound over the next 2 days. We have, of course, Tarek Skubal making his Dodger Stadium debut. And then tomorrow we are supposed to see Blake Snell. What are you expecting tonight, and what would you consider success for Blake Snell tomorrow?
Well, I think for Snell, just to walk away from the outing healthy, even if it gives you 5 innings. Just I mean, he's hardly pitched. He's only pitched 3 innings all season. He's only pitched 64 innings the last 2 years with that contract. So just to be healthy and for him to feel good. In Skubal, the bar is set so high, it's almost like, facing a weak Kansas City Royals team. I don't think he'd be satisfied unless he goes at least 7 innings and not giving up more than, 1 or 2 runs. But just, you're talking about a high bar. But, he's got high expectations himself. So I would think you see a dominant performance by him tonight and the crowd going crazy.
Now, Skubal had some interesting comments, though, last week during an interview where he was talking about the situation that went down in Detroit and how he thought that was going to be the team he was winning a World Series with. And then he went back to saying, well, I hope that they're in the conversation come November and I can return back to Detroit. Not what you want to hear as a Dodgers fan, but how did you read into that whole situation?
I think it's just gamemanship. It's like you're not, you're going to say you're interested in all 30 teams just to see, get the bar higher. so get the Dodgers to make a higher offer. I mean, I think there's a better chance of the three of us pitching for the Tigers next year than Derek Skubal. There's no way he's going back, and there's no way they're going to give him that kind of money. So he's not going to be a Detroit Tiger.
Okay, so you and Brock had the same feeling. Meanwhile, I'm like, you just got here. It's been 1 week. Can you at least let us feel happy that we got you? No.
No, he's already fallen in love with the place. He can't believe that the Dodgers have their own plan for players only. He got lost in the clubhouse the first day. He said he's looking for the hot tub. He wound up in the batting cage. So he goes, the way they treat the families, everything else. So no, he's going to love it in L.A. and he'll be a Dodger this winter when he signs his new contract.
Oh,
here we go. That's what we like to hear, Bob.
I'm dropping crumbs. He's going to be a Dodger this offseason. I love that, Bob. I'm here for it.
Bob, we love hearing that. Back to Kansas City, who the Dodgers start their series off against tonight. Last place in the AL Central, maybe not high expectations throughout the remainder of the year, but still names like Bobby Witt or Jack Caglione. What threat could the Royals present to the Dodgers?
Yeah, and then they have a good young nucleus. They've been very disappointed. They thought they were going to challenge for the division title. Obviously, the AL Central is very weak. It's been kind of a nightmare season for them with injuries and everything else. I'm not sure Michael Wacha's pitched in that series, but he's a very good pitcher. And you're right. I mean, Bobby Witt, one of the best young players in the game, or even an old player, but yeah, one of the best players in the game overall. Caglione's good. A good team. They're not going to roll over. But, for the Dodgers not to win 2 out of 3 would be very disappointing. I mean, they're much better than Kansas City.
Now, we heard over the weekend that Miggy Rojas sent a group text to the entire Dodgers group chat just to try to really turn things around. And he challenged everybody to treat these final 44 games like a sprint. Do you get a sense that this team needs a wake-up call like that right now?
I think Dave Roberts said the same thing recently, like, hey, let's forget about what happened the last 2 years. Those years are over with. I want this one as much as I did the first 2 years of the World Series run here. So, no, I think it's just, hey guys, it's easy to lay back, but, we got to win games. We don't want to, just kind of limp into the postseason. Also, let's be honest, they'd like to have that first round bye. They didn't have to have it last year. They didn't have it last year. They played Cincinnati Reds, swept them in the 2 games right there. They'd prefer not to do that and skip the first round just because there's a better chance of, losing sometime in the playoffs because your pitchers are more tired. So I think that'll be an incentive for them coming down the stretch. Like, hey, we got to finish with a better record than, the Brewers and, who have you. But certainly, the Brewers right now have a better record. Atlanta's got a better record. They like to slip in there somewhere in the top 2.
Cal Tucker is currently amidst a 7-game hit streak. What do you make of his road trip, and why can't he ever have this type of success at Dodger Stadium? Why does it always have to be on the road?
Might just be less pressure on the road, where, the fans are expecting big things. When you're giving a guy $60 million a year, expect stardom. So he might be more relaxed on the road. But, yeah, he had a very good road trip. In Phoenix, it was just, he did his damage, and so did Andy Pius. And that's about it. Everybody else kind of struggled. But, yeah, Tucker will be fine. And the bottom line is no matter what he does the rest of the season, if he has a big October, that's all anybody's going to remember.
All right, Bob, let's look ahead to October, and let's assume that this entire Dodgers rotation is healthy. You obviously have Snell coming off the IL and reportedly making his start tomorrow. Glass now had a rehab assignment. Ohtani started the throwing progression. You got Skubal making his Dodger Stadium debut tonight. If everybody is in healthy come October, what do you think this Dodgers playoff rotation is going to look like?
I think they'll go with Tarek Skubal number 1, even though Yamamoto, deserves it. But go Skubal 1 just to break up the lefties. Yamamoto 2, and then I think Blake Snell 3, and then probably Ohtani number 4, and the rest of the guys will just be in the bullpen helping out. Sasaki did it last year, and he's already volunteered. Glasnow pitched some good innings out of the bullpen last year too. So I would think that'd be their 4 starters.
So when you say he already volunteered, is that because of what he did last season, or he's let it known that I'm ready for whatever you need me to do from Sasaki?
Yeah, and I think too his confidence was a little bit down. Like, hey, I can help out either way. He pitched well against the Diamondbacks, but he's been scuffling a little bit lately. Hasn't been himself. But you see, I mean, even from start to start, the Dodgers aren't quite sure what they get from him, but he knows he can help out in the bullpen. And hey, if something happens with Diaz and I don't think he can cut the 9th inning, we know Sasaki can. So he's also a potential bullet for Dave Roberts in the 9th.
Well, we know that those pitchers would love to be throwing to Will Smith behind the plate. He is progressing back at his own pace, but what do you make so far of Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia, who are rotating duties so far since their re-arrival to the Dodgers?
Yeah, they've been fine. I mean, just, good working with the pitchers, got good defense, but they're not going to hit like Will Smith. That's what you want Will Smith for. It's almost like when Mike Piazza played for the Dodgers. You want Piazza for his bat, not for the glove. Same thing with Will Smith. He's a good defensive catcher, but a great offensive catcher. So I think he comes back September 1st when they expand the rosters by 2 from 26 to 28. But that's a target date I keep hearing, that he'll be back September 1.
Bob, we appreciate you coming on always and your little crumbs and all of your inside information. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great week.
You're the man, Bob. Thank you.
Sounds great. See you, Brock.
See ya. The crumb that I'm talking about.
He's always got a nugget
He's
for
got
us.
a nugget.
He's
It's
always
that,
got something.
no, Tarek Skubal will be a Dodger when he signs his next contract this offseason.
We'll take it.
If Bob Nightingale's saying that,
it's fact.
I'm going to take it, and I feel pretty good about it.
Yes.
All right.
I feel fantastic.
All right, guys. Baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. And imagine Tarek Skubal having an incredible Dodger Stadium debut tonight on the mound, and he just feels the love. You even heard Bob say, when he was talking about Skubal, he's like, he was just blown away with how much player attention that these guys get. Being a Dodger right away, he got lost in the clubhouse. He was looking for the hot tub, ended up in the batting cages. They also have a nap room. They got a lot of things going on at Dodger Stadium. And every player that I've heard from that either is traded over or ends up in the Dodgers organization just raves about the development, the coaching staff, everything. So, all right, Skubal. We're ready. I'm ready to forget those comments you said last week and know that you want to stay here because I'm down for that. All right? Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, the Kawhi investigation, it's still pretty spicy, but there may be an end in sight. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the conversation and a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN. But we got to get to some, it's so funny because I feel like anytime we talk about the Raiders or the Clippers, it hasn't been necessarily a positive sports conversation with either.
Hold on. Positive convos about the Clippers. Okay, no, Raiders. Well, we
sweet baby Fernando Mendoza.
Discussed Fernando a couple times.
Hopeful.
Clippers, I don't think there's been a single one.
No. So, as we know, the Kawhi investigation is coming up on almost a year, and it might be heading towards a settlement, you guys, which is very billionaire-esque for any kind of situation that's going down. So the NBA still hasn't officially finished its investigation into whether the Clippers circumvented the salary cap through outside endorsement deals surrounding Kawhi Leonard. So basically, if you're unfamiliar with this situation, the Clippers had set up, this is what is supposedly happening, set up brand deals and partnerships with Kawhi and certain companies so he could get paid millions, like $28+ million from these companies to get around the salary cap and give him a lot more monies. But they got caught. And the only way you had to cover your tracks so you wouldn't get caught is just post some sort of social media video with these companies, do any sort of promotion for these companies, send out a tweet. There is no
a whole tweet, Alex. You're asking so much.
There is no price tag or limit on how much you can get paid for brand deals, which is why I'm sure every team does something like this. Yeah. However, Clippers are getting caught. They were being a little sloppy with it. But the most recent report is that there's a belief that the investigation has moved beyond fact-finding and into figuring out what punishment or settlement makes sense for everybody involved. Which is you guys, it's almost been 12 months. They need to either make a conclusion or close this out so other teams can move on. Players are waiting to make their moves. But also, as I mentioned, you're dealing with the richest owner in the NBA. Billionaires always buy their way out.
It is
not surprised here.
It is so funny that all he had to do was take a single photo planting a tree or a single tweet, and none of this would have happened because the Rhode Island Football Club investment and now the Daktronics scoreboard investment, the only reason those things were found out is because he didn't have any marketing materials through aspiration.
A photo.
So why this matters, because this has been going on for way too long, and I'm sure there are some people thinking, why is the NBA still talking about this? Why does this still matter? There's a couple fronts. One, Adam Silver, as the NBA commissioner, one of the criticisms on him is that he's soft, that when guys get in trouble, whether it's organizations or players, he doesn't want to be the bad guy. He doesn't want to punish anyone. So one of the reasons this matters is because if the punishment is seen as too light, then other ownerships are going to say, oh, so we can just break the rules and get a slap on the wrist, and now the floodgates are open. So Adam Silver does need to be firm in this if there is enough proof that Kawhi and the Clippers are guilty of the things that are being alleged. It sets a precedent going forward, because say I have a team and I circumvent the cap, or I do some funny business during free agency, I can point to them and say, they broke rule number 2, rule number 1 being don't gamble on your own teams. Rule number 2 is don't pay players outside of the legal parameters, and you slap them on the wrist, so I'm just going to do whatever I want, and you can't punish me significantly because you barely punish them. Also, this matters because the newest allegation with Daktronics is a close NBA affiliate. Like they have a monopoly on the scoreboard market. So if a close NBA partner is taking part in circumventing the cap, now that is something that has to be addressed. There is precedent for this, and this is whatever punishment gets handed down, what the Clippers and Kawhi will be compared to. In the year 2000, Joe Davis took what was found out by the NBA to have taken 2 deals well below market value, and it was because Minnesota was essentially saying, take a sweetheart deal now and we'll get you on the back end. The NBA found out, and as punishment, the Timberwolves were fined $3.5 million. Minnesota lost 5 first-round picks, and Joe Davis had to become a free agent because he was no longer allowed to be a member of the Timberwolves because the contract was null and void. So if it comes out that the Clippers are guilty of one or all of these things, that is the precedent set so far. And Adam Silver can either double down on that, make it lighter, make it worse, but that is what this will be compared to.
So, okay, because a major detail here under the CBA is a player's suspension is not listed as punishment for salary cap circumvention. So Kawhi could potentially be forced to give back benefits he received, meaning like give money back?
Yeah.
Is that what it's saying? While the
Yeah.
Clippers could face fines, lost draft picks, voided contract, or suspensions for team personnel. So it's interesting here because even if it goes to arbitration, Kawhi could still be allowed to play while the process continues. Now the question is, like, if he's not facing a suspension, does that make the Raptors trade feel more of a possibility?
So this is what's weird. As you mentioned, there's nothing in the CBA that punishes the player. The language is, well, if an owner of a team approaches a player with a way to cheat, then it's on the owner to receive the punishment. So that's the lens that it's through, which is why the whole league is on hold, and because the Raptors are saying, well, if we have to inherit Kawhi's punishment, again, they're not punishing Kawhi, they're punishing him indirectly by punishing the team that he ends up at.
Yeah.
Then we're not going to trade for him. So for Kawhi to play basketball, he either needs to be proven completely innocent of all of this, or he has to be traded to a team that is okay with him being not unable to play for a certain amount of time, or that team having to lose draft picks or whatever the punishment will be. Like, the entire season is essentially on hold, and training camp starts late September. That last week of September is when training camp starts. So I was going to say good on Adam Silver, but he knew about this far longer than they actually began the process of punishment. And, like, Jonathan Kuminga still hasn't signed on a team because he needs to know where Kawhi's going. Nobody who is looking for a small forward or a stretch 4 is moving because they want to know what happens with Kawhi. Because is Brandon Ingram going to be available? Because he's totally caught up in this. So the whole league is at a standstill because Adam Silver and the NBA have taken forever. And to be fair, because they just keep finding out more stuff. But eventually you have to get to a point where the league can dot its I's and cross its T's because training camp is a month and a half away.
Pull out your crystal ball.
Okay.
Where do you see Kawhi Leonard playing at the start of the season?
I don't think he plays basketball next year.
What?
No, because if there is the amount of evidence that Pablo Torre and the powers that be have been presented.
Which, incredible job. And, like, how well were you hiding this if he was able to just like ask a few people and get
finding things?
Not like putting any ease on the situation. Like,
Right.
Pablo Torre did incredible investigative journalism work to get all this information.
But
like,
it's a fair question to Adam Silver.
Yeah.
Like, were you even attempting to look at any of this stuff? No, as of right now, I don't think Kawhi plays basketball next year because he can't play for the Clippers and no one's going to trade for him. Now, if Kawhi can
he
prove...
could play for the Clippers if he doesn't get...
If
a suspension.
If he's proven innocent of everything, then he plays for Toronto because the trade goes through.
Got it.
If he is guilty of any of these things and he if he can't prove all of this was done without my knowledge, which a good lawyer is going to try to prove that, and maybe they can.
And that's why he fired his uncle.
He's definitely taken the right steps in that.
Like that's going to be the fall guy.
Yes,
There's always going to be a fall guy.
But if there is proof that he was a willing participant in this, I don't understand how he's going to play basketball this year. No one's going to want him on their team. I don't know how it's going to work.
I'm trying to think. I'm like, but like, we were talking about this with situations with football, and you're like, oh, guys will take him because he's great.
Right.
But NBA is different. But guys aren't going to take him, even though.
Because Puka isn't suspended by the NFL, he's being punished by not being paid yet. Whereas Kawhi is actually being punished by the organization itself, which makes it a little different.
Or by the league.
Yeah.
Or you think the Clippers are also going to punish him?
No,
I'm like, is he going to get double punishment here, buddy?
Organization meaning the actual NBA.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild, you guys. Hour number 4 coming up next. Tarek Skubal making his Dodger Stadium debut tonight. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next.
Years ago, how many years? 25 years ago?
Yeah, and that's what he
remembers. This is a person
That's
that was in that
pretty
building
amazing.
as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson, it's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. 2-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the 2 white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
that?
can tell you the answer to that. No. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take
It's
me
always
away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like and Rob Pelinka, please, like, get.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, the Power Hour. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here and spending your day with us. And we love when you're a part of the show and the conversation. If you're watching the live streams, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. Shay, I got to give you a shout out for putting your sweatshirt over this strobe light that's been looking into our studio. But now I think there's someone standing outside staring at us that I see out of the corner of my eye every time I look. It is
my Patrick jacket.
Your Patrick jacket, because I just see the hood and I'm like, who is okay? No, that's not. I also it's scary because it's still, you can see the strobe light, but it looks like a scary movie outside basically, and you turned it into like a scarier Halloween costume situation. You know what else would be scary? Because Brock and I were just doing a little more of a deep dive into the Aaron Donald video situation during the commercial break, as well as going to get his cup of coffee. Cheers.
Cheers. Coffee time.
There we go. I know. I also stalked him all the way down, you guys. We're doing a BTS video, Day in the Life, today, so I am just randomly filming everybody. So thank you for all my coworkers for allowing this to go down today, and Brock allowing me to just stand behind him and sing. I sang a coffee song, though. I made up a coffee song as we were going.
The coffee song was impressive.
Thank you. I felt really good about it.
Solid lyrics.
Really happy I have a child now, because I just make up little kid songs 24/7 throughout the day. I am just like singing throughout the day, making up songs as I go. Like, my life is like a musical TV show, and I love it.
It's like a musical.
It is. But okay, back to the what would be scary in the Aaron Donald situation. We were talking about it off the top of the show, and there was a video released of Aaron Donald working out with his speed trainer, and he was doing agility drills and sprints. And at first we were like, not totally sure who is in this video, but Brock, they are current players.
Yes.
And you said that's an even bigger deal now.
Yes. So we spoke about this in the first hour, how when football players aren't wearing their numbers, there's really only the superstars that you can identify by their face. And we knew this video was at the Rams facility, as you can tell, out in Woodland Hills. But we have now been told or read that it is Braden Fisk and Desjuan Johnson who are with him, who are starters. Well, Braden's a starter. Desjuan is the guy that rotates through.
Yeah.
And I think that is even more confirmation, if we needed it, that Aaron Donald is coming back. It's just a matter of when. So this didn't have to be reported, because even though they're at the Rams facility, I'm assuming this is an off day, which is why Braden and
August
Desjuan.
9th.
Okay,
So
it was
yesterday is when this was posted.
Oh, posted. Okay,
this was posted yesterday. The video that I'm looking at around 4:00, and it looks like midday, so it could sometime this weekend.
Yeah, so for it to not have to be officially reported on the Rams waiver
But it's being
wire,
blasted out by so 2/10 speed and agility. So that's his agility coach. So he definitely had permission.
Oh, no,
you have to imagine he had permission.
Has permission. I mean, from the point of, you can only technically have one official tryout. You can't just keep trying out. So and to the point of why I did not think it was an active player with him was because I assumed if he was at the Rams facility, it must have been a day where they were gone.
Yeah.
But if it was an off day, then again, the Rams do not have to report it. He can use all the facilities that he wants. And those feet look great. And if your footwork looks great directly next to a starting defensive end in Braden Fisk, I think you're ready to rock.
Right? Okay, we made
go.
our predictions of the day that we think the Aaron Donald comeback announcement is going to be made.
Yes.
You said?
I said Saturday, August 29th at, I believe I put down 10 a.m.
Okay. And I did Monday, August 31st at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
So after their last preseason game and kind of that like game planning week before they head to Australia is where my mind was at. And you were similar too, but a little added time.
I went the day before roster cut down. So right now, NFL rosters are bloated, we'll say. And then by August 30th, they have to cut down to 53
Which
men.
is that Sunday.
Yes, that is Sunday. So I'm saying the Saturday before Aaron Donald.
And Monday, because that's a good news day. Good breaking
Monday is a good news day.
breaking news day. Then it can be like top the conversation, A blocks across the sports world. Every sports talk show is going to open with it. Oh my God, can you believe that he's coming back?
It would be, let's see, August 29th is USC's debut at 12 p.m.
Oh.
So Aaron Donald was just going to stomp all over that. He said that's a cute season you got headed.
Which was funny because I think a long time ago, people were like, oh, maybe it'll be when LeBron makes his decision. Then Aaron Donald will talk about his and it can be something.
I selfishly thought that would be hilarious if he just stomped all over LeBron's rollout. But
So, okay, if we're watching Aaron working out with Braden and Johnson and two current Rams players, do you think he put out like a text like, hey, anyone want to come do agility with me? Is that how this went down?
Because it's Aaron Donald, I would imagine his speed trainer is the best that someone can find. And very rarely during training camp do you get time to work with third-party trainers.
Got it.
Which also leans itself to why I'm assuming that was an off day. So my thinking is, hey, D-line, if anybody wants to get some work in, I know it's a day off. I know some of you guys are sore. Some of you guys are seeing your families since we're back home in Woodland Hills.
Yeah.
But if you guys have some off time, the best trainer is in the building. So come get some work if you want to.
Okay, so let's talk about the other big D-line addition and person he's going to be playing with, because after seeing this video and then hearing from Myles Garrett at training camp, it just feels like the Rams, like, you know, you can talk about a lot of, quote, super teams.
Yeah.
But this feels different just because of what we're hearing from everybody star player-wise on the inside. And this is what new Ram Myles Garrett had to say so far about training camp.
The fact that we are so connected. You know, it's so nice to be around a group of guys that just loves being around each other, loves the game, excited to come out here, excited to learn one another's game, as Gibbs says, learning your dance partner. There's someone in which you rush best with on your side or on the other side, and just finding those little intricacies in which you can play off each other and make each other better. That's what it's all about.
So you see the Aaron Donald video. Now we know it's a couple of starters and teammates. You hear from Myles Garrett just talking about the chemistry and how well everyone's flowing together and everyone just wants to be better. First reaction, again, preseason week is today. Starts now. They have their first preseason game on Saturday. Where do you feel like the state of this Rams team is at mentally right now?
I would say specifically with that defensive front, meaning the edge guys and the defensive linemen, they could not be in a better place because you have Myles Garrett, who is coming over to the Rams as decorated a football player as there ever has been, in the middle of his prime, and is taking time and media availability saying that those guys are my dance partners, that it's also my job to set them up for success just like they need to set me up for success. And I see a guy who could have kicked down the door and said, this pass rush is all about me and I want to get my sacks and deal with it, and the Rams wouldn't have liked it, but they would have had to kind of shrug and say he is kind of the best, so let's do it that way. But instead he is saying, no, I want to set them up for success as well. And I want to know what chemistry I have with those other guys as well so that they can succeed. And then you see Aaron Donald, who is working out and has the best speed trainer ever and is calling up the defensive line, which, by the way, the guys who's one of their spots he's going to take, like guys whose numbers he will literally take from, but is saying, do you guys want to come work out with me because we're a team? So you have a Hall of Fame defensive tackle who was coming back to get a ring, who is, in my opinion, the best to ever do it. And he's reaching out to younger guys and saying, do you guys want to come get better? Like, the fact that those are your two pillars of your defense, two guys who would have every right just to say, I'm worried about me and my greatness, but instead every step of the way are taking time and making effort to make sure that the other guys in that room know how valued they are and how highly they think of them. That's the biggest takeaway I have right now.
It's so cool because hearing from Myles Garrett right there, obviously we know the kind of guy that Aaron Donald is, and seeing him bring teammates in. We had Quentin Lake on the show during the offseason, and just hearing his perspective of what it would be like and what it would mean to this locker room to get Aaron Donald back and the plea to get him back, and just hearing from your leaders, this is a very unique team in the sense where they are just absolutely overflowing with star power, but there seems to be a humbleness and a gratitude among all of them to be in the same locker room.
You know, we've sung the praises of Les Snead and Sean McVay quite a bit throughout this offseason, but truly, I mean, I don't think we can talk about it enough, and how the Rams are really one of the few organizations that are able to pull this off. Like, to be in Los Angeles, to be playing great football almost every single year that Sean McVay has been at the helm, and to not get caught up in the Hollywood of it, to not have these massive egos walk in the door, to not get caught up in the celebrity. Like, we always laugh about how little we know about so many Rams players as individuals, despite being on the LA stage and being and competing for Super Bowls year in and year out. And that is a testament to the two head guys up top in Les Snead and Sean McVay. And when you come to respect that culture and want to be a part of that culture, you almost actively dim your light to remind everyone I'm part of a team. Like, anytime someone has asked Myles Garrett a question about him being an individual, he always brings it back to the team. And Aaron Donald will be the same way once he's official and a microphone is in front of him. And it starts with the culture that is created and taken care of with Sean McVay and Les Snead.
You know what? As I'm like listening to you explain the Myles Garrett and the Aaron Donald perspective, that's the only reason this is going to work is because they both, like, when asked about themselves or asked about each other, make it about the betterment of the team.
That's all that matters to them.
So it's so exciting. It's so wild, and so happy again for Myles Garrett to go from a situation in Cleveland to where it was all about him, because that's all he had to really look forward to, positivity wise, to now be in a winning franchise and winning culture, and realizing how special it can be when everybody is great and everybody is on the same page. And switching gears to baseball in that same sense, because tonight you have Tarek Skubal making his Dodger Stadium debut, taking the mound, first pitch at 7. It's going to be 7:10. It is going to be so interesting to really watch. I'm a big body language person. When he walks out to the mound, in between in the dugout, but most importantly after, and hearing from him. We just had Bob Nightingale on the show, and he always gives us some like really delicious crumbs. And the crumbs he gave us today was, I was asking him about Skubal's comments that he made in another interview last week, where he was sharing, he hopes that, Detroit is in the conversation come November and maybe he can go back there. And he goes, no. He was just being nice. There's no way they're going to be able to do that. And he said Tarek Skubal will be a Dodger this offseason.
I love hearing that.
Will be. I'm like, Bob, I don't think you realize the little bit of inside info and tea you just gave us. But then also, because Bob Nightingale was at the Arizona Diamondback series and had an opportunity to talk to Skubal. And he said he was telling him just how incredible the Dodgers personnel was and the clubhouse and how detailed they are on each individual player and what you can improve and what you've done so far. And I've heard that in other interviews with former Dodgers pitchers. So I am just so excited to see Skubal see the difference and really feel the difference now a week into being with this Dodgers organization, but making his Dodgers Stadium debut tonight and seeing what that's like being with a championship team.
Yeah, and I hope the team has his back. In his debut as a Dodger in Chicago, he passed off the ball in an advantageous situation, but the offense and the bullpen unfortunately weren't able to seal the deal. So for his Dodgers Stadium debut, his second time in a Dodgers uniform, I hope they hold him down. We spoke earlier about how the bullpen it was tricky to evaluate over the past couple series because they put themselves in difficult situations, but then they got out of the difficult situations with the Arizona series specifically. Like, first off, there were too many times that they walked the first batter. This goes for every pitcher. Robleski felt this as well. Can't keep walking the first batter. It is the cardinal sin of a pitcher. The first batter of the inning, you cannot walk him. And really, there were just too many walks in general, 15 over 3 games. Game 1, Tanner Scott, he walks a batter. It leads to bases loaded, but somehow he gets out of the inning after a 12-pitch strikeout. Game 2, Kyle Hurt was absolutely brutal. Back-to-back walks. Tanner Scott comes in an insane situation, and he's able to get out of it. Edwin Diaz, of course, had back-to-back blown saves. He gave up back-to-back triples at one point, but then gets 3 consecutive outs. So there's this crazy dichotomy of fantastic pitches being thrown or terrible pitches being thrown leading to walks, and finding some kind of balance so that when Tarik Skubal hands off that baseball to you guys, you need to bring this thing home. I think that will be as important to Tarik Skubal actually pitching himself to whether or not this game is a win.
Well, it should be helpful that the Royals are also in a tough stretch, like the Dodgers. They are 3-7 in their last 10 games. Funny enough, Dodgers are worse because they're 2-8. In their last 10 games. But if there was ever a team that you are facing right now to really turn things around, because the Dodgers have lost their last 3 series for the first time since 2025. Went 1-5 on this road trip. Like, they have been struggling. If Skubal comes out and just has a lights-out performance tonight, you also need the bats to wake up. Would also love to see Kyle Tucker keep this streak going at home because he continues to hit well on the road. But like we're talking about with Skubal, if you can, as a new face, and it's hard to say he's a new face because we are almost towards the end of the season with Kyle Tucker, but he's just starting to find his swing again.
Yeah.
But if he can continue that here back in LA, I mean, that would be such a great turnaround for this Dodgers team.
It definitely would. Some other offensive notes and guys who really struggled. I mean, we spoke to Bob Nightingale. He kind of brought up a good point that Kyle Tucker was one of the few who had success against Arizona. Against Arizona, Dodgers were 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position, Game 2 and Game 3. Game 3, they had 11 strikeouts at the plate. Max Muncy was hitless through the entire Arizona series, including 5 strikeouts, most notably the one that sealed the loss in Game 3. Shohei Ohtani, Game 2, he had that 10-inning RBI single, of course being the hero, but 1-11 throughout the series. 4 strikeouts, and unfortunately, every one of his strikeouts came with multiple runners on base, and you are arguably the GOAT. That's just not up to the Shohei Ohtani standard. And
how much
unfortunately,
do you think it's hurting his MVP conversation right now?
I think Pete Crow Armstrong's going to win the MVP.
Because of this stretch.
If it was given out to... Okay, yeah, let me rephrase. If it was given out today, Pete Crow Armstrong is given the MVP. There are 44 games left to reverse course, but I think in prioritizing Shohei's health Shohei was not going to win the MVP this year because of what he did offensively. It was going to be a combination. And now that the pitching is not there, Pete Crow Armstrong offensively,
Dude, the Dodger
is
killer?
just
Straight up.
God, he is so good. But unfortunately for Shohei, again had an issue running the bases, got caught in the third inning of the first game, stealing second. That knee is not right, and it's affecting some things. Lastly, Teoscar Hernandez had a brutal series, 1 of 11 with 5 strikeouts, 3 of them coming in Game 3. Defensively, he struggled quite a bit as well. So in regards of what to look for any one of those bats to get back on board. You don't need all of them to beat the Royals, but if we could get 2 of them, it would make life easier. And the challenge is for catcher Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia to take care of second base, because second base has kind of been an open base with guys stealing. And Bobby Witt, as we highlighted earlier, he gets on base and he always gets to second. So that is it. And you better believe he will test both of these catchers. So those are things to look for, and I'm expecting a decent start tonight.
Yeah, curious to see if Ben Rortvedt will be catching again for Skubal tonight, making his Dodger Stadium debut. Lineups are not out yet. First pitch is at 7:10. Game 1 of the 3-game series against Kansas City. First pitch, I already said that, 7:10. Tarek Skubal. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, the good, the bad, the weird, and the rad from training camp. Can you guess which teams are in which category? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being a part of the show. You can get in the chat. Shay, how's the chat been going on today? Has it been rocking?
A lot of new faces in the chat today. It's a
love
Monday.
that.
It seems like people over the weekend were checking us out on The Fan LA on YouTube. So if you want to see us on YouTube, you can check us out, The Fan LA, and on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Did I get them all?
Good promo.
I think there's a couple more we can get to, but
Come kick
Twitch. That's the one I forgot. Twitch. We're also on Twitch. But yeah, no, Wayne and Mulholland, he's been shouting us out.
Love.
You're good on the eyes, Alex. She shouts that out. And then
Her
no
last
Tans-
name's Mulholland?
You know who that is? You know who that is?
Like the Mulhollands?
That's our guy in East LA. That's Mitch in East LA. Yeah.
What up, Mitch?
So that's our guy, Mitch.
Okay.
And then
Appreciate.
Yeah, no, it's just a bunch of people. We've been talking Rams
Just a bunch
all
of
day.
peeps. Yeah, we have. And you know what, Shay? We're going to continue that. Thank you for that segue. So let's continue talking Rams and camp, because we kind of got to do this with the Chargers earlier. The biggest winners and kind of biggest losers we already went through of Chargers camp. So let's do that with the Rams. I love when your football mind gets to go to work and Brock takes us. Basically, class is in session here. Okay, so Brock... obviously, LMU camp is over, and now Rams are back at their facility in Woodland Hills. It's officially preseason week with their game on Saturday. So who was the biggest winner or biggest winners of Rams camp that you've seen so far?
Well, to no one's surprise, there are quite a few.
Let's
for
go.
The Rams, because that's just what the standard is. One name that I feel the least amount of people following will know is Grant Stewart. So Bubba Ventrone is the new special teams coordinator. Special teams has been a significant weakness. Yes, I'm trying to think of the right word. It's been bad. And you watch the Seattle loss last year in the playoffs. You see how bad special teams can greatly affect things. What each NFL team will have is one or two special teams core guys, meaning, they work out with the linebackers during individual periods or with the running backs, but their role is to be on every single special team. And Grant Stewart is going to be that for Bubba Ventrone. He technically plays linebacker, but when you see him on the field, it will be a special teams, and I guess he has been lighting it up. Positive special teams plays have been few and far between for the Rams, so that is a great sign. Off to the tight ends. Colby Parkinson, Mr. Do-It-All, red zone threat. Tyler Higbee, aging, quite honestly. Surprised that he was brought back, but he's making his presence felt. Terrence Ferguson, the breakout candidate for me regarding a name that the whole league will know by the time the season is over. Davis Allen, and then the rookie Max Clare. The tight end room is performing so well, it would not be a shock if they carry all five with them into the 53-man roster. For those wondering, typically you would carry 3 tight ends, so the fact that they may carry 2 extra is a massive deal. We highlighted cornerback Cam Lampkin last week. He's making plays every single day. Now, he isn't doing it with the ones because you have Jalen Watson, you have Trent McDuffie, you have Quentin Lake, you got Emmanuel Forbes. But Cam Lampkin, if anyone can cement their seeding in the preseason games, it's going to be Cam Lampkin. If he can do what he's doing at practice on a game day stage, he will make this roster. He's been over the years been up and down between practice squad and active roster. Speaking of corners, Emmanuel Forbes, we spoke about his role change with the arrival of McDuffie and Jalen Watson. Emmanuel Forbes, who had the resurgence that the Rams always tend to give people, last year a certified starter and is now taking a back seat because he will now rotate with the nickel and dime packages instead of being a certified starter every single snap. But he is handling that role well, and he is out there balling. Lastly, wide receiver C.J. Daniels, who is looking like he can make a play for that wide receiver 3 spot. He is not a speedster, but Devontae Adams has taken him under his wing, which makes sense. Devontae Adams uses his body very well. And C.J. Daniels is a bigger guy, 6'2", 200 pounds, and plays so much bigger. I liken him to Mike Evans. When C.J. Daniels was in college, that's how he played. He played football like it was basketball. So those are the winners for Rams camp.
Do we have any losers? It's hard to like
It is
actually
hard.
say
It is
that
hard.
word
Yeah.
in the same sentence as the Rams, because anything that was a weakness, they basically went out and got the best available or
Yeah.
made them be the best available because they weren't necessarily like, I don't think anybody knew that Myles Garrett was going to be available for a trade, but Les Snead was like, "Let me do my magic here. Let me make this happen because we need to be at the top of the mountain. We're about right here, right now."
Yes, if I had to point out one, oh, by the way, before I forget, Brett Studer at the Ramblin' Fan. If I shouted out a guy for the Chargers, he is the Rams guy. Just throughout the season, if there is a blogger or an article writer that you want to follow, Brett Studer is fantastic. Losers would be just one, wide receiver Xavier Smith. So we mentioned the struggling special teams last year. There was a muffed punt in that NFC Championship game against Seattle. Xavier Smith was the man who muffed that punt and never really solidified himself at that wide receiver 3 spot. He was given some opportunities, so not the greatest year for him. Needed to have a big camp. And not only is he not really working with the ones in at the wide receiver 3 role, expecting to replace Tutu Atwell, who's now in Miami, and Xavier Smith is the speedster. He's also now sharing punt return duty with Kyron Williams, and unfortunately, those are the signs that the Rams are imagining a future without you. So, like always, once the preseason games start, you can separate yourself from what's been happening in practice. But if there had to be a loser of training camp, Xavier Smith, unfortunately, is currently in that category.
Okay, so then who do you see kind of slotting into that wide receiver 3 spot right now for the Rams?
I think it's C.J. Daniels because Xavier Smith was the speedster. Jordan Whittington is a 4-4-ish guy, but not the blazer that they were hoping him to be.
Okay.
And if you're just going to go possession guy, I think C.J. Daniels and his upside is much more exciting than Jordan Whittington. So I don't think C.J. Daniels will be wide receiver 3 day 1, but by mid-season, I expect him to have solidified himself as the 3rd option in that wide receiver room.
All right, so we just did the good and the bad with the Rams. We're going to switch gears to the weird, okay? And then we'll go back to the rad. I said the good, the bad, the weird, the rad. Okay, so we did the good and the bad with the Rams. Now we're going to go to the weird. And for the weird, we're going to head out to Vegas to Raiders camp here because I'm sure you have seen the headlines and the situation, but there was a scuffle that went down, a fight between Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins. Now, when you are at camp or practice and guys are wearing a red jersey, it is a firm do not touch player.
Yes.
And even though Kirk Cousins was wearing a red jersey, Max Crosby still hit Kirk Cousins a couple times and apparently hit his throwing arm. And after the second time, Kirk Cousins fought back, and the two of them got in a argument and then were both sat for the previous day of training. Now, why this is so weird is because these are supposed to be the two veteran leaders on a franchise that had a lot of hope and expectations to be turning things around this season. They had the first overall draft pick and the future of their franchise in Fernando Mendoza, brought in Kirk Cousins to really be that mentor for Fernando. And we talked a lot about their personalities and how perfect of a match this could be for these two guys. And then Max Crosby had the weirdest offseason, was traded to the Ravens. Then that fell through and he was back and he was saying how excited he was and Raiders for life. I want to finish my career here. And these were two names that were thought to lead by example. And the fact that this is happening when you were supposed to be two faces of this franchise and leaders of this locker room and on the field and helping, again, whether Kirk Cousins be a mentor, this wasn't him reacting. He has every right to say something and have this kind of reaction. So for Max Crosby to go out and do that again to a new face on the team and your possible and most likely day one starter just feels really off and really weird to me.
Yeah, you bring up the point about leadership, and I think it's a fascinating point because, yes, these are grown men making millions of dollars, but leadership has as much of an impact on an NFL team as it does on a Pee Wee team. And you look at the offense, and I'm curious who is that leader because, yeah, it's Kirk Cousins, but you know that he's essentially a rental. Like he's there to pass the reins off to Fernando Mendoza, but the leader's obviously not going to be Fernando Mendoza. Your center is sometimes your leader, but Tyler Linderbaum, the highest paid center in the NFL right now, at least at the time of signing, but he's the new guy. So can he be the leader day one? Sure, but that doesn't mean he's going to be seen that way. And he's not the most vocal guy either. Defensively, it's completely retooled, and you have a bunch of new faces who you would typically acquiesce that responsibility to Max Crosby to be the leader because he's been an elite NFL player for a while, but they also tried to trade him this offseason. And then I do think, I love that you brought that up, I do think the leadership dynamic for the Raiders is going to be something to track, which leads to the fight. The person or people, rather, that come out of this Kirk Cousins-Matt Crosby fight looking the worst is the offensive line. The offensive line's main job is to take care of the quarterback. Anyone touches the quarterback, they get taken care of. So the fact that Max Crosby hit Kirk Cousins once, you need to handle it right there. But you know what? Sometimes accidents happen. Maybe Crosby lost control and he hit him, whatever. The fact that it happened twice and that it's Kirk Cousins who has to defend himself in that fight, that's where you look at the offensive line like, what are you guys doing? Now, if there's video footage of this, I haven't seen it. I've only read about it happening via text.
It was his throwing arm. He hit Cousins' throwing arm twice during drills, which, again, I've never been participating in training camp, but that's a major no.
Yeah, and why I bring up the video aspect is like maybe the offensive line got involved, but the fact that Kirk got kicked out of practice for the next day means he was the main one doing the fighting. I'm just looking at the offensive line and that thinking that's your job. Like,
what are you doing?
That is your job, to take care of, teammate or not, someone touching the quarterback when they're not supposed to be touched. I wish that even if new head coach Clint Kubiak wants to send a message and sits both of your two of your stars down, that's fine. But I wish there was also the caveat on that story of the offensive line got into a fight the very next play or something like. So out of all of this, I think the offensive line comes out looking the worst.
Yeah, and it's hard too because like the Raiders had one of the worst O-lines last year. So you're like, oh, you're supposed to protect them. You're like, yeah, that's the whole point of the job, but they didn't get the job done. They've never really been good at their job. So what do you expect? Okay?
We're trying.
We're really trying. It's just sad, okay? Because I had high hopes and expectations for my sweet baby Fernando Mendoza. And if this is what he's watching and seeing and his mentor is already sitting in the corner, no, it's like they got punished. Like, timeout, guys. You're in timeout. This is adult timeout. This is what we're seeing right now with Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins. They both got put in timeout at training camp.
It is very funny, the thought of watching your mentor have to sit out practice because he got in trouble. I didn't consider it that way.
Yeah.
No, this is you know what? To spin this into a semi-positive.
Sure, let's go. I'd love to see you do that.
I guess we'd be spinning it into positive for another team. Like when we talk about the Rams and how they carry themselves and how there are certain things that only happen on teams that are still trying to figure it out. So on the Raiders' journey to hopefully see continued success like the Rams, you hopefully say, this was the turning point that we realized, oh, we're a mess. We need to figure it out. And this can be a spark to make us a more mature and capable team. That's the best spin zone I can do there.
Polar opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
The Rams, headlines that came out was Myles Garrett talking about how incredible this team's chemistry is and knowing your dance partner and being able to work with them and everyone wants to be here and everybody's having such a great time. To the Raiders, two top veteran leaders getting in a fight.
Guys are fighting each other.
and get put in timeout. There's the Rams, there's the Raiders. That's what's going down.
There you go.
That's a winning championship franchise, and that is another franchise that's just trying to get back on track.
Oh, that's incredible, Alex.
It's brutal.
That is a picture you just painted.
That is brutal. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, what's next for the Rams? Okay, dive into that. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again is all I could ask for, honestly. Thank God.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300, or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It's not like he's trash.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Modric, the amount of games he's played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue,
don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never push your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the
Yeah, you
sarcasm.
got it.
That's the second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi's the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is better.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh yeah, great spot over there.
Pick up games, 5-on-5s. All the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline. Just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you've been tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And I have had such a fun time watching Brock go through the stack of notes that he has with all of his high school athletes that he helps train. And you guys, right before we came on air, he threw down the stack and goes, "This is hopeless." So I am taking this, just reading between the lines here. We did not find the notes that we were looking for.
An important lesson to learn in life. It's not one you want to rely on often, but sometimes you just got to give up.
No.
Sometimes
what?
you just got to quit.
I agree, Brock.
No.
Sometimes you just got to quit. Yeah.
No, you don't just quit. You reassess the situation and go, okay, I can't find the exact thing that I told that person to do, but now I have the opportunity to shed some new light and give a new perspective. And you know what? Maybe you can just share, this was something else that we were working on and something else that I said to him at one point. So at least you're just not giving donuts, you're like zeros. Don't give up. No, absolutely not. I don't stand for that. I'm not letting you give up, okay? I'm not letting you give up.
For the number of people who have climbed to the top of Mount Everest, there are also a good number of people that paid the $100,000, did all the training, acclimated their body, woke up at 4 a.m. one morning, looked at the mountain and said, you know what? I'm not doing this. I'm going home.
Absolutely not, you guys.
Sometimes that's what
we're
you
not
gotta do.
quitters
You say,
on this show.
And
That's
that
okay,
mountain
Brock.
is too big.
We are not quitters on this show. Absolutely not.
Somebody got to the base of Mount Everest, to the base
Fake
of
it till you make
K2.
it.
Is K2 the same as Kilimanjaro? I'm not sure. And they looked up and said, that mountain is too big. I'm going home.
Nope. Absolutely not. We are not doing that on this show. You are finding a positive bit of info to give that mom and that kid, okay? That's how we're ending this situation. All right. Let's talk some Rams schedule, you guys. Because, training camp is over, but they still got a whole lot of work ahead of them. Getting ready for week 1 against the 49ers on September 10th. Where? Not here in the United States, all the way across the world in Australia.
All right.
So what are we doing before that point, okay? They're going to return. They have returned to Woodland Hills for 2 joint practices, 3 preseason games, and final roster cuts ahead. So I'm going to run through the sketch here.
Please.
Real quick. And at the end of this, I want you to give me, okay, we didn't prep for this. I'm just throwing this on Brock right now. What are you hoping to know by this date? Okay? I just want, and it can be big, it can be small, but by this date, what are you hoping to know? Okay? Or solidify, whether it's a position, a situation. Okay? So August 11th, joint practice with the Cowboys in Woodland Hills, which is, that's this Dude, what's
mañana.
That's tomorrow.
That's mañana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, after joint practice with the Cowboys in Woodland Hills, what are you hoping to know?
I am hoping to know how Stetson Bennett or Ty Simpson look against real live competition. That's what I'm hoping to know. It's not quite a preseason game,
yes,
but it's the first. It's the first time for them that the stakes are being raised and the seatbelt is kind of being taken. Let me not use that phrase. That the training wheels are being taken off. That's a lot.
Yeah. But also, because when I asked you, it was like, are we actually going to see starters in these joint practices? And you said, yes, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
So starters can get that first real feel of competition when you're playing another team. So you are expecting to see Matthew Stafford out there too.
Yes, Matthew Stafford will be out there. I would make a very strong case. Actually, you know what? It's more so a fact. The joint practices are a better look than you're going to get even in preseason games.
Okay.
Because you can craft the exact situations that you want to see. If you go to a preseason game, you may not get a lot of third and longs. You may not get a lot of second and shorts. In practice, you say we're going to have 10 plays of third and long. We're going to have 10 plays in the red zone. Like, you get every single scenario. Matthew Stafford will pass it with flying colors.
Okay.
I'm curious to see Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson.
Okay, so then let's move to Saturday, preseason week 1 at Chiefs. What are you hoping to know after that game?
Wide receiver depth. We know that we have Devontae Adams. We know we have Puka Nacua, but we already knew that.
Yes.
CJ Daniels is my target for being wide receiver 3 come midseason, but there's going to be a lot for him to learn.
Okay.
And there's just not a lot of depth there. So I'm looking for Jordan Whittington can make plays. Can Xavier Smith kind of save his spot on the roster? That's what I'm looking for there.
Okay, so far we have backup QB, wide receiver 3. Let's move to next week, August 20th. Joint practice with the Saints in Woodland Hills. What are you hoping to see?
That's where my eyes go to the secondary, because they should be able to manhandle the Saints offense. Now, Chris Olave is a great receiver. He just got cashed out. Jordan Tyson is the rookie out of Arizona State. There's high expectations for him. I guess he's having a great camp. The Cowboys have CeeDee Lamb, and he's a premier wide receiver. I expect him to be able to make his fair amount of plays. The Saints have a young quarterback in Tyler Shuck, who had an interesting year last year, kind of came out of nowhere and had tons of success. And you have a wide receiver group that is trending the right direction, but I want to see the Rams secondary absolutely suffocate them, because that is kind of a litmus test of beating these guys up is not good enough. We have to stomp on them, because that is the gap between us and them.
And the joint practice is where we're going to see starters get most of those reps. So,
Exactly.
Okay, so then let's go 2 days later to that preseason week 2 game against the Saints on August 22nd. What do you want to see out of that game?
If the starters are going to play, again, Sean McVay, not one to typically play the starters, I'm looking for the starting defensive front that game to dominate. So because the joint practices aren't live, quarterbacks are off, you're not bringing running backs to the ground, even if you're hitting them pretty decent. That's when I want the defensive front to shine. So whereas the secondary, I expect them to shine in the joint practice, I want the defensive front, when you are allowed to tackle quarterbacks and everyone else, that's where I want them to absolutely suffocate the Saints offensively.
Okay. Now we're going to the final preseason game, week 3. It's a Thursday on the 27th at Chargers. What are you hoping to see after that?
Rookies, because the rookies who don't play in that third preseason game, you know that they made the team.
Yeah.
And the rookies who are out there playing, you know they are fighting for those final spots. If you want something to look for in that final preseason game where sometimes it can feel meaningless, look at special teams, because special teams, you are going to see 11 guys who are fighting for maybe 3 or 4 remaining positions, and their way to that spot will be via special teams. So that's what we're looking for on the 27th.
Okay, final date, August 30th. It's that Sunday. Final roster cuts by 3 p.m. PT. What are you hoping to know?
Aaron Donald.
I already had it written down. I've been writing down all the things you said, and all I had on August 30th, I was like, Aaron Donald is back. Aaron Donald is so back, you guys. That's all we're looking for. Okay, so that's a lot to look for, you guys, and really good section. So Joint practice, Cowboys, backup quarterback. Preseason week 1, wide receiver 3. Joint practice with the Saints, secondary, suffocate.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the starters. And then preseason week 2, if starters play, you want to see that starting defensive front.
Defensive line and linebackers doing the suffocating now
Yes.
that you can actually tackle guys.
Preseason game week 3, rookies that are fighting for those final spots. Special teams, keep an eye on that. And then the final date, you guys, final roster cuts,
Aaron
August
Donald.
30th. Aaron
Aaron
Donald
Donald
is so back. So I need that to be on the 31st because that was my date that I picked at 9 a.m. that Aaron Donald was going to announce that he's back. You had him Saturday
29th,
on the
yeah.
29th. You guys, it's going to be a fun season. Thank you so much for spending your Monday with us. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan.